highly praised book denouncing the Sandinistas, largely drawn from her Pulitzer Prize-winning news reports on Nicaragua in the Miami Herald. George Black observes that Christian's news stories dealt almost exclusively with Reagan administration charges, broken promises to those who wanted democracy, human rights abuses by the Sandinistas, Soviet military aid, etc. 40 of 54 named sources are business leaders and opposition politicians. The remaining citations are largely pro forma rebuttals by government officials to the main thrust of an article. In 2 years of reporting, she did not record a single sympathetic comment from the 25 shopkeepers, stallholders, small farmers and businessmen, baseball fans and taxi drivers she interviewed, but only a relentless litany of complaints about Cuban influence and food lines and nostalgia for better days under Somoza. She reported charges of Sandinista massive murder made by a business leader, who, it has since been learned, was on the CIA payroll, but not the conclusion of Amnesty International that there was no substance to these charges. The Sandinista social programs are dismissed briefly in her book as a ruse. This unabashed state propagandist also has the gall to condemn journalists for their alleged love affair with the Sandinistas, who they saw through a romantic haze, that is, for occasionally departing from the U.S. government propaganda line. Not surprisingly, this is the way to gain wide prestige and to merit appointment as a correspondent for the New York Times. 150. The device of insinuating a party line by careful selection of sources is one of the standard techniques of Western agitprop. Journalists would be departing from objectivity if they were to express their own opinions, so to serve the purposes of the free press it is necessary to proceed in a more roundabout way, for example, by extensive citation of those who express the approved doctrines and careful avoidance of alternative perspectives. Such news reports are not without value, however. Thus Christian observes that the anti-Sandinista mood in Congress has made it politically possible for the administration to drop the argument that it was supporting the Nicaraguan rebels as a means of interfering with the supplying of the guerrillas fighting the Washington-backed government in El Salvador, thus tacitly conceding that this argument was always fraudulent. Christian also quotes a classified report that Reagan sent to Congress stating that U.S. invasion must realistically be recognized as an eventual option, given our stakes in the region, if other policy options fail. Several months earlier, the BBC had reported that a classified National Security Council document that had come into its possession indicates that the Reagan administration is willing to use military force against Nicaragua. 151. The administration claimed that the election was a farce, though denied by foreign and U.S. observers including the LASA delegation, has achieved the status of unquestioned fact. More exactly, the election did not take place. Thus, 9 months after the election, the Washington correspondent of Business Week informs us that Shirley Christian argues convincingly that the Sandinistas never really had any intention of living up to their early promises of elections. In another review of Christian's book at the same time, Susan Kaufman Purcell, the director of the Latin American program of the Council on Foreign Relations, informs us that when Eden Pastora broke with the Sandinistas in 1982, it was too late to mount an effective nonviolent opposition. Obviously, then, it was too late in 1984, independently of the facts, which are an irrelevance as usual. Purcell agrees with Christian that the U.S. should support the Contras but recognizes that there are some moral dilemmas to this course of action. Like many of us who would like to see a more democratic Nicaragua, Christian is not sure how far we should go. 152. Concern for a more democratic Nicaragua is admirable, and might even be taken seriously if accompanied by similar concern for a more democratic El Salvador, which should by similar logic justify U.S. support for the rebels, or even a more democratic United States. Lacking that, it is merely the cynical pretense of the Commissar. 153. 6.5 A glimpse into the civilized world. The hysterical U.S. response to the November election recapitulated the reaction 2 months earlier to Nicaragua's acceptance of the Contadora peace proposals, surprising U.S. diplomats who had been saying for months that Washington backed the Contadora effort but that Nicaragua was blocking a settlement. 154 Taken aback by Nicaragua's move, which could have led to peace in the region thus thwarting U.S. ends, the U.S. reacted strongly to avert any such danger. Senior U.S. government officials demanded that a visit to Los Angeles by head of state Daniel Ortega be blocked, Philip Taubman reports, to punish Mr. Ortega and the Sandinistas for accepting the Contadora peace proposal, which the U.S. was able to undermine by diplomatic and economic pressures. A National Security Council paper a few weeks later, leaked to the press, credits U.S. foreign policy with success in blocking efforts by Venezuela, Panama, Colombia, and Mexico known as the Contadora Group to obtain signing of a proposed regional peace treaty in Central America, while noting certain problems in ensuring that there will be no further disruption of U.S. plans for aggression against Nicaragua. 155 We have trumped the latest Nicaraguan/Mexican efforts to rush signature of an unsatisfactory Contadora agreement, the NSC paper exults. After Nicaragua accepted the Contadora draft treaty, the U.S. insisted that it be revised. The amendments proposed under U.S. pressure tend strongly to slow and weaken the process of military de-escalation and negotiation, Tom Ferrer observes, by eliminating the indefinite arms freeze and firm timetables for departure of military advisors and other measures to which Nicaragua had agreed. 156 The story is a reenactment of the desperate U.S. efforts to avoid a peaceful settlement of the Vietnam conflict in the early 1960s. The reasons are similar. Recall that 3 months earlier, President Reagan had informed Congress that aid to the Contras was essential or a regional settlement based on the Contadora process will continue to elude us, CP 111. The incident can leave no doubt that once again, the U.S. fears a political settlement and prefers that disputes remain in the arena of military conflict, in which its supremacy is unchallenged. We might ask what term other than hysterical fanaticism can be used with reference to the President's declaration of May 1, 1985, announcing an embargo in response to the emergency situation created by the Nicaraguan government's aggressive activities in Central America. I, Ronald Reagan, President of the United States of America, find that the policies and actions of the government of Nicaragua constitute an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States and hereby declare a national emergency to deal with that threat. And what term applies to the key congressional leaders who, in this grim emergency situation when our very existence is under threat, generally praised President Reagan's imposition of a trade embargo as a useful first step in pressing the Sandinista government to change its policies? Or to the critics who go along with the pretense that any of this can be a topic for discussion among sane people, 157. The reaction in the colonies is often not greatly different. The London Times praises the unanimity in Washington about the nature of the Sandinista regime and the array of measures needed to change it. The editors write that America's Enlightenment faith in the educiability, reasonableness, even the inherent liberality of most of the world is great. The Sandinistas have made their most of both qualities, cultivating the belief in Washington that they would bargain. But these wiser heads, well schooled in the task of disciplining the lower orders, remind the naive Americans that they should not rely solely on their Enlightenment faith. The Contras are a necessary element, and certain of the Contra groups have strong claims to the status of Third World freedom fighters. The reference is presumably to Eden Pastora, who had been dismissed by the CIA as too independent and accordingly disappeared from the scene. The approving reference to Third World freedom fighters is merely comical, given the hatred and contempt of the editors for such elements, apart from those fighting the good fight against the evil empire. It is doubtful that any segment of the Communist Party press is more abject in its loyalty to its Soviet master. The Times, however, does manage a spark of insight, noting that the danger posed by Nicaragua is the example it may offer to others. 158. Turning to the leading journal of our neighbor to the north, we find an indignant denunciation of Soviet military aid to Nicaragua, including even a radar system that will allow the Nicaraguans to monitor their entire territory, under attack by the United States, an outrage of colossal proportions. The Russians have no business running arms into Central America, the editors thunder. The Russians have no more right to bolster a friendly regime in Central America than the Americans have to topple an unfriendly one. Employing precisely the same logic, the more servile elements of the Communist Party press might argue that the US has no business running arms into Turkey, Israel, or Denmark, far more of a threat to the USSR than Central America is to the US. The US has no more right to bolster a friendly regime near the borders of the USSR than the USSR has to topple an unfriendly one. In fact, if one of these countries were under attack by a well-armed mercenary force based in a Soviet satellite and armed and directed by the Soviets, the US would not even have the right to send it a radar system to monitor its territory, penetrated by Soviet planes on bombing and supply missions. 159 Since Nicaragua will not receive means of self-defense from Canada, or other US allies, the only proper course is for it to submit quietly. There is good reason to believe that the US will not resort to the invasion option in Nicaragua, though a constant threat will be maintained for disruption and intimidation. A Jesuit priest working in Nicaragua, who had been active in Chile before the Pinochet coup, put the matter succinctly and accurately. 160. In Chile, the Americans made a mistake. They cut off the revolution too abruptly. They killed the revolution, but, as we can see from recent developments there, they didn't kill the dream. In Nicaragua they're trying to kill the dream. If the dream that there might be a more just and decent society remains, there will simply be more trouble in the future. A wiser strategy is first to kill the dream by a campaign of terror, intimidation, sabotage, blocking of aid, and other means available to a superpower that is immune to retaliation, until the errant society cracks under the strain and its people recognize that in the shadow of the enforcer, there can be no hope of escaping from the miseries of traditional life. Then, order can be restored by force, with a touching display of concern for democracy and human rights, to be dispatched to oblivion once it has served the purpose of pacifying the home front and loyalists among the well-disciplined allies. 7. Elsewhere in the region. To fully appreciate the U.S. role in Nicaragua and El Salvador, one must consider the broader picture of U.S. intervention in the region throughout the century. There is no space here for a comprehensive review, so a few examples must suffice. 7.1 Torturing Hispaniola. Consider the island of Hispaniola, containing Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Its population of 7 to 8 million had been virtually exterminated by disease, mass murder, and oppressive labor within a generation by Christopher Columbus, the genocidal monster whose exploits we celebrate each October. 161 The first U.S. marine landing was in 1800. There were 8 landings in the independent Haitian Republic between 1867 and 1900. The most serious intervention, however, was under Woodrow Wilson. The Nigs were put in their place in Haiti in the manner noted earlier, but the damned Dagos in the Dominican Republic held out for over 5 years. The occupation of Haiti lasted for 19 years. In 1922, the president imposed in the USRAN free election was removed in favor of an outspoken advocate of American paternalism and intellectual devotee of Benito Mussolini's fascist experiment in Italy when he defied American wishes in negotiating a public loan delivering Haiti's debt to New York banks. The Duvalier dynasty was established in 1957, and remains, while the country is owned by a wealthy elite and foreign, largely U.S., business, and the population either flees abroad or languishes in misery in one of the poorest and most oppressed corners of the world, while the State Department heralds constant improvements and President Reagan lauds the dictatorship for its determined opposition to Cuban adventurism and its support for private enterprise and economic reform. 162. The first extensive study of Wilson's invasion of the Dominican Republic appeared 60 years after the war ended, in 1984. 163 Here we have more important concerns. Wilson's invasion was undertaken to block constitutional government and ensure complete satisfaction of U.S. demands for economic and military control. It initiated a brutal 5-year counterinsurgency campaign and an 8-year military occupation that instituted legal economic arrangements which condemned the Republic's population to one of the lower standards of living in Latin America, while U.S. investors prospered, taking over most of the domestic economy, geared to sugar exports as food production declined. The military government favored the U.S. corporations and on the major issues, completely capitulated to foreign interests, ignoring those of the Dominican people. Its actions advanced the fortunes of the country's existing planter and merchant elite and proved a tremendous boon to foreign agricultural interests, confirming the Republic's place in the world as a producer of agricultural commodities for the industrially developed North Atlantic nations. Under the U.S. military government, the quantity and quality of public education steadily declined and its staff was decimated. School enrollment did not pass the 1920 figure until 1935, when it comprised one-third of school-age children in a much larger population. There was also a positive side, Piero Gligices observes, including 3 major roads, largely for military purposes, and some public health development. But these material achievements, such as they were accomplished with Dominican money. The U.S. occupying forces took over the Dominican share of customs receipts in economic blackmail in flagrant violation of the 1907 treaty, and when sugar prices collapsed after World War I, the military government floated loans to finance its operations, which the Dominicans were compelled to assume under the 1924 evacuation treaty. In the end, about half of the meager public works program was ultimately paid, with interest, by the Dominicans themselves. Far more significant was the U.S. takeover of the economy. The land laws promulgated by the military government were designed to permit U.S. sugar concerns to get legal title to huge tracts of land. It was enforced with great zeal. Dominican peasants were driven off their lands and Dominican villages burned for the benefit of foreign, mostly American sugar companies. When U.S. troops finally withdrew in 1924, sugar companies owned nearly a quarter of the agricultural area of the Dominican Republic, about 2% of it owned by Dominicans, most of the rest by U.S. companies. Americans controlled property worth about $33.7 million, the Dominicans less than $1.4 million. By 1925, exports in sugar and sugar derivatives recalled 63% of total exports, profiting the foreign investor but not the local economy. The tariff structure was designed to favor U.S. goods, eliminating protection for Dominican production so that many local crafts and industries were ruined. The only Dominican product favored by the American-made tariff of 1919 was sugar, an American-owned Industry 164. During the counterinsurgency war, Calder continues, the Marines, whose behavior was often brutish by traditional Dominican standards, machine-gunned peasants, raped, tortured, destroyed houses, imprisoned many people and sent many more to concentration camps, providing a captive labor supply for the sugar plantations, bombed and strafed apparently as much to intimidate the populace with a show of power as to harm the guerrillas, and generally abused the spigs and niggers, as they were regularly called, undertaking what the military governor called the white man's burden, the duty of the big brother. Penalties, if any, were light. Testimony by the spigs and niggers was disregarded as unreliable, or dismissed as pro-German propaganda. Journalists, poets, and other intellectuals were jailed and the press was censored because any concessions on the matter of free speech would be seen as evidence of our weakness, the military governor informed Washington. One journalist was arrested and deported for publishing a photograph of a peasant victim of marine torture. Another was fined and jailed and his editor deported for criticizing the continued occupation. Gligices notes that the structures of national and local government were dismantled and censorship and suppression of intellectuals was severe. In their cells, journalists and writers had time to contemplate the merits of democracy made in USA after their conviction by military courts presided over by U.S. officers ignorant of the law of the country and of the Spanish language. It was a crime to make any remark, verbally or in print, that the military government regarded as uncomplimentary to itself or that the military courts decided tended to incite unrest, disorder, and revolt. 165. The first major guerrilla leader, regarded by the Marines as a Negro bandit and murderer, was killed while attempting to escape, a standard technique for murdering prisoners after his surrender, a foretaste of what was to happen to Sandino a few years later in Nicaragua as Somoza and his US-trained National Guard took over after another Marine operation. In 1930, dictator Trujillo took power in the Dominican Republic, his US-trained National Guard became the tool for total control of the Republic as he established one of the most oppressive regimes in Latin America. Throughout, he received firm US backing. President Roosevelt, who had earlier taken credit for writing the Haitian Constitution under the US military occupation, is said to have remarked that Trujillo may have been an SOB, but at least he's our S.O.B. De Lesseps Morrison, later President Kennedy's ambassador to the OAS, described Trujillo in 1946 as the man responsible for the great work of Dominican progress, the man who brought trade between the Republic and the other American nations to a peak. This was after such accomplishments as the massacre of 15,000 to 20,000 Haitians in October 1937 to prevent them from Africanizing the population, along with regular barbarous treatment and robbery of the Dominicans themselves. 166. As in Haiti, the Dominican resistance was conveniently attributed to the Huns. The insurgents' German assistants and backers have not been asleep and have been using every effort to reinforce and keep alive this lively insurrection, Marine Commander Thorpe explained. Dominican President Enriquez went to the Versailles Conference in 1919 to request inclusion of the Dominican case in the docket of oppressed nationalities whose cause President Wilson claimed to champion in his famous 14 points, but without issue, since Wilson succeeded in blocking consideration of U.S. hegemony in the Americas. Recall the treatment of Ho Chi Minh at the same time, p. 63. The treatment of the Dominican Republic, however, was relatively benign as compared with neighboring Haiti, since its inhabitants had a preponderance of white blood and culture while the Haitians are Negro for the most part and are almost in a state of savagery and complete ignorance, therefore requiring control, while the Dominicans need only counsel after U.S. withdrawal, as explained by Ferdinand Meyer of the State Department Division of Latin American Affairs in 1921. Calder assumes that the results of the intervention, strengthening the system of plantation agricultural under the control of US-owned sugar companies, condemning the population to one of the lower standards of living in Latin America, etc., were the unintended effects of a policy neither wise nor just, a policy basically unproductive for all concerned, though not unproductive for U.S. investors. The general convention is to regard particular cases as deviant, the effects inadvertent, not the predictable consequences of policies that are rooted in the interests of those in a position to influence policy formation. The conclusion stands despite the fact that the same story has been reenacted over and over again with the same consequences and the same beneficiaries, by curious accident, the business interests that control state policy, and the fact that planners secretly explain exactly what they are doing. For example, Woodrow Wilson, p. 81. The proper way to interpret these matters was elucidated by Hans Morgenthau, one of the founders of the realist school, which eschews sentimentality and moralistic posturing in favor of hard-headed analysis. The U.S. was founded to achieve a transcendent purpose, Morgenthau explained, the establishment of equality in freedom in America and throughout the world. True, the historical record appears to show that the U.S., very much like every other power, pursues the interests of its own dominant elites with little regard for others. But those who express skepticism about the transcendent purpose on these trivial grounds are guilty of an error of logic. To reason thus is to confound the abuse of reality with reality itself. It is the unachieved national purpose, revealed by the evidence of history as our minds reflect it, and as our commissars interpret it, that is the reality. The actual historical record is merely the abuse of reality. The critics, who foolishly mistake the real world for reality, have fallen into the error of atheism, which denies the validity of religion on similar grounds. 167. These remarks were written during the Kennedy era, a period of relative ascendancy for the educated elite and correspondingly one of the low points of U.S. intellectual culture. But the ideas, in one or another form, run through much mainstream commentary and analysis. After torturing the Dominican Republic for 30 years, President Trujillo and a handful of United States companies owned the Dominican Republic, but Trujillo's share, an estimated 65 to 85% of the country's economy, was rather larger than that of his allies, who had to content themselves with a percentage of the sugar industry. 168. He had become an annoyance, as well as an embarrassment to the rhetoric of the Kennedy administration, which was extolling our transcendent purpose in an effort to shore up the fifth freedom against further disasters of the Castro variety. Trujillo was duly assassinated, after CIA efforts to eliminate him. 169. In the country's first free elections, Juan Bosch was elected president in 1962. Though his views were basically those of the Kennedy Democrats, the Kennedy administration worked to undermine him. The military structure of the Trujillo years remained, and it was evident that a military coup would be attempted unless Bosch succeeded in mobilizing substantial popular support. U.S. officials, whose word was law, prevented Bosch from removing hostile officers who controlled the armed forces, blocked agrarian reform, and with the assistance of U.S. labor leaders, forestalled his efforts to develop a strong, united labor movement. U.S. military officers in the Dominican Republic meanwhile developed rapport with their military counterparts and were critical of what seemed to some an indecisive and unreliable civilian president. Bosch's unreliability was revealed by his attempts to mobilize popular support through reform measures, his securing of a Swiss line of credit, diminishing reliance on the U.S., and his abrogation of a contract with Esso Oil Company for a refinery, all criticized by the U.S. Embassy. U.S. pressures hampered Bosch's efforts to mobilize mass political support behind his regime from his most likely sources, rural and industrial labor, and sought to move him toward business groups. The U.S. Embassy decided to let him go, Ambassador Martin's phrase, when the inevitable military coup took place in 1963. The announced U.S. goal of promoting democracy was subordinated to U.S. private and public vested interests, specifically, concern for U.S. investors and traders. After some brief indications of displeasure at the overthrow of a democratically elected government, the State Department's official condemnation, the U.S. quickly recognized and offered full support to the new regime. 170. In the face of the record he reviews, Blazier nevertheless states that despite its overwhelming influence, the United States failed in its objective of maintaining Bosch, a popularly elected president, in office in an orderly transition to a democratic system. That this was the objective is a matter of doctrine, immune to fact. Gligeses points out that Bosch had been the candidate of the peasants, the urban unemployed, the working class poor, people who previously had never played a role in the political life of the nation. He introduced a modern and democratic constitution and legal system, attacked the endemic corruption, and defended civil liberties, attempting to create a sense of civic spirit, an elementary honesty that could have sparked a true renaissance of Dominican society. He compelled the police to exercise restraint for the first time, slashed salaries of high officials, and refused the standard perquisites of office himself so that when he left for exile, he was penniless, an unprecedented phenomenon. These actions infuriated the Dominican elites and the military, and were intolerable to the Kennedy administration. The Kennedy liberals were particularly outraged by Bosch's defense of civil liberties of leftists and by the fact that he was an ardent nationalist, unwilling to do what he was told by his U.S. overseers. In contrast to his predecessors, earlier governments seemed to feel that I was one of them, Ambassador Martin commented, while condemning Bosch as ungrateful, obstinate, and unwilling to share power. Bosch laid the basis for effective land reform, which was beginning to show promise when he was overthrown after 7 months in office, and undertook efforts at education of workers and peasants for democratic participation in government and cooperatives. Even his critics recognized that economic recovery was underway, though U.S. aid dropped sharply when he took office, to zero, in fact, apart from aid previously granted to the business-run junta. Even Ambassador Martin, certainly no friend of Bosch, had to acknowledge the indisputable fact that his brief administration may well have been the most honest in Dominican history, if not in Latin America. Obviously, he had to go. 171. After he was let go by the Kennedy administration, corruption returned with a vengeance among civilians and in the armed forces, and the country suffered a grave economic decline and a dramatic increase in public debt, extreme corruption and mismanagement were responsible for the country's economic collapse after the incipient recovery brought about by the Bosch government, and the people knew only suffering. The peasants remained silent beasts of burden. 172. In 1965, the military-installed regime was overthrown by a constitutionalist coup aimed at restoring Bosch to power. The U.S. sent 23,000 troops to prevent this outcome. Recently declassified records reveal that when the regime was about to be overthrown, U.S. Ambassador Tapley Bennett was instructed by Washington to send a message changing the basis for the planned U.S. intervention from one of fighting communism considered too ludicrous for plausibility to one of protecting American lives. He gladly complied, and this became the official pretext for the U.S. invasion, repeated in President Johnson's memoirs. 173 U.S. troops fought the constitutionalist forces who aimed to restore the legitimate elected Bosch government, but were not permitted to interfere with the subsequent massacres by the Dominican military forces they had rescued, on the grounds that this would have violated U.S. neutrality. The threat of democracy was averted and the traditional order restored, accompanied by an utterly fraudulent election to legitimize the restoration. The result was the usual one: death squads, torture, repression, an increase in poverty and malnutrition for the mass of the population, slave labor conditions, vast emigration, and outstanding opportunities for U.S. investors, whose control over the economy reached new heights. With the country demoralized and under the control of U.S. corporations and the security forces, the U.S. became willing to tolerate free elections, even the election of Social Democrats, all possibility of social change having been terminated. 174 This permits New York Times correspondent Leslie Gelb to refer to President Johnson's swift, decisive and successful takeover and redemocratization of the Dominican Republic in 1965. To Boston University President John Silber, the meaning of these events is that President Johnson took resolute action, in concert with the Organization of American States, by sending Marines to the Dominican Republic in 1965 to protect democracy. The news columns of the press remind us that when civil war broke out in 1965, President Johnson sent 23,000 troops to seek peace. 175 What dictator could demand more loyal service? In 1976, the Bishop of Santiago reported that 70% of the country's peasant population live on the border of starvation and misery. In 1985, a church-based group reported further that the country had undergone almost a decade of economic decline, with 20% of the population living in absolute poverty while 90% suffer malnutrition, according to central bank officials. The illiteracy rate is 54%, and 1 million school-age children in this country of 6 million do not attend school because there are no facilities. The Dominican Bishops' Conference in March 1985 warned that the foundations of Dominican society are disintegrating as a result of a crisis that has plagued the country for years, referring to the inhuman and unjust poverty for much of the population, the tragic situation of the 63% of Dominicans who are underemployed, 30% unemployed, and earn less than the monthly minimum wage of $58. The Bishops' Conference report states, "The situation of underdevelopment and poverty is not the result of coincidence, rather, it is the consequence of concrete economic, social and political structures that overlook or fail to recognize the dignity and inherent rights of the human person." Joining with the Bishops' Conference of Haiti, they urge further that something be done for the 400,000 Haitians who fled to the Dominican Republic for work under conditions of virtual slavery. Under IMF pressure, the government attempted to reduce living standards further, imposing a crackdown on opposition elements to ensure order as security forces backed up by helicopter gunships arrested thousands of citizens, also killing many. 176. To translate this dismal story into the approved lingo of American political science, the interventions by United States Marines in Haiti, Nicaragua, the Dominican Republic, and elsewhere in those years often bore striking resemblances to the interventions by federal marshals in the conduct of elections in the American South in the 1960s, registering voters, protecting against electoral violence, ensuring a free vote and an honest count, nothing more. So Harvard political scientist Samuel Huntington informs us in the lead article in the Political Science Quarterly. A human rights program was superfluous in those days of overwhelming U.S. power, he continues, because the message was there for all to see in the troop deployments, carrier task forces, foreign aid missions, and intelligence operatives. Even the Pinochet coup in Chile proves the magnificence of American virtue. If the United States had been as active in the popular election of 1970 as it had been in that of 1964, the destruction of Chilean democracy in 1973 might have been avoided. To translate into real-world terms, the U.S. would not have had to commit itself to the overthrow of Chilean democracy and support for the subsequent slaughter and oppression if only it had intervened with sufficient vigor to prevent a democratic election in 1970. The overall effect of American power on other societies was to further liberty, pluralism, and democracy. The Dominican Republic offers a remarkable illustration of U.S. virtue. Huntington continues, no Dominican could doubt but that his country was a far better place to live in 1922 than it was in 1916, including those tortured by the benefactors and those whose families they murdered or whose villages they burned for the benefit of U.S. sugar companies. No less outstanding is the extent to which the United States has over the years nurtured the development of democratic institutions in the Dominican Republic. To the extent that they are established, the United States deserve a lion's share of the credit. 177. We can learn a good deal about our own society and its intellectual culture by considering such examples as this, noting that they are respected as reputable scholarship, in contrast to extremist work demonstrating that the exercise of U.S. power conforms to the historical pattern of violent hegemonic states. We might ask, for example, how we would react to an account of Soviet behavior at a similar level of veracity and audacity in a Communist Party journal. It is a useful exercise. 7.2 Torturing Guatemala. Returning to Central America, consider the case of Guatemala, where Juan José Arevalo was elected president in 1944, inaugurating a 10-year departure from military rule. His government, favorably disposed initially toward the United States, was modeled in many ways after the Roosevelt New Deal. It quickly elicited U.S. hostility because of its commitment to democratic values. Communists were not repressed, a labor code that sought to right the balance in a society where management had long dominated and harmed the largest employer, United Fruit, hesitation about granting concessions to U.S. oil companies, and other similar crimes. When Arevalo's term ended in 1951, the political rift between the U.S. and Guatemala was almost complete. As he left the presidency, Arevalo, recalling his belief in the noble words of President Roosevelt, commented sadly that Roosevelt lost the war. The real winner was Hitler. 178. The U.S. soon moved to prove the accuracy of these words. Arevalo's successor, Jacobo Arbenz, attempted to carry Arevalo's reforms forward, including a successful land reform that led to a rise in exports and a favorable balance of payments by 1954. The land reform not only increased productivity, but also provided campesinos with their own food, even cash from sales, while involving them in the political system for the first time in 400 years. But this was not to be. Arbenz attempted to expropriate unused lands held by the United Fruit Company and to hand them over to landless peasants, offering compensation based on the company's fraudulent tax valuation. This and other reform measures enraged the U.S. further. Under-Secretary of State Walter Bedell Smith, one of Eisenhower's closest advisers, reported to the president that we have repeatedly expressed deep concern to the Guatemalan government because it plays the communist game, permitting communist activists to enjoy civil rights and disturbing relations with the U.S. because of the merciless hounding of American companies there by tax and labor demands, strikes, and, in the case of the United Fruit Company, inadequately compensated seizures of land under a communist-administered agrarian reform law. Exploiting the pretext of a communist takeover, with the U.S. press loyally playing its part, the CIA engineered a coup in 1954, restoring military rule and turning the country into a literal hell on earth, which has been maintained by regular U.S. intervention until today. The land reform was repealed and its beneficiaries dispossessed, peasant cooperatives were dissolved, the literacy program was halted, the economy collapsed, the labor unions were destroyed, and the killings began. 179. It is intriguing, in this context, to consider the interpretation of international law devised by advocates of the U.S. war against Nicaragua. Recall that the theory is that the U.S. is exercising the right of collective self-defense against Nicaragua's armed attack upon its ally, El Salvador. Suspending momentarily the reaction that any sane person would have to this farcical claim, consider the notion of armed attack that must be constructed to carry through the argument. Armed attack, in this conception, includes assistance in organizing insurgency, training of insurgents, financing of the insurgency, use of facilities for command and control, ammunition and explosive supply, intelligence and communications assistance, logistics assistance, and political and propaganda support, as well as weapons supply. 180, thus voicing support for the Afghan rebels constitutes armed attack against Afghanistan, to which the USSR is obligated to respond by military force. By bombing offices of the U.S. press, for example. In the light of this concept, consider the CIA-engineered coup in Guatemala, the long U.S. terrorist war against Cuba, and innumerable other crimes. By the standards of apologists for U.S. atrocities, many an American leader should face the bar of justice for crimes against peace, and much of the world would be permitted under international law, indeed obligated, to attack the U.S. in self-defense. The absurdity of this particular argument by apologists, now applied to their favored state, of course does not invalidate its conclusions, the first of which at least can be argued on rational grounds. In 1963, Arevalo was permitted to return to take part in an election, after having been kept abroad by an assortment of legal devices and physical threats. 181. A military coup, quickly recognized by the Kennedy administration and perhaps encouraged by it, prevented this danger. The new regime, guided by the Kennedy counterinsurgency doctrines, rapidly expanded the instruments of state terror with enthusiastic U.S. support. 182. Rising repression and impoverishment elicited insurgency and further U.S. intervention. A counterinsurgency campaign in 1966-8 led to the slaughter of perhaps 10,000 peasants with the help of American Green Berets, also napalm bombing by U.S. planes based in Panama, according to Guatemalan Vice President Rojas. In subsequent years, impoverishment of the mass of the population and indescribable terror increased, with constant U.S. assistance and occasional notice here. Thus, in a brief report of the murder of yet another professor at the National University, the Times noted in passing that more than 40,000 people have disappeared and more than 95,000 have died in political violence here since 1954, according to the Mexican-based Guatemalan Human Rights Commission. To translate from Newspeak, some 140,000 have been eliminated by the governments installed and kept in power by the U.S. since the U.S. overthrew Guatemalan democracy in 1954, the crucial fact. Regularly omitted in news reports and editorial comment, according to a Human Rights Commission which is Mexican-based because its members could not long survive in Guatemala. In May 1982, the conservative Guatemalan Conference of Bishops stated that never in our history have such extremes been reached, with the assassinations now falling into the category of genocide. A new study by two American anthropologists, Douglas Foster reports, estimates that more than 50,000 Guatemalans, most of them Mayan Indians, have been killed since 1980, see Chapter 1, Section 4. One of the most powerful Guatemalan businessmen, not without reason, told him, "You Americans killed your Indians long ago, so don't lecture us." At the same time, U.S. military aid increased, along with renewed terror, as the country strides towards democracy in official parlance. 183. As in El Salvador, the National University has been a prime target of state terror for many years, and still is. The last two rectors were killed, in 1981 and 1983. Another fled into exile, in fear for his life. The current rector, who has received 20 death threats, narrowly escaped in 1983 when gunmen fired at his car. his possible successor was gunned down while walking to a class on campus. According to university records, 36 students and 10 teachers were killed or have disappeared in 2 years, 12 in early 1985. The U.S. ambassador, Alberto Pedra, is co-author of a 1980 book that dismisses the university as a publicly financed echo chamber of revolutionary communism. The rector, in contrast, described the students of the university as members of a generation that had been wounded by state repression and political violence and that held little hope for the future, James Lemoyne reports. They do not disguise their antipathy for the United States, which they hold responsible for supporting 30 years of repressive governments after a coup in 1954 supported by the Central Intelligence Agency. 184 Lemoyne deserves credit for departing from the norm with this reference to the U.S. coup. He might have added that the U.S. is not just held responsible, but is in large measure responsible for the 30 years of terror that followed. As noted earlier, U.S. military aid to the mass murderers never ceased during the Carter years, contrary to what is commonly alleged, and in fact remained close to the norm. Furthermore, the U.S. military establishment maintained its close relations with the Guatemalan military, giving them a convincing signal that the human rights rhetoric was hardly to be taken seriously. In January 1980, top American military officials visited Guatemala, and the press noted the particular satisfaction the Guatemalan regime derived from the visits. Piero Gligices comments. It is important to understand the rationale of those State Department liberals. They would have advocated military assistance for the regime had they believed that it was necessary for its survival. But in their eyes military dictator Lucas was not yet seriously threatened, hence the United States could afford to wait, while military assistance was provided by Argentina, Israel, and other countries. In this fashion, the Carter administration would avoid dirtying its hands and would preserve the facade of its human rights policy as long as possible. In fact, military assistance also was provided by the U.S., and distancing from the regime was only a public posture. 185. In short, another fine example of how the overall effect of American power on other societies was to further liberty, pluralism, and democracy. Huntington. While overcoming the threat of democracy in the Dominican Republic and Guatemala, the U.S. also succeeded, not surprisingly, in thoroughly alienating its leading advocates, who were to write bitterly about the U.S. role, thus demonstrating to the faithful that they were really communists at heart all along. 186. These are only a few cases. The record is shameful and appalling. The Central America-Caribbean region has been turned into a horror chamber, with regular U.S. intervention serving to keep matters on course. 8. Human rights, the raising of the living standards, and democratization. We might now usefully return to Kennan's prescription in 1948 that the U.S. should put aside vague and unreal objectives such as human rights, the raising of the living standards, and democratization. How well has that advice been followed? Plainly, the question is not one to be settled by ideological pronouncements, but rather by empirical research. Such research has rarely been undertaken, but some attempts have been made and their results are worth considering. Let us begin with human rights. The relation between human rights and U.S. foreign policy in Latin America has been studied by the leading academic specialist on the topic, Lars Skultz. He investigated the relation between U.S. aid and the human rights climate, finding that there is indeed a correlation, namely, U.S. aid has tended to flow disproportionately to Latin American governments which torture their citizens, to the hemisphere's relatively egregious violators of fundamental human rights. Furthermore, the correlation is strong, includes military aid, and persists through the Carter period. This correlation remains strong despite the fact that support for the worst torturers and murderers was inhibited by human rights clauses that were added by Congress to U.S. foreign assistance legislation over the open and intense opposition of the Nixon, Ford, and Carter administrations. Furthermore, Skultz shows, this correlation cannot be attributed to a correlation between aid and need. 187. This study might suggest that Kennan understated the case. Human rights are not irrelevant to foreign policy, rather, We send aid precisely to those governments that are committed to torture. The conclusion is supported by other research. Michael Clare and Cynthia Arnson demonstrate that U.S. firms and agencies are providing guns, equipment, training, and technical support to the police and paramilitary forces most directly involved in the torture, assassination, and abuse of civilian dissidents, rather than sitting in detached judgment over incidents of abuse occurring elsewhere as official rhetoric would have it. The United States stands at the supply end of a pipeline of repressive technology that extends to many of the world's most authoritarian regimes. The US is the world's leading supplier of police and prison hardware, the leader in what can best be called the international repression trade, supplying many of the worst human rights violators. 188. But a correlation is not a theory. An explanation is required. One possibility is that US governments have a positive hatred of human rights, but this seems implausible. More likely, human rights are simply irrelevant to policy formation, in accord with Kennan's dictum, and we must search elsewhere for an explanation for the correlation between state terror and US aid. A study by Edward Herman suggests a plausible explanation. He too investigated the relation between US aid and human rights, over a broader range and with somewhat different measures, considering changes in aid from the US and US-dominated international lending agencies as the human rights climate changed. He found the same correlation: as the human rights climate deteriorates, US aid increases. But he also carried out a second study, asking how US aid correlates with the investment climate, tax and profit repatriation laws, government controls on wages and labor organizations. The conclusion is that US-controlled aid has been positively related to investment climate and inversely related to the maintenance of a democratic order and human rights. 189. This study suggests a plausible explanation for the correlation between US support and human rights violations. The guiding concern of US foreign policy is the climate for US business operations, a fact well supported in the historical and documentary record and easily explained in terms of the domestic institutional basis for foreign policy planning. But in the Third World, improvement in the investment climate is regularly achieved by destruction of popular organizations, torture of labor and peasant organizers, killing of priests engaged in social reforms, and general mass murder and repression. It is the function of state terrorism to keep popular participation down, to limit services to the lower classes, and to freeze the structures that have generated a situation of deprivation for the lower income classes. 190. Investigation of such topics is hardly a priority for American social science. In fact, such elementary questions as the relation of corporations to formation of foreign policy have been under a virtual taboo in the literature on international relations and U.S. foreign policy. 191. And the questions just reviewed have not exactly been on the agenda, though they seem rather significant. It would, however, be no surprise to discover that the results of these few studies hold up to more extensive inquiry and that the theory they suggest proves to be valid over a large range. What about the raising of the living standards? In Latin America, there has been economic growth, accompanied by widespread, often increased suffering for a very large part of the population. Consider Brazil, the most important of the Latin American countries, where the civilian government was overthrown by a US-backed coup in 1964 in what Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Lincoln Gordon called the single most decisive victory of freedom in the mid-20th century, instituting a murderous military dictatorship that Gordon lauded as totally democratic and the best government Brazil ever had. It no doubt was the best government for U.S. investment, which rapidly increased along with profits repatriated to the U.S. The economy also grew in a widely heralded economic miracle, but as President Medici commented in 1970, the economy is doing fine, but the people aren't. The income of the majority dropped in relative terms, and for a substantial proportion, in absolute terms as well. Food consumption decreased for the poor and public health seriously deteriorated. In São Paulo, the most prosperous city of Brazil, 52% of the population was classified as suffering from malnutrition in 1970, up 10% since the victory of freedom, while the rate of infant mortality increased 45% between 1960 and 1973. Elsewhere, the story is still worse. 192. In Rio de Janeiro, desperate people, including teenagers, advertise their kidneys and corneas for sale in an attempt to survive. Others sell their blood. Red Cross officials think that Brazil has become the world's leading blood exporter, with the value perhaps reaching $0.5 billion annually. The sellers are the poor, often suffering disease and malnutrition. There are no sanitary facilities or medical attention, no check on how much blood a victim has sold. Some sell blood until they die, with almost no blood left according to doctors. 193. There have been similar reports from elsewhere in Latin America, including Nicaragua, until the new regime put an end to the practice. Yet another of those cases of interference with free enterprise that so enrage true Democrats. Much the same is true of Guatemala, where the overthrow of the reformist democracy was hailed by Secretary of State John Foster Dulles as a new and glorious chapter in the already great traditions of the American states. 4 years later, in 1958, he declared on Pan American Day, "Words can scarcely express how fortunate we are in this hemisphere, how greatly blessed, to have this kind of association, which has no counterpart in all the world, and indeed in all history. Indeed, never before in history has a group of nations of comparable number enjoyed, in organized form, so high a measure of fellowship and harmony. Thus we set an example from which others can profitably learn." In 1963, Milton Eisenhower observed that we breathed in relief when forces favoring democracy restored Guatemala to its normal place in the American family of nations, an interesting and rather accurate conception of the norm under U.S. rule. 194. The series of Guatemalan gangsters who have run their torture chamber since 1954 with constant U.S. support have created a society with the lowest life expectancy in Central America, 49 years, 35% of children, up to 60% in rural Guatemala, die before the age of 5, the minimum wage has declined to below that of the Arbans years with a one-third decline in purchasing power of urban workers during the 1970s, caloric intake averages 83% of daily requirements and is far lower for large parts of the population. 80% of the agricultural labor force has been reduced to a position of virtual servitude at the hands of landowners and their labor contractors beyond that of the colonial period. It is, furthermore, a nation of prisoners in the words of an America's Watch report, with a level of barbaric state terror that has few contemporary parallels. 195. This, in a country with ample resources, considerable economic growth and concentrated wealth, and encouraging steps towards democracy and economic and social progress until Big Brother stepped in to carry out his duty, CP 206. The same story can be retold throughout the continent, and elsewhere, as dependent development leads to economic growth with impoverishment for much of the population, a long-term tendency to which U.S. policy makes regular and significant contributions. Turning finally to democratization, the record shows clearly that the U.S. has strenuously and often violently opposed formal parliamentary democracy when its outcome cannot be guaranteed by the domestic concentration of power and external U.S. force, and has evinced a positive hatred for democracy, if we understand democracy to be a system that provides the population at large with ways to participate meaningfully in determining public policy and controlling state actions. In Latin America, the U.S. has repeatedly intervened to overthrow democratic systems or prevent steps towards achieving democracy, as in the case of Chile, Brazil, the Dominican Republic in 1963 and 1965, El Salvador in 1961 and dramatically since 1979, and so on, and it has done the same elsewhere as well, as in the case of Laos and the Philippines, noted earlier. In Vietnam, U.S. policymakers always recognized that their problem was that the client regime they had established lacked sufficient popular support and cohesion to enter a political test of strength with the front, the NLF, the political front of the Viet Cong. The generals placed in power by the U.S. recognized that we are very weak politically and without the strong popular support of the population which the NLF have. Thus the US had to prevent any political settlement and physically destroy the political opposition and the society in which it was based, while running elections it knew to be fraudulent to appease the home front. 196. It is no surprise at all that the US should overthrow the only democratic government in the history of Guatemala in 1954, support a military coup to avert the threat of democracy in 1963, and maintain in power a series of torturers and mass murderers, while the press in its occasional commentary deplores the violence that erupted from some unknown cause in 1954 and has mysteriously persisted since. The hostility to democracy on the part of American planners, and the reasons for it, are well understood among serious commentators on U.S. policy. CP 113. The fifth freedom is regularly threatened when governments are responsive to the needs of their own population, instead of the transcendent needs of Big Brother. Meanwhile, leading American political scientists engage in childish prattle about the overall effect of American power on other societies, namely, to further liberty, pluralism, and democracy. The conflict between American power and American principles virtually disappears when it is applied to the American impact on other societies. 197. So that we must conclude, to judge by the historical record, that American principles include torture, massacre, starvation, slavery, enrichment of the foreign investor, and fervent opposition to democracy when the results cannot be guaranteed. Nor should we be surprised when President Reagan describes the vicious and corrupt President Marcos of the Philippines as a man pledged to democracy, or when Vice President Bush toasts the dictator for his service to freedom and to our country, with the words, "We stand with you, we love your adherence to democratic principle and to the democratic processes." 198. In accordance with their conception of democracy, why not? 9. The awesome nobility of our intentions. Whatever we do, so our historians and commentators tell us, is guided by utterly benign intent. We are hardly alone in adopting such a stance, though it might be argued that we passed long ago beyond the norm. In 1831, de Tocqueville observed the arrival in Memphis of Native Americans driven from their homes by several thousand soldiers in the middle of winter, with snow frozen hard on the ground. The Indians had their families with them, and they brought in their train the wounded and the sick, with children newly born and old men upon the verge of death, a solemn spectacle that would never fade from his memory, the triumphal march of civilization across the desert. He was particularly struck that the pioneers could deprive Indians of their rights and exterminate them with singular felicity, tranquilly, legally, philanthropically, without shedding blood, and without violating a single great principle of morality in the eyes of the world. It was impossible to destroy people with more respect for the laws of humanity, he wrote. 199. So it has always been. As the US was massacring hundreds of thousands of natives during the conquest of the Philippines, what we call Philippine insurrection, at the turn of the century, the press commented, "Whether we like it or not, we must go on slaughtering the natives in English fashion, and taking what muddy glory lies in the wholesale killing till they have learned to respect our arms. The more difficult task of getting them to respect our intentions will follow. The struggle must continue until the misguided creatures there shall have their eyes bathed in enough blood to cause their vision to be cleared and to understand that not only is resistance useless, but that those whom they are now holding as enemies have no purpose toward them except to consecrate to liberty and to open for them a way to happiness. Since the natives in their blindness never seem to understand the beneficence of our intentions, we must, reluctantly, continue to slaughter them." The Republican National Convention announced in 1900 a bit prematurely that the American people have conducted and in victory concluded a war for liberty and human rights. Meanwhile, a leading sociologist, Franklin Henry Giddings, devised the useful concept of consent without consent. If in later years, the colonized see and admit that the disputed relation was for the highest interest, it may be reasonably held that authority has been imposed with the consent of the governed, as when a parent prevents a young child from running into the street. The beneficiaries of our endless goodwill failed to understand. The Filipino nationalist Sixto Lopez wrote that the Filipinos have already accepted the arbitrament of war, and where is the worst condition conceivable, especially when waged by an Anglo-Saxon race which despises its opponent as an alien or inferior people. Yet the Filipinos accepted it with a full knowledge of its horror and of the sacrifices in life and property which they knew they would be called upon to make. Had they known what horror and sacrifices the invaders would bring, they might well have submitted. For example, the people of Samar, where Marine Commander Waller, soon to move on to Hispaniola, carried out the orders of General Hell-Roaring Jake Smith, who wanted the area made a howling wilderness. "I want no prisoners. I wish you to kill and burn, the more you kill and burn the better it will please me. I want all persons killed who are capable of bearing arms in actual hostilities against the United States." The press found the revelations at the trials of Smith and Waller shocking, but quickly overcame their doubts. The New York Times explained that a choice of cruelties is the best that has been offered in the Philippines. It is not so certain that we at home can afford to shudder at the water cure, a standard form of torture used by the U.S. forces, unless we disdain the whole job. The army has obeyed orders. It was sent to subdue Filipinos. Having the devil to fight, it has sometimes used fire. All of this was in the best tradition of the recent Indian wars and the reaction to them. 200. Reference to the English fashion of slaughtering the natives is, incidentally, appropriate. Our Puritan forebears were particularly adept at teaching the natives that war, English style, is a form of extermination, women and children being prime targets, using methods that had been honed in earlier trials such as the slaughter of the Irish, also savage heathen who merited their fate. Meanwhile, proceeding by little and by little, in John Winthrop's words, they took the land that belonged by right to these saints, as the scriptures showed. With scriptural authority no longer in fashion, other resources sufficed. The distinguished American historian Samuel Eliot Morison wrote scornfully in 1958 of backward peoples getting enlarged notions of nationalism and turning ferociously on Europeans who have attempted to civilize them. 4 years earlier, the Times editors had drawn the crucial lessons from the CIA coup restoring the Shah in Iran. Underdeveloped countries with rich resources now have an object lesson in the heavy cost that must be paid by one of their number which goes berserk with fanatical nationalism. Such thoughts were echoed in 1965 by the respected British historian Hugh Trevor Roper, when he dismissed as merely amusing the study of the unrewarding gyrations of barbarous tribes in picturesque but irrelevant corners of the globe, tribes whose chief function in history, in my opinion, is to show to the present an image of the past from which, by history, it has escaped. 2011. One of the cultural achievements of the 1960s was to open a few eyes to the meaning of such conventional talk and attitudes. Little was to change as the years passed. When the CIA coup destroyed any hope for democracy, social justice, or meaningful economic development in Guatemala in 1954, the New York Times editors wrote that the expected has happened in Guatemala. Elements opposed to the slow communist infiltration of the government have taken up arms to end it. Of course, they did not do it entirely without help from Big Brother, but the Mayans, quiet, soft-spoken, long-suffering, could not be expected to know that if their lot was hard now, it would be infinitely worse if a new Moscow-linked tyranny were set up. So we may see this as another episode of consent without consent. A week later, they observed that genuine agrarian reforms were needed, in contrast to the real agrarian reforms carried out by the enemy, now thankfully overcome. The leading New York Times pundit, the highly respected Arthur Kroc, explained that the world Bolshevik conspiracy to take over the country had been foiled, solemnly parroting the idiocies and lies handed out by the U.S. government and quoting with respect an informed diplomat who thought there was a chance that President Arbenz might be restored after an interval devoted to shaking the conviction of this hemisphere that, for the first time, a communist-controlled state was to be set up far from the military power of Moscow. Though we might do better yet, he was now disposed to believe in a good chance for the formation of a military junta, made reliably anti-communist by replacements of some members of the present one, to govern Guatemala until there can be free and democratic elections again, perhaps a millennium hence. 202. Kroc also lamented the power of the communist propaganda apparatus that had misled the public into believing that there had been an invasion or that the US was somehow involved, even sponsoring demonstrations against the United States through the communist network in the Americas, while the US, so backward in these matters, had been slow in realizing these maneuvers or responding to them. Meanwhile, the public relations experts of the United Fruit Company were congratulating themselves on their success in peddling fanciful tales that were eagerly swallowed by the free press, including a front-page story in the New York Times praising the company's forward-looking policies after a successful brainwashing operation arranged for reporters in Honduras. Much impressed with the fantasies spun by the United Fruit PR offices, the Times editors noted, June 20, 1954, that American controlled undertakings in Guatemala have greatly liberalized and humanized their policies. The chief PR officer for United Fruit, Thomas McCann, describes how the specialist they hired, Edward Bernays, used his contacts with the Times to bring the Guatemalan situation to their attention, as perceived by United Fruit, by 1951, inducing them to send publisher Arthur Hayes Sulzberger to inspect at the company's invitation, witnessing a communist riot, a first-class public relations coup by Bernays. The material successfully marketed in the press also included faked atrocity photos, and of course the whole US fabricated story about the Bolshevik conspiracy overturned by patriotic Guatemalans. McCann later wrote that a great deal of the news of Central America which appeared in the North American press was supplied, edited, and sometimes made by United Fruit's Public Relations Department in New York, though it is difficult to make a convincing case for manipulation of the press when the victims proved so eager for the experience. 203 The U.S. government and its associates in executive suites hardly need a separate state propaganda apparatus as long as they can count on the Arthur Croc's and Times journalists and editorial writers. Summarizing these events on June 29, 1954, the Times editors concluded, "The answer to communism in Guatemala and in other countries is not reaction but liberal reform. The road is a long one. This country, the US, may have made mistakes over the years past and in this particular episode. Now it is for us to show ourselves warm and intelligent friends of all the people of Guatemala. And so we have been doing for 30 years, destroying agrarian reform, installing and maintaining murderous tyranny, slaughtering the natives and arming the killers and torturers, looking the other way as the long-suffering Mayans are subjected to near genocidal assaults and slave and starve while US firms profit, all with the most noble intent, always willing to concede that we may have made mistakes in our innocence, as we and our subjects march forward with arms linked to an ever more brilliant future. The same convenient innocence served well as we turned to slaughtering the natives in Indochina. In February 1965, the US extended its war against South Vietnam by initiating the regular bombardment of North Vietnam, and more significantly, as Bernard Fall observed, began to wage unlimited aerial warfare inside South Vietnam at the price of literally pounding the place to bits, the decision that changed the character of the Vietnam War more than any other. These moves inspired the distinguished liberal commentator of the New York Times, James Reston, to clarify America's present and future policy in Vietnam. The guiding principle of American foreign policy since 1945 has been that no state shall use military force or the threat of military force to achieve its political objectives. And the companion of this principle has been that the United States would use its influence and its power, when necessary and where it could be effective, against any state that defied this principle. This is the principle that was at stake in Vietnam, where the United States is now challenging the communist effort to seek power by the more cunning technique of military subversion, the United States having blocked all efforts at political settlement because it knew the indigenous opposition would easily win a political contest, and after 10 years of murderous repression and 3 years of U.S. Air Force bombing in the South. 204. In November 1967, when Bernard Fall, long a strong advocate of U.S. support for the Saigon regime, pleaded for an end to the war because Vietnam as a cultural and historic entity, is threatened with extinction. As, the countryside literally dies under the blows of the largest military machine ever unleashed on an area of this size, Reston explained that America is fighting a war now on the principle that military power shall not compel South Vietnam to do what it does not want to do, that man does not belong to the state. This is the deepest conviction of Western civilization, and rests on the old doctrine that the individual belongs not to the state but to his creator, and therefore has inalienable rights as a person, which no magistrate or political force may violate. A year later, long after the Tet Offensive had caused much of the corporate elite to turn against the war as a bad investment, one of the leading academic opponents of the war, the distinguished Asia scholar John King Fairbank, informed the American Historical Association in his presidential address that we became engaged in Vietnam mainly through an excess of righteousness and disinterested benevolence. 205 The same touching faith in American innocence and benevolence in Indochina persists until today in any commentary that can reach a substantial audience, untroubled by the plain facts. Returning to Latin America, William Shannon, distinguished professor at Boston University and noted liberal commentator, proclaims that for a quarter century, the United States has been trying to do good, encourage political liberty, and promote social justice in the Third World, particularly in Latin America, where we have traditionally been a friend and protector and where we intervened with the best of motives, though benevolence, intelligence, and hard work have proved to be not enough, as the Pinochet coup in Chile demonstrates. More recently, he has explained why the Sandinistas hate America. This is understandable given their limited education and their years spent in exile, in prison, or in the hills battling what they perceived as an American-backed dictatorship. These benighted creatures, so ignorant of history, use anti-Americanism to provide the energy for their political movement, much as anti-Semitism provided the energy for Nazism. 206. The literature of scholarship, intellectual commentary, and journalism abounds with such professions of awesome benevolence, which are utterly immune to fact, illustrating a degree of fanaticism in the service of the state religion that has few historical counterparts. And the same thoughts animate the men in the field, who continue, today, to echo the message of the press at the turn of the century. Ken Anderson, a Harvard Law School student who worked in El Salvador with the Inter-American Court of Human Rights of the OAS, describes his experiences near a free fire zone where he watched the planes work their way across the hills and spoke to refugees who had fled after families and friends were beaten to death by the soldiers in a war against civilians that they will not forget. 207 He asked an American embassy political officer about the peasant victims of the slaughter from the air, who are counted as combatants by the embassy, in particular, a 9-year-old girl whose parents and family had been blown up in a bombing attack and was now headed to an orphanage filled with hundreds of children like her. The U.S. official shrugged off all those cases. A couple of years down the road, it'll all be seen as the costs of war. It's better for the military to do whatever it has to do to retake the region. Then we'll come in with food and a lot of aid they'll eat and forget. First we slaughter the misguided creatures until their vision is cleared, then we turn to the thankless task of getting them to respect our intentions. To see how much our moral and intellectual life has improved since the turn of the century, we may open the pages of the New Republic, long the official journal of American liberalism, now perhaps with a neo-dash affixed. 3 years after they had given Reagan and co. good marks for their performance in El Salvador, the editors, surveying the carnage, sadly observed that there is no good solution for America's agony in El Salvador, and offered some sober advice to President Reagan. 208. The Reagan administration, if it is honest, must argue bleakly that there are higher American priorities than Salvadoran human rights meaning, in this context, not anything so elevated as democracy but simply the physical security of persons who may or may not be suspected of potential anti-oligarchical sympathies, and that military aid must go forth regardless of how many are murdered, lest the Marxist-Leninist guerrillas win. And indeed, the guerrillas must not win. Leaving no doubt about their intentions, the editors explain that the aid will go to Latin-style fascists, but no matter. Given a choice between communism and war for the people of El Salvador, no doubt the American people will choose the latter, and it goes without saying that it is our prerogative to choose war for them, as we suffer the agony of responsibility. The editors explain further that in the end the only moral choice may be military intervention, but since we are so noble, this will be intervention not in alliance with the death squads but in opposition to them, that is, in opposition to the death squads that we helped to establish and have since maintained, that grew inevitably out of the intelligence and paramilitary apparatus we constructed in our interest and the social conditions breeding dissidence and revolt that are insignificant. Measure our legacy. The injunction to persist regardless of how many are murdered goes a long step beyond the racist press of the turn of the century. In fact, it is not easy to find a historical counterpart. Perhaps the Nazi archives might yield examples. As the right wing moved to overturn the reformist coup in El Salvador with U.S. backing in late 1979, Colonel Vides Casanova, then commander of the National Guard and now Minister of Defense under the Duarte government, reminded civilians in the junta that in 1932 the country had survived the killing of 30,000 peasants. Today, the armed forces are prepared to kill 200,000 to 300,000, if that's what it takes to stop a communist takeover. 209 But willingness to kill 200,000 or 300,000 still falls short of the advice of the New Republic editors that we must proceed regardless of how many are murdered. A closer counterpart is a statement attributed to the Khmer Rouge by François Ponchit and widely publicized in the late 1970s as proof that its leadership matches or surpasses Hitler and Stalin, the statement that 1 or 2 million people would be enough to build the new Kampuchea, so that the rest could be eliminated. This proved to be a fabrication. 210 But at least it does come closer to the advice to proceed regardless of how many are murdered, though it still falls short. The sentiments themselves are remarkable enough. Still more instructive, perhaps, is that they pass without comment, as apparently entirely normal. 211. As the record clearly shows, what we are doing today in Central America, and the reaction to it, breaks little new ground, apart from scale. There should be no surprise over the undisguised pleasure so widely expressed over the relative success of 5 years of massacre and torture in El Salvador. A similar response will surely replace current doubts if the U.S. succeeds in its aims in Nicaragua through its proxy armies or the invasion option. We are only reliving history when liberal senators warn that we must bomb if Nicaragua obtains planes to defend its national territory, thus threatening our very lives. They attack us and then won't allow us to defend ourselves, Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto commented while rejecting U.S. charges that Nicaragua plans offensive actions against El Salvador and Honduras. This miracle of hypocrisy is like a torturer who pulls out the fingernails of his victim, then gets angry because the victim screams in pain. 212 Or a cowardly thug who sends a collection of goons to beat up some child in a kindergarten whom he doesn't like, then whines piteously if the child raises his hands in self-defense. This shameful picture should remind us, if we can summon up the honesty, that our intellectual culture was virtually founded on the twin pillars of hypocrisy and moral cowardice. Ronald Reagan, George Shultz, and their acolytes among the educated classes are nothing new. These elements of the intellectual culture were recognized long ago, when the Founding Fathers were preaching the doctrine of natural rights granted to each person by the Creator, and bitterly deploring their own condition of enslavement, the term constantly used to the British tax collector. Samuel Johnson asked, "How is it that we hear the loudest yelps for liberty among the drivers of Negroes?" Reflecting on the same matter, Thomas Jefferson, a slave owner himself, remarked, "Indeed I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever." 213. Why then should we feign surprise when Reagan violates the rule of law in attacking Nicaragua, while explaining, with reference to his South African friends who are subjected to the surge of violence that resulted from the other side? 214. I have always believed that it is counterproductive for one country to splash itself all over the headlines, demanding that another government do something because that other government then is put in an almost impossible political position. It can't appear to be rolling over at the demands of outsiders. Reagan loves to prate about the Bible, which contains an answer to just about everything and every problem that confronts us, so he informed the country. 215 Perhaps he might begin his reading of the scriptures with the definition of hypocrite in the Gospel according to St. Matthew, 7.5. Why all of this elaborate pretense about our benevolence and concern for human rights, democracy, and welfare, as we go on slaughtering the natives? Why did Reagan not accept the New Republic recommendation, and simply tell the American people honestly that we must proceed on our course regardless of how many are murdered because we have higher priorities than the survival of the people of El Salvador? Why do even the New Republic editors, at the outer limits, continue to intone pieties about our moral goals as we suffer America's agony in El Salvador? Why do Senator Moynihan and others proclaim absurdities about our historic commitment to the rule of law? There are two basic reasons. The first is that reality is unpleasant to face, and it is therefore more convenient, both for planners and for the educated classes who are responsible for ideological control, to construct a world of fable and fantasy while they proceed with their necessary chores. The second is that elite groups are afraid of the population. They are afraid that people are not gangsters. They know that the people they address would not steal food from a starving child if they knew that no one was looking and they could get away with it, and that they would not torture and murder in pursuit of personal gain merely on the grounds that they are too powerful to suffer retaliation for their crimes. If the people they address were to learn the truth about the actions they support or passively tolerate, they would not permit them to proceed. Therefore, we must live in a world of lies and fantasies, under the Orwellian principle that ignorance is strength. The real victims of America's agony are millions of suffering and tormented people throughout much of the Third World. Our highly refined ideological institutions protect us from seeing their plight and our role in maintaining it, except sporadically. If we had the honesty and the moral courage, we would not let a day pass without hearing the cries of the victims. We would turn on the radio in the morning and listen to the voices of the people who escaped the massacres in Quiche Province and the Guazapa Mountains, and the daily press would carry front-page pictures of children dying of malnutrition and disease in the countries where order reigns and crops and beef are exported to the American market, with an explanation of why this is so. We would listen to the extensive and detailed record of terror and torture in our dependencies compiled by Amnesty International, America's Watch, Survival International, and other human rights organizations. But we successfully insulate ourselves from the grim reality. By so doing, we sink to a level of moral depravity that has few counterparts in the modern world, and we may be laying the basis for our own eventual destruction as well. Let us turn next to this topic. 4. The race to destruction. 1. The threat of global war. Senator Dave Durenberger, chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, delivered an address to the National Press Club in March 1985 on U.S. policy in Central America, describing it as ill-timed and ill-planned, a policy which no one understands. Durenberger was concerned that the controversy over aid to the Contras might suggest, incorrectly, that Congress and the administration are not in agreement on the need to oppose the Sandinistas and all they stand for. He suggested more forceful moves to replace the current incoherent policy of reacting after the fact to events which appear beyond our control. The U.S. and its allies, he urged, should consider cutting diplomatic relations and ceasing all trade and economic cooperation with Nicaragua. He also said the administration should make it clear that the United States is prepared to join in an invasion of Nicaragua, if the other nations undertake a collective action in response to Sandinista aggression, where aggression has its usual Orwellian meaning, defense against U.S. attacks. The U.S. should now consider a naval blockade to prevent the import of Soviet arms, he said, with the implicit consequence that the U.S. proxy armies would then be able to conquer a defenseless Nicaragua. 1. Secretary of the Navy John Lehman said that any attempt by the U.S. to blockade Nicaragua to halt the flow of arms might trigger a US-Soviet naval conflict. The Navy cannot conceive that a naval conflict which engaged Soviet forces could be localized, he added. It is instantaneously a global war too. If so, then Durenberger's proposal would be a step towards a terminal nuclear war. Democratic presidential candidate Walter Mondale had also spoken of a possible quarantine of Nicaragua, and the proposal is implicit in much other commentary. For example, the Toronto Globe and Mail editorial cited earlier, blustering about the possibility that the USSR might provide Nicaragua with a radar system to monitor its own territory, subjected to US attack. If it is indeed, as alleged, an intolerable threat to world order for the USSR or Cuba to bolster a regime attacked by the US in Central America, then evidently the US has a right to impose a blockade to prevent them from doing what they have no right to do. And if a superpower confrontation results, we can blame the Russians as we go up in smoke. Putting aside its moral level, all of this is the kind of thinking that has led us close to nuclear war in the past, and will again. In fact, the USSR would very likely back away from a military confrontation with the US in the Caribbean. It has repeatedly done so elsewhere after provocations that the US would not tolerate for a moment, particularly in the Middle East, the most likely location for the outbreak of global war. 3 Nevertheless, Lehman's prognosis cannot be discounted. Senator Durenberger's proposal illustrates what has been called the deadly connection, the prospect that Third World intervention will lead to superpower confrontation and nuclear war. This has come close to happening quite a few times in the past, and will again. There is no more urgent issue on the contemporary scene. 4. One such occasion was the Cuban Missile Crisis that brought the world ominously close to nuclear war in 1962. At that time, according to testimony of participants, planners considered a nuclear war highly likely if they rejected Khrushchev's offer to resolve the crisis peaceably with complete withdrawal of Soviet missiles from Cuba. They rejected this offer because it entailed simultaneous withdrawal of US missiles from Turkey, obsolete missiles for which a withdrawal order had been issued, but not yet implemented, because they were being replaced by Polaris submarines. The best and the brightest decided to face what they took to be a high probability of global destruction to establish the principle that the US alone has the right to keep nuclear weapons on the borders of an enemy, even missiles that it has already replaced with more advanced weapons. One analyst of the crisis aptly remarks, "Never before had there been such a high probability that so many lives would end suddenly. Had war come, it could have meant the death of 100 million Americans, more than 100 million Russians, as well as millions of Europeans. Beside it, the natural calamities and inhumanities of earlier history would have faded into insignificance. Given the odds on disaster which President Kennedy estimated as between 1 out of 3 and even our escape seems awesome. This event symbolizes a central, if only partially thinkable, fact about our existence. This surely must be one of the low points of human history. It is a fact of some significance for the future that it is generally regarded here as a glorious moment, one of the finest examples of diplomatic prudence, and perhaps the finest hour of John F. Kennedy's presidency, in the words of the same respected scholar. 5. Turkey remains a major U.S. nuclear outpost, aimed in part at the Middle East and in part at the USSR, with a U.S. nuclear combat base and nuclear warheads also stored for the use of the Turkish Air Force. Turkey is the third-ranking recipient of U.S. military aid, after Israel and Egypt. The priorities indicate the significance for U.S. planners of control of the incomparable energy resources of the Middle East. The major concern is radical nationalism, which, it is feared, might threaten U.S. control over these resources. Radical nationalism is another of those curious terms of U.S. political theology like communism, stability, containment, democracy, aggression, etc., with technical meanings only dimly related to their normal sense. In this case, the reference is to nationalist movements that do not obey orders, whatever their political complexion may be, as opposed to moderate nationalism, properly obedient. U.S. relations with Israel, unique in international affairs, have always been closely related to these concerns. But the structure of military installations designed to deter the indigenous threat also faces the USSR, to ensure that there will be no interference from that direction in a core region of the U.S. global system. 6. A 1983 U.S. Air Force publication describes the nuclear weapons mission in Turkey as in an aggressive growth stage, with nuclear-armed aircraft on alert status, ready to strike Soviet targets. 7. The same planners who have placed the growing U.S. nuclear arsenal in Turkey on alert warn us that Nicaragua, even Grenada, is a threat to our very existence, compelling us to take aggressive action of a sort that might lead to nuclear war. And their assessment is widely shared, yet another reflection of the paranoid fever of what passes for intellectual life. The US now has more than 13,000 nuclear weapons capable of striking the USSR, over 11,000 of them classified as strategic. The USSR can explode about 8,500 nuclear weapons on the United States. The US arsenal rose from about 4,000 to 9,200 during the 1970s, while the Soviet arsenal increased from about 2,000 to 6,500. France and England have about 1,000 additional nuclear weapons targeted against the Soviet Union, and their arsenals are rapidly increasing. NATO has always outspent the Warsaw Pact on armaments by a considerable margin, even by the US government figures, which have a built-in bias to inflate Soviet expenditures. Furthermore, a large component of Soviet weaponry is directed against China. Since 1976, Soviet military spending has slowed to 2% a year, according to the CIA, while US military spending has grown at more than twice that rate over the same period. The US is also well ahead in weapons technology and has consistently led in weapons deployment by several years. The Center for Defense Information, from which these figures are taken, comments aptly that we are mutually inferior because there is no superiority in mutual destruction aid. President Reagan has a rather different version of all of this. He informed the country that we have fewer warheads than we had in 1967. Over recent years we've followed a policy of kind of unilaterally disarming and the idea that maybe the others would follow suit. 9. This is a reference to the period when US strategic weapons more than doubled to over 9,000 with constant technological improvements, a novel form of unilateral disarmament. One should not, incidentally, accuse the president of lying, just as the term is inappropriate in the case of the random babbling of a young child. To lie requires a certain competence. One must first have mastered the concept of truth. Sometimes the reports from Washington are quite true, however. Every year, the Pentagon produces a glossy publication designed to terrify the taxpayer who has to bear the costs of these military programs, documenting the Soviet drive for world domination and their immense advantage over us in every conceivable respect. The 1983 volume observed ominously that the USSR had a superior capability in liquid-fueled missiles. This is quite accurate. 96% of Soviet missiles are liquid-fueled while 95% of US missiles and all those on submarines are modem solid-fuel missiles, the US having passed beyond the unreliable liquid-fuel technology 20 years ago. 10. The Pentagon report did not comment on the Soviet lead in horse-drawn artillery, which may well be no less awesome. The incipient anti-nuclear movement of the early 1960s turned to more urgent concerns as the decade progressed, to the actual use of conventional weapons rather than the potential use of nuclear weapons, probably as a result of a third world conflict such as US aggression in Indochina. As the Indochina War wound down, the arms race became once again a more central concern. The major focus of attention has been on the growth of nuclear arsenals and advanced weapons systems, which has been remarkable. The emphasis is misplaced. The size of nuclear arsenals is a real but secondary consideration, though technological advances may pose an extreme hazard, particularly if they compel resort to computer-based rapid decision systems and launch on warning strategies, in which case war is likely if only from error, inadvertence, or misjudgment in time of tension. Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, Star Wars, is particularly dangerous in this respect. Even if nuclear arsenals were vastly reduced, a nuclear interchange would be a devastating catastrophe. In fact, even if they were reduced to zero, the capacity to produce nuclear weapons would not be lost and they would soon be available, and would be used, in the event of superpower conflict. Furthermore, the relation between the size of nuclear arsenals and the likelihood of the use of nuclear weapons is not a simple one. Recall that on the one occasion when nuclear weapons were used to massacre civilians, exactly 2 were available, and if 2 more had been available and deliverable, in the hands of the Japanese enemy, there would have been no atom bombing for fear of retaliation. Nuclear deterrence probably does work, to some extent at least, a fact that cannot be lightly dismissed. Consider, for example, the US terrorist war against Cuba. It is possible that the US was inhibited from escalating its large-scale program of international terrorism to direct invasion by fear of widened, perhaps nuclear conflict, and similar concerns may have inhibited each of the superpowers on other occasions as well. Suppose that reduction of the deterrent capacity would tend to increase the aggressiveness of one or the other of the superpowers, not an unlikely consequence. Then it would increase the likelihood of superpower conflict, and with it, the likelihood of nuclear war. It is not obvious that the prospects for peace and survival are enhanced significantly, or perhaps at all, by efforts to reduce nuclear arsenals if such moves are not an integral part of a more general program to constrain state violence. Point 11. It should be mentioned that much of the study of nuclear deterrence in the West is of limited relevance, because it is restricted to the problem of deterring the USSR, omitting as unthinkable the corresponding question that arises with regard to the other superpower. We would doubtless find the mirror image in Soviet books and journals. The disarmament movement, particularly those elements in it that can gain media attention, has concentrated on demonstrating the awesome consequences of nuclear war and on various plans to halt or reverse the arms race. One might feel that the first of these endeavors is an insult to the intelligence, but perhaps those who judge otherwise are correct. If so, then the task of reiterating the obvious is an important one. The second line of action is also highly important, though not, in my opinion, for the reasons generally adduced. I will return to that. But the most significant issues may well lie elsewhere. If we are concerned to avert nuclear war, our primary concern should be to lessen tensions and conflicts at the points where superpower confrontation is likely to develop, the Third World posing the greatest threat. There has rarely been a serious likelihood of war breaking out over European issues, though propagandistic exploitation of the superpower conflict to achieve other ends has led to concentration on this prospect, remote with rare exceptions. In a poll of military experts, 55% ranked Middle East conflicts as the most likely cause for nuclear war, with 16% choosing accidental use, a possible consequence of technical advances in weaponry. Point 12. If we are willing to face the central issue, we will find that there is often a great deal that we can do, since not infrequently US policy has been instrumental in maintaining and inflaming dangerous tensions and conflicts, primarily in the Middle East, particularly since 1967, but also elsewhere, including Central America and the Caribbean. Until recently, the disarmament movement has tended to ignore this central issue, sometimes in quite shameful ways. The most dramatic example was the huge demonstration in June 1982 in connection with the UN disarmament session. The demonstration took place a week after the US-backed Israeli attack on Lebanon, which apart from its murderous consequences brought the superpowers close to nuclear confrontation as Israel attacked the forces of a Soviet ally, Syria, which had not attempted to impede the Israeli onslaught, assuming it to be aimed solely against the Palestinians. Joseph Gerson, Peace Secretary of the AFSC in New England, comments 13. If the June 12 march was one of the greatest successes of the American peace movement, it was also one of our notable failures. After serious debate, the June 12 coalition decided not to address questions of intervention in the organizing effort or at the rally in Central Park. On June 12, as people in the Middle East were being torn and seared with American-built cluster bombs, we were silent in New York. While the world lurched toward the nuclear holocaust that we had all come to prevent, we were silent. Only one woman had the insight and courage to speak about the war in Lebanon from the podium. Today it is President Reagan who tells us that an escalation of the war in Lebanon could lead to World War III. The impassioned denunciations of the Israeli attack by Lebanese UN Ambassador Ghasantani, a conservative Christian, owner of Lebanon's respected newspaper An-Nahar, at the UN disarmament session were also ignored by the peace movement, and also, naturally, by the New York Times, which never mentioned him during those terrible months, while they were applauding the liberation of Lebanon. It is remarkable to see that even the peace movement, in this and other ways, registered its commitment to the general principle that the threat of nuclear war is a relatively insignificant matter when measured against the importance of protecting Israel and U.S. relations with it from critical scrutiny. The event also illustrates the unwillingness, until recently, to face the most serious of the threats to survival, the deadly connection. Point 14. 2. The nuclear freeze campaign, successes and failures. The disarmament movement has some real achievements to its credit, the most dramatic being the nuclear freeze campaign, probably the most successful organizing campaign ever carried out in the U.S. peace movement and the one which has had, perhaps, the most meager results. Let us ask what is to be learned from its experience. The campaign succeeded brilliantly in its specific organizing objectives. It succeeded in convincing 3/4 of the population to support a nuclear freeze, a remarkably high figure. Of this number, some were undoubtedly aware that the Soviet Union had introduced a resolution at the UN General Assembly in October 1983 calling for a comprehensive freeze on the testing, production, and deployment of nuclear weapons, adding that this did not preclude reduction of these weapons. Some no doubt also knew that on December 15, 1983, the UN General Assembly adopted the Soviet freeze resolution by a vote of 84 in favor, 19 opposed, including the United States 15. Some may even have known that a year earlier, the US voted against a UN resolution that carried 111 to 1 calling for the outlawing of nuclear tests, and, with its allies, opposed a call for freezing the production and emplacement of nuclear weapons that carried 122 to 16, that a few months earlier, Reagan had announced that the U.S. would not resume negotiations towards a test ban, in violation of its commitments under the 1968 Non-Proliferation Treaty, and that in the opinion of independent experts, verification is quite feasible. The distinguished physicist Hans Bethe, who has long concerned himself with the topic, wrote that even without on-site inspections we could safely conclude a comprehensive test ban treaty, or a treaty with a very low threshold like 2 kilotons, leaving only the possibility of tests with no military significance for the superpowers. The former director of the respected Swedish Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, Frank Barnaby, stated that the U.S. demand for verification is used to hide the lack of political will. 16 News coverage of these matters has been perfunctory, they are quickly forgotten, and their implications, rarely discussed. The great success of the freeze campaign, then, was to convince an overwhelming majority of the population to support a proposal that could have had a major effect on limiting the arms race and thereby enhancing American security, a proposal that was furthermore feasible, supported by the superpower enemy and by world opinion fairly generally. The failure was that all of this had essentially zero impact on American politics. The freeze was not an issue in the 1984 presidential campaign apart from some rhetorical flourishes. It is not a live issue in Congress. In fact, virtually the sole impact was to compel the administration to enter into negotiations for the obvious purpose of pacifying public opinion, here and in Europe, so that it could proceed with the planned arms escalation. We conclude from this experience that the factors that drive the arms race are powerful, sufficiently so as to render irrelevant both public opinion and the feasibility of programs that would materially enhance the prospects for human survival. The primary significance of a nuclear freeze is that it would halt the technical advances in weaponry that are the most threatening feature of the arms race, far more so than the mere size of nuclear arsenals. This is also one of the major reasons why it cannot seriously be considered in the U.S., a matter to which we return in Section 5. The dangers posed by technical advances are evident enough. Highly accurate Pershing II missiles in West Germany or Soviet submarines off the Atlantic coast, with only a few minutes flight time to targets, leave little warning time and force reliance on computers or junior officers. Paul Bracken, a specialist on command and control, notes that they threaten decapitation, and the reaction is likely to be the adoption of a range of extremely dangerous operating policies, such as launch under attack or a more extensive pre-delegation of firing authority within the military. Former Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara noted that fear of the Pershings could stimulate a policy off launch on warning or a policy of preemption. Warning systems have a poor record, with many false warnings because of misinterpreted signals or computer failure. A congressional committee found 3,703 false warnings of Soviet attacks in an 18-month period ending in June 1980, 151 of them relatively serious. Bracken contends that the chance that you'd get an accidental war out of the blue, in peacetime, because a transistor failed or a major went mad, has been exaggerated, given the elaborate system of human and computer checks. But the main problem, of course, has to do with periods of international tension. The chances of a war if you've already gotten into a crisis are a lot higher than is thought, he adds, since the system of checks may not function. The dangers are vastly enhanced under SDI, which would further increase the reliance on hazardous quick response systems. Point 17. 3. The lessons to be drawn. The case of the nuclear freeze is not unique. In April 1981, the Soviet Union renewed efforts to negotiate an end to the arms race in space, presenting to the United Nations a draft treaty to limit space-based weapons, after having suspended testing for 2 years. The proposed treaty would have banned the crude Soviet anti-satellite weapon, and Foreign Minister Gromyko stated that we are prepared to go even further to agree on banning in general the use of force both in space, and from space against the Earth. The Reagan administration strongly opposed this hopeful development. A leaked 1984-88 Directive for National Military Strategy, 5-year defense guidance, states that provisions should be made to wage war effectively from outer space and that the Pentagon will vigorously pursue space systems to project force in and from space, adding that the U.S. must ensure that treaties and agreement do not foreclose opportunities to develop these military space capabilities. The nation that controls space may control the world, Under-Secretary of the Air Force Edward Aldridge stated in 1983, and the U.S. does not want any impediment to such control, despite the serious threat to survival entailed by extending the arms race to space. 18. The fall 1985 series of arms talks also resulted from a Soviet initiative that was accepted almost intact by the United States, according to administration sources, The Washington Post reports. The fact that the Soviet initiative was accepted can be largely credited to the freeze campaign, while the lack of results again illustrates its failure. Radio Moscow said the Soviet idea is to conclude an agreement to prevent militarization of outer space, to freeze nuclear armaments and to fully ban nuclear weapon tests. 19. In September 1985, the USSR proposed a 50% reduction in the strategic nuclear arsenals of the US and the USSR in exchange for banning of Reagan's SDI. 20. The Times reported that Reagan welcomed the Soviet proposals and that the administration responded with optimism that the Soviet Union was finally weighing in with a serious proposal. In fact, the proposal led to consternation as to how best to evade it, and it was hardly the first serious proposal. Only a week before, the majority of the 90-nation conference reviewing the Anti-Proliferation Treaty supported the Soviet position on banning of nuclear weapons testing, following the unilateral Soviet 5-month suspension of weapons testing on August 6, which the US refused to join. UPI reports that the United States, backed only by Great Britain, became the odd man out by refusing to support a full nuclear test ban, the burning issue in this year's conference, and cited Senator Carl Levin. After visiting the conference, "What struck me the most," he said, "is the nearly unanimous view of US allies that the United States should return to the negotiating table with the Soviets relative to a comprehensive test ban treaty. Repeatedly I was told the United States is hurting itself by refusing to even sit down and negotiate." The evasive Times report on this conference is headlined "Parley criticizes nuclear powers." The Times commentary on the September proposal also noted, this time accurately, that the administration was concerned over Soviet shrewdness and finesse. The unstated problem is that this shrewdness makes it difficult to evade the proposals. 21. The August 6 announcement of a Soviet test moratorium elicited an effective US government disinformation operation, which virtually eliminated it from awareness. On learning of the proposal, the US moved to undercut its impact before it was made public by announcing an unconditional and unilateral offer to the USSR to monitor a US nuclear weapons test. The administration then claimed that the Soviet moratorium was a meaningless charade because they had accelerated the number of tests that they've had so that they wouldn't need to test for the next 5 months or so, National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane. The media accepted this fable. The New York Times wrote that the Soviet offer would ring hollow even if it had not come immediately after an energetic series of Soviet test explosions. Unreported was the fact that the Soviet testing program for 1985 was below the average for preceding years, with 7 tests compared with 9 for the US, which was testing more sophisticated technologies, and a 10th immediately after the Soviet moratorium. Overall, the US has conducted 754 nuclear explosions as compared to 561 by the USSR and about 200 by other powers. Senator Durenberger had commented earlier that a comprehensive test ban treaty would stop menacing Soviet developments while preserving the technological edge the United States enjoys in their nuclear warheads. 22. Again, we see that the U.S. military system is driven by powerful factors, sufficient to override domestic and international opinion and even direct threats to U.S. security. Once again, the complicity of the media is illustrated, this time, in accelerating the race to destruction. A ban on nuclear weapons testing would halt or at least seriously impede dangerous technical advances. A comprehensive ban on flight testing of missiles would reduce the likelihood of a first strike, the alleged goal of Star Wars. The reason, as explained by Herbert Lin, research fellow in the MIT Defense and Arms Control Program, is that a first strike requires missiles of certifiably high reliability, and virtually all analysts agree that the lack of flight testing would over time erode confidence in the performance of these missiles. Such a test ban, he notes, would achieve the stated goals of the Star Wars program within even the most optimistic time frame and assessment of SDI and at much lower cost and technical risk, without affecting deterrent capacity, since only a fraction of our nuclear arsenal can cause unacceptable damage to the Soviet Union, and with no problems of verifiability. 23 There is no evidence that this option has been seriously considered, and we may assume with some confidence that it will not be. Essentially the same argument holds with regard to a nuclear test ban, which would over time affect the very high level of stockpile confidence required for a nation contemplating a first strike strategy without significantly affecting the lesser degree of confidence required for retaliation against attack. Administration officials concede that this is a weak link in their position of opposition to a ban. 24 Possibly other forms of testing could confirm warhead reliability, but confirmation of missile reliability requires actual testing. These issues, and the fact that they are not being seriously discussed or, as far as we know, seriously considered suggest that the alleged goals of SDI are fraudulent and that security concerns are not what motivate this program. A further reason to doubt that the alleged goals are intended seriously is that a state possessing such a system could hardly trust it to prevent unacceptable damage from a first strike. James Fletcher, who headed the panel that recommended proceeding with the SDI program, commented that it poses what is clearly one of the largest software problems ever tackled, requiring an enormous and error-free program on the order of 10 million lines of code. By the 15th or 16th General Nuclear War, we'd probably get the bugs out. Bracken comments. 25 Few people acquainted with computers and software will question this judgment. The only conceivable, semi-rational, military purpose of such a system would be to facilitate a first strike, in the hope, hardly to be taken very seriously by rational planners, that it might provide protection against a retaliatory strike. The state lacking this system would be well advised to accept the worst-case analysis and take this possibility seriously. This combination of rational expectations may well enhance the probability of a first strike, perhaps by the state possessing the system on the assumption that a retaliatory strike could be blocked, but more likely by the state lacking the system, which might, in a time of crisis, fear the loss of its deterrent capacity. The greater the confidence in the reliability of the system, the greater its contribution to the likelihood of a first strike in times of crisis. Thus the argument against the program on the grounds that it will not work is misconceived. Nor does the system make sense as a way of defending the land-based deterrent, given the fact that the other elements of the triad, submarines and bombers, provide more than an adequate deterrent. It is difficult to conceive of any security reason for the system. In fact, it would harm U.S. security, more so to the extent that it appears reliable. We will see directly that there are further compelling reasons to doubt that security concerns were a factor motivating its development. At the UN, the United States has been almost alone in opposing successive resolutions calling for a comprehensive test ban, resolutions which have received greater support from the United Nations throughout its history than any other disarmament issue. During the 1984 session of the General Assembly, the United States and all or several of its NATO allies found themselves in a small minority voting no or abstaining on resolutions calling for a nuclear weapons freeze, prevention of an arms race in outer space, and prohibition of the use of nuclear weapons, among other disarmament proposals, all backed by the USSR, voting with the majority. The result is a growing alienation of the United States from the mainstream of international opinion. 26 Diana Johnstone, whose in-depth coverage of European affairs is unparalleled in the U.S. press, reports from Geneva that the Swedish chairperson of the first review of the Nuclear Weapons Non-Proliferation Treaty told a disarmament conference that there can be no progress on a freeze so long as the present U.S. administration exists, reflecting opinions widely held among knowledgeable Europeans. 27. In a report on a denunciation of the Reagan administration by Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko at an East-West conference on European security, which caused bafflement because of its intensity, obviously another blow to world peace, John Vinaker of the Times mentioned Gromyko's proposal of a pledge of no first use of nuclear weapons, a non-aggression pact between the Warsaw Pact and NATO, cuts in military spending, renunciation of chemical weapons and a nuclear-free zone in Northern Europe, along with measures to limit military maneuvers. A year earlier, the USSR had introduced a proposal for NATO and the Warsaw Pact to limit troop strength to 900,000 men until larger reductions can be arranged, and for the USSR and the US to begin mutual troops and arms reductions. In September 1985, the USSR announced that it would agree to withdraw chemical weapons from Eastern Europe if the US did the same from Germany, thus creating a chemical arms-free zone in the region. This was rejected by the US. Former SIPRI director Frank Barnaby condemned the absurd and extravagant US verification demands that have prevented a chemical weapons ban. 28 We learn little about such matters here. As always, the arms negotiations involve maneuverings by the superpowers to achieve maximal advantage. See Note 20. These issues aside, one major US objection to Soviet arms reduction proposals is that they require termination of Reagan's SDI. The White House has stated that this is out of the question. Officials of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization remain skeptical about President Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative and anxious about the way it seems to have become a non-negotiable article of faith within the White House. Stephen Erlanger reports from Brussels. They prefer that SDI be used as a bargaining chip in Geneva to achieve substantial reductions in the Soviet nuclear arsenal, a curious formulation, given the standing Soviet offer of substantial mutual reductions if the militarization of space is avoided. NATO officials are concerned that the US is losing the propaganda war in Western Europe, a development with domestic implications that concern them. US NATO Commander Bernard Rogers agreed in an interview that the West is losing the battle for public support to Moscow. Apart from the PR aspect, NATO officials are concerned that preparations to deploy SDI might tempt the Soviet Union to a preemptive first strike, also reiterating the common observation that SDI will drive the USSR to large-scale missile construction to overwhelm it, not armaments reduction. 29. National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane stated a few days later that testing and development of anti-missile lasers and other such systems is approved and authorized under the ABM Treaty of 1972, offering a new interpretation of the subject, and a dangerous one, which would serve the more ambitious goal of removing all constraints on the nuclear arms race. Anthony Lewis observes. 30 A flurry of protest led to administration retraction, but this is unlikely to be the last effort to stretch the sense of existing treaties to accommodate SDI. The US has opposed across-the-board reductions, preferring to focus on land-based missiles, on which the USSR primarily relies, while they constitute only a part of the U.S. triad of land, naval, air, nuclear forces. Throughout, the U.S. has feigned surprise that the USSR placed a greater reliance on the land-based missiles, Reagan, and therefore rejected U.S. proposals designed to reduce them while leaving the U.S. with its enormous advantages in the other two legs of the triad. Reporting on the Reagan-Mondale TV debate where Reagan made these pronouncements, stating that he had only recently learned that most Soviet nuclear weapons are on land-based missiles, Fred Kaplan comments that it could not possibly have been a surprise to anyone but Reagan that the Soviets rely on their land-based missiles above all others. Everyone who deals with nuclear issues knows that 70% of Soviet warheads are on land-based missiles, just as every schoolchild knows 2 + 2 = 4. The fact that Reagan did not know and that he still finds it puzzling, reveals not only that he has no feel for strategic issues, but also that he does not comprehend his own administration's arms control record, does not understand why the Soviets found his proposals unacceptable, does not realize that those who made the proposals almost certainly designed them to be unacceptable. Mondale proceeded to outflank Reagan on his right wing, Kaplan observes, opposing Reagan's fanciful remarks on transfer of SDI technology to the USSR. 31. The concentration on land-based missiles is a tactical ploy designed to avoid the danger of a halt in the arms race, rejection of a freeze, a test ban, and other such measures serves the same goal. The U.S. favors an agreement to reduce the number of warheads as long as it does not impede technical advances in weaponry, even though these increase the danger to U.S. security while numerical reductions have only the most limited effects. We return to the reasons, but the tendencies are clear in the negotiating posture. Reagan's determination to pursue both anti-satellite weapons and a space-based missile defense seems likely to end the tacit agreement that space is more useful as an observation post than as a potential battleground, Washington Post military commentator George Wilson observes, thus initiating a new and expensive competition, and an extremely dangerous one. Current Soviet anti-satellite, ASAT, weapons are a little better than the ASAT weapons the United States deployed in the Pacific in the 1960s and then abandoned, as relatively worthless, but with Reagan's program in operation the USSR will no doubt intensify work on a new generation of satellite killers, again increasing the threat to U.S. security, given our reliance on satellites. An Air Force officer interviewed by Science notes that destruction of early warning satellites would provide an excellent cover for a limited nuclear strike. The USSR would have less than 15 minutes to prepare for retaliation and would face enormous difficulties in transmitting orders, with satellites destroyed so that a perceived threat of destruction might well trigger a desperate preemptive strike. Current ASATs are regarded as virtually useless, Science notes, citing the chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff and others. Howard Rice, executive director of the Union of Concerned Scientists, observes that the U.S. was the first to deploy an operational ASAT system, dismantled in 1975, and considered the current Soviet system 20 years ago, but rejected it as impractical. The Soviet ASAT threat is a fiction created by the Reagan administration to justify the U.S. program, he notes, though if no treaty is signed barring future improvements, they will endanger U.S. security. 32. It is clear enough why the USSR sees SDI as a grave threat. Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger said in December 1983 that unilateral Soviet development of such a system would be one of the most frightening prospects I could imagine. A White House document added that under such circumstances, deterrence would collapse, and we would have no choices between surrender and suicide. Soviet analysts are capable of drawing similar conclusions. Furthermore, though SDI is called a defense plan in the US, its offensive potential is quite real. One proponent, a laser expert, says its elements have the capacity to take an industrialized country back to an 18th century level in 30 minutes, quite apart from its potential use as a defensive shield supporting a first strike. Robert Bowman, president of the Institute for Space and Security Studies and former director of Star Wars programs for the Air Force, adds that these are not purely defensive systems. They're not even primarily defensive systems, any more than the battleship New Jersey, cruising the Mediterranean, is a defensive weapon. They are capable of attacking anything in the no man's land of space, and possibly even within the sovereign territory of other nations. The US has won the race to deploy every new weapon, from nukes to MIRVs, he comments, but the end result has been a net decrease in our security when the Soviets have inevitably matched us, producing a more dangerous stalemate. Former chief SALT negotiator Gerald Smith comments that if the Soviets announced that their goal was to make American missiles impotent and obsolete, we would increase our missile force. They will respond the same way. The SDI dooms arms control, he comments, reiterating a plausible and widely held view. 33. The International Institute of Strategic Studies in London describes SDI as a dangerous risk to peace, noting that even if strategic defenses were to prove feasible, they could damage stability rather than strengthen it. In fact, the system is more dangerous if it appears to be effective. The Congressional Office of Technology Assessment concurs that SDI might make nuclear war more likely, encouraging the USSR to increase its nuclear attack forces and threatening the entire arms control process. It advised that the best course for the US would be to seek a treaty limiting the testing of such space weapons. The Times reports, to rephrase in more accurate terms, deemed improper, the best course would be to accept the Soviet proposals to this effect. The study also concluded that if both the US and USSR possessed such systems, there would be an extremely dangerous possibility of a nuclear surprise attack, on the assumption that a first strike would so cripple an adversary that the attacker's defenses could ward off most retaliation. Without a comprehensive arms control agreement, as the United States and the Soviet Union begin to deploy ballistic missile defense, each might easily suspect the other of attempting to gain military advantage by seeking the ability to destroy most of the opponent's land-based missiles and then use defenses to keep retaliatory damage to a very low level, a perfect recipe for a first strike, the study states, adding that it is important to note, however, that no one has yet specified just how such an arms control agreement could be formulated, while many have explained why it is precluded by SDI. An effective US system might decrease the threat of a preemptive Soviet strike, the study argues, but only with a considerable degree of Soviet cooperation, namely, substantial reduction of Soviet missile forces, exactly the opposite of what is anticipated. Contradicting repeated statements by President Reagan and his associates about a huge Soviet lead in missile defense, the study states that in terms of basic technological capabilities, the United States remains ahead of the Soviet Union in key areas required for advanced ballistic missile defense systems. Few serious observers have many doubts on this score. 34. Along with many others, Peter Clausen observes that through Soviet eyes, however, the SDI offers ample grounds for an alarming worst-case analysis of the US threat. From Moscow's vantage point, a US territorial defense, deployed in combination with new hard-target kill weapons like the MX, Trident II, and the Pershing II, would look like a first-strike posture. With roughly two-thirds of its warheads on vulnerable land-based missiles, Moscow must worry that the United States could destroy the Soviet Union in a first strike, leaving the heart of its nuclear arsenal with too few surviving warheads to be able to penetrate American defenses. This threat can only strengthen the Soviet predilection to attack preemptively in a severe crisis. George Ball describes the president's SDI proposal as one of the most irresponsible acts by any head of state in modern times. 35. The first strike threat is, in my view, exaggerated, since, as already noted, no imaginable system would prevent a crippling Soviet response, or conversely, and a first strike might itself have immensely destructive global consequences. But in situations of crisis all bets are off, particularly with reliance on computer-based response systems. And one can hardly have any confidence in the rationality of planners who have repeatedly shown that they are willing to approach the brink on the most astonishing grounds, and who are much honored for this display of courage in reality, lunacy, see pages 241. It is a noteworthy fact, not adequately stressed, that SDI was not motivated by military considerations. These were devised after the fact to justify a program undertaken on other grounds. The idea was proposed well before the president's surprise announcement of March 23, 1983, in a privately funded study initiated by right-wing industrialists associated with the Heritage Foundation, with technical advice from Edward Teller and General Daniel Graham, though Teller, who nonetheless supports SDI, noted that the USSR could overwhelm the proposed system at one-tenth its projected $100 billion cost. A high-level Pentagon review dismissed the project, as did a Congressional Office of Technology Assessment, George Ball reports. He comments that the project was opposed until the last minute by Reagan's Secretary of Defense and other principal members of his government. Top Pentagon specialists were neither consulted nor informed, knew nothing of the proposal until the day before its delivery, and thus had no major input, in the words of Richard DeLauer, the leading Pentagon expert on missile defense. The Foreign Affairs and Defense spokesman of the British Social Democrat Party, Lord Kennet, notes that there is no military demand for SDI in Europe, and before the president spoke there was no military demand for it in the United States. Very senior British defense officials were briefed by very senior US defense officials the day before the speech about its contents, and SDI was not part of it, a significant fact. Informed political circles in Britain, he says, know that the SDI speech was made before Reagan consulted his defense secretary or the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He also notes that previously the US went to great pains to persuade the Soviet Union that such a system would be destabilizing, alarming, and so forth, and that the system will bring about the absolutely terrifying prospect of reliance upon computers and automatic decision-making, seriously increasing the likelihood of war. He also suggests that SDI might create the worst crisis in NATO's history because we know SDI would be terribly damaging to our interests. 36 Though in fact, European governments and corporations will scurry to gain what opportunities for profit they can from this bonanza, with appropriate strategic theories sure to follow. In fact, European elites tend to be schizophrenic on Reaganite adventurism. On the one hand, they fear it and oppose many of its aspects. Lord Kennet notes that the invitation to Israel to join the Star Wars program presents a special problem, since Israel's repeated flouting of UN resolutions and continued illegal occupation of foreign territory, despite European, and indeed US Pleas 37 makes any military association impossible for us. Like Nicaragua, this is a general problem of European-US relations. Israel was the first country to agree to take part in SDI.38 independently of SDI. David Watt, director of the Royal Institute of International Affairs in London, described the chasm that lies between current American perceptions of the world and the world's perception of America. He observes that with the possible exceptions of the Israelis, the South Africans, President Marcos of the Philippines and a few right-wing governments in Central and South America, most of the world believes that the Reagan administration has vastly overreacted to the Soviet threat, thereby distorting the American, and hence the world, economy, quickening the arms race, warping its own judgment about events in the Third World, and further debasing the language of international intercourse with feverish rhetoric. 39 He adds that it is in my experience almost impossible to convey even to the most experienced Americans just how deeply rooted and widely spread the critical view has become. As if to confirm this judgment, in the companion article on the current international scene in foreign affairs, editor William Bundy writes that with regard to the degree of threat from the Soviet Union, the Reagan administration's broad view seems to this observer nearer to reality than the often excessively sanguine and parochial stated positions of other major nations. 40 Yet at the same time, Europe is eager to gain what profit it can from U.S. enterprises at which it sometimes looks askance, such as SDI, and European intellectuals are often more colonized by the US than they like to believe, a fact already illustrated. As in the case of the nuclear freeze, a majority of the US population opposes Star Wars, despite the massive PR campaign. In a July 1985 poll, 53% disapproved while 41% approved, and only 26% would approve if the program were to conflict with the ABM treaty, as it surely will. 41. Again, we must conclude that the factors that drive the military system remain uninfluenced by public opinion here and abroad or by the real dangers posed to American security. The lesson of the successes and failures of the nuclear freeze movement, then, is reinforced. The causes of the race to destruction are deeply rooted in our institutions and their commitments. Alleged security concerns serve as a cover for something else. And tactics must be revised accordingly. Not everyone has drawn this conclusion. The Institute for Defense and Disarmament Studies sent out a 3-page funding letter in March 1985 signed by its director, Randall Forsberg, who deserves much of the credit for the successes of the nuclear freeze campaign. The letter analyzes what has occurred in the following way. The Institute, which launched the nuclear freeze movement in 1980, accomplished what it set out to do. It educated the public to support a nuclear freeze. But this popular success did not lead to a real electoral choice on the issue in 1984. Why? Because of expert opposition to the freeze, which prevented Mondale from taking a supportive position. The conclusion, then, is that we must devote our efforts to building expert support, convincing the experts. This achieved, we will be able to move to a nuclear freeze. Point 42. The underlying assumption is that the military system drives forward because political leaders and their expert advisors do not understand some technical points that are clear to us in the peace movement. That is the problem, and we can overcome it by explaining to them that there is a better way to achieve their goal of security and peace. The consequences of this stand are predictable. Despite the announced commitment to popular activism, the public will be marginalized and quiescent since naturally it cannot be part of this elevated debate. Public apathy and obedience, and faith in alleged experts, will also extend to other domains. Few will understand the definition of expert given by Henry Kissinger in one of his rare moments of lucidity. The expert has his constituency, those who have a vested interest in commonly held opinions. Elaborating and defining its consensus at a high level has, after all, made him an expert. 43. We need only bring to the fore what is presupposed. The constituency are those who hold state or private power, two categories that are closely linked. Meanwhile, debate will be inconclusive. Strategic theories are highly speculative at best. No one can guess what people in command positions will do under this or that critical condition. There is no certainty about crucial facts, for example, whether the Russians can outfox Star Wars. When experts disagree and facts are uncertain, the reasonable thing to do is to try. Meanwhile, the arms race can proceed unencumbered. The alternative is to tell people the truth, that the security of the US or Western Europe has rarely been a matter of central concern, and that the military system has been driven by different factors, to which we turn in Section 5. But those who undertake to do so, and to draw appropriate conclusions for action, will not be too popular among elite groups. They will have to abandon respectability, prestige, institutional funding, media access, and the other perquisites of obedience to the main tenets of the doctrinal system. For defense against the Great Satan, the doctrine and the evidence. 4.1 Defending the national territory. What are the reasons for the dedicated march towards destruction and the irrelevance of public opinion, feasibility of alternatives, or security concerns? There is a conventional answer: we must defend ourselves against what President Kennedy called the monolithic and ruthless conspiracy, from the focus of evil in our time, the men who say, "There is no God with whom we therefore cannot compromise," in the words of our own Khomeini, who believes that our generation may see the day of judgment prophesied in the Bible. 44 Thus at the two extremes of the spectrum of American politics we have essentially the same answer: we must be very strong to defend ourselves against the empire of evil. This conventional answer is uninformative. In the technical sense of information theory, the claim that we are defending ourselves from some great Satan conveys no information, because it is entirely predictable. Every action of every state is justified in defensive terms, so the fact that these actions of the state are justified in terms of defense tells us no more than that we are listening to the spokesperson for some state. Thus, Hitler took the Sudetenland, invaded Poland, and conducted the Holocaust for defensive reasons. Czechoslovakia was a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. Terrorists were killing innocent Germans. The Poles stubbornly refused to make peace. Germany had to defend itself against the Jews conspiring with the Bolsheviks and Western capitalism, and so on. There is virtually nothing that has not been rationalized in the name of security and defense. To evaluate the defensive rhetoric of some state, we must turn to the historical record. Let us consider, then, a few significant moments, keeping to the post-World War II period. As discussed in Chapter 2, the US emerged from the war in a position of world dominance with few parallels in history, and with a firm determination to keep things that way. The geopolitical framework developed by planners, which has earlier precedents as noted, persists unchanged, including the sanctity of the fifth freedom and the commitment to maintain the disparity by harsh measures if necessary, preventing the contagion of independent development from infecting other regions, to the extent feasible. In terms of security from threat, the US was also in an unparalleled position. There were no threats in the Western Hemisphere and the US controlled both oceans. No enemy could possibly reach us. There was, however, one potential threat, the development of ICBMs that could reach the US, fitted with highly destructive hydrogen bomb warheads. It is useful, then, to consider what efforts were undertaken to prevent the development of ICBMs or the hydrogen bomb. The record shows no serious effort to avert the sole potential threat to the security of the United States, indeed, little concern about the matter in the first post-war decade when progress might have been made in this direction. These facts do not comport well with the thesis that security considerations guided US policy. In fact, Stalin's peace offensives were regarded as a serious threat that must be resisted, as this conventional terminology indicates. A Business Week analysis of 1949 noted that so far Stalin's peace feelers have been brushed aside by Washington, but there is evidence that this peace offensive is serious, a prospect that they regarded with some concern, for reasons to which we turn in Section 5. The same concerns are felt today. The cover of the London Economist, which generally supports Reagan's programs, shows the president clad in military garb speaking to armed troops, with the caption, "Right, men, are we ready for their peace offensive?" Caricaturists are granted latitude beyond the norm, not only in the West. 45 Stalin's 1952 proposal for a unified demilitarized Germany under internationally supervised elections, which the communists were sure to lose, was rebuffed in favor of the rearmament of Germany within a Western military alliance. 46 A guarantee that the Soviet grip over its European satellites would not relax, whatever internal changes take place in the USSR. Given recent history and security considerations, no Russian government would permit erosion of its control over this region in the face of a rearmed Germany allied to the United States. The possibility of reducing tension and conflict was dismissed in favor of the imperatives of confrontation and military build-up. The security of the United States was again a secondary concern. 4.2 The defense of Western Europe. Perhaps, then, it was the fear of a Soviet attack on Western Europe that motivated US militarism. This thesis is also not easy to defend, quite apart from the fact that opportunities for relaxation of European tensions have hardly been vigorously pursued by US planners. The US never seriously anticipated a Soviet attack on Western Europe, despite the familiar public stance concerning the Russian hordes poised to take this defenseless prize. In his very important study of this question, already cited in connection with US plans for Latin America, Melvin Leffler argues persuasively that while civilian officials and military strategists feared the loss of Eurasia, they did not expect the Soviet Union to attempt its military conquest. In the early Cold War years, there was nearly universal agreement that the Soviets, while eager to expand their influence, desired to avoid a military engagement. 47 American military analysts were most impressed with Soviet weaknesses and vulnerabilities, and estimated that it would take 15 years for the USSR to overcome wartime losses in manpower and industry. Even with Herculean efforts, American intelligence did not expect the USSR to reach the pre-World War II levels of the US within 15 to 20 years. As Cold War conflicts intensified, U.S. military officials anticipated hostile and defensive Soviet reactions to American initiatives such as fortifying Turkey as an offensive base against the USSR or during the Berlin Crisis, attributed by U.S. Army planners to actions on the part of the Western powers, their phrase, in a report to Eisenhower. The fear on the part of U.S. planners of losing control of Eurasia lay less in American assessments of Soviet military capabilities and short-term military intentions than in appraisals of economic and political conditions throughout Europe and Asia, Loeffler concludes. The CIA warned in 1947 that the greatest danger to the security of the United States is the possibility of economic collapse in Western Europe and the consequent accession to power of communist elements. Assistant Secretary of War Howard Peterson urged emphasis on strengthening the economic and social dikes against Soviet communism rather than preparation for war. We have already noted Dean Acheson's expressed concern over the dangers of democratic politics in France and Italy, as he browbeat congressional leaders into accepting the Truman Doctrine in 1947. In 1948, the National Security Council reiterated the long-standing estimate that the USSR was unlikely to resort to war, while warning that Soviet domination of the potential power of Eurasia, whether achieved by armed aggression or by political and subversive means, would be strategically and politically unacceptable to the United States. My emphasis. Loeffler observes that American assessments of the Soviet threat were less a consequence of expanding Soviet military capabilities and of Soviet diplomatic demands than a result of growing apprehension about the vulnerability of American strategic and economic interests in a world of unprecedented turmoil and upheaval. A prime concern was indigenous unrest, on the assumption that U.S. national security required access to the resources of Eurasia outside the Soviet sphere. Loeffler notes that the dynamics of the Cold War become more clear when one grasps the breadth of the American conception of national security, which included a strategic sphere of influence within the Western Hemisphere, domination of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, an extensive system of outlying bases to enlarge the strategic frontier and project American power, an even more extensive system of transit rights to facilitate the conversion of commercial air bases to military use, access to the resources and markets of most of Eurasia, denial of those resources to a prospective enemy, and the maintenance of nuclear superiority. In particular, the U.S. commitment to the rebuilding of Russia's traditional enemies Japan and Germany within the U.S. system, and the maintenance of air power, atomic weapons, and bases on the periphery of the Soviet Union, virtually guaranteed continued tension. The concerns throughout fell within the reigning geopolitical conceptions already discussed, with aggression on the part of a severely weakened Soviet Union faced with overwhelming U.S. power a remote contingency. In the most detailed current study of the post-war Soviet Army, Michael Evangelista cites an intelligence estimate of 1945 that concluded that Soviet weakness made it unlikely that they would risk a major war for at least 15 years, and notes that similar assessments were made by the CIA well into 1949 and were supported by foreign observers. Subsequent intelligence estimates exaggerated Soviet capabilities and intentions to such a great extent, he notes, that it is surprising that anyone took them seriously. In fact, it is not surprising when one considers their utility in justifying U.S. policies that were motivated on quite different grounds but justified in these terms, see Section 5, below. Evangelista's study indicates that even in numerical terms, Western forces matched those of the Soviet Union in Europe, putting aside their much higher cohesion and morale, technical level and economic base, and the fact that Soviet forces were engaged in such tasks as reconstruction of large areas devastated by the German attack, which had concentrated the bulk of its fury on the Eastern Front. 48. We forget much too easily that until mid-1944, almost 95% of all Nazi ground forces were engaged on the Eastern Front, where Germany suffered 10 million of its total 13.6 million casualties, and that 50 Soviet citizens died for every one American. Even after 40 years, no historical truth is more important in Soviet minds, Stephen Cohen observes. however insignificant all this may seem to American commentators who urge us to dismiss the pretense that the Soviet Union helped us to liberate Europe and the idea that we could not have won the war without the help of the Soviet Union. 49. In short, fear of a Soviet attack on Western Europe was not a dominant concern. At some level, Western European planners must recognize this. Western Europe has an economy far larger than that of the Soviet bloc, a much higher technical and educational level, a population of comparable size and much greater internal cohesion. If they really took the Soviet threat seriously, they could build a military system that would overwhelm that of the USSR. The fact that they do not is not without significance. 4.3 The Containment Doctrine. While security concerns dominated early post-war thinking, these had more to do with the fifth freedom than with any potential military threat to the US or its allies. Neither in its near-impregnable Western Hemisphere fortress nor in Europe nor in other spheres of expanding US influence did the US adopt a defensive stance, despite conventional rhetoric about containment of the Soviet threat that dominates scholarship and other commentary. To a remarkable degree, John Lewis Gaddis comments in summarizing his major scholarly study of so-called containment doctrine, containment has been the product, not so much of what the Russians have done, or of what has happened elsewhere in the world, but of internal forces operating within the United States. He is referring specifically to variations in the way the policy of containment is pursued, not the persistent regularities, which he ignores, or the causes for them. Within this narrow framework, he notes that what is surprising is the primacy that has been accorded economic considerations in shaping strategies of containment, to the exclusion of other considerations. Referring to state economic management. 50 The same observation holds when we generalize to broader considerations, including the crucial commitment to the fifth freedom. In fact, the very term containment begs numerous questions and tends to undercut rational understanding of contemporary history. U.S. policy is conventionally described in a framework of containment, détente, and return to containment in response to Soviet transgressions. The framework of discussion presupposes, as given, that the U.S. stance is defensive throughout, that the U.S. is not an active agent in world affairs pursuing its own objectives, but only responds to the acts of evil adversaries. The claim is often quite explicit, sometimes in the most astonishing forms. For example, when Henry Kissinger anguishes over the fact that in the 1960s European intellectuals began to argue that the Cold War was caused by American as well as by Soviet policies, while a vocal and at times violent minority in the US dared to challenge the hitherto almost unanimous conviction that the Cold War had been caused by Soviet intransigence alone. 51. The framework is a convenient one for Americans to adopt, but it has to be argued, not presupposed as is the convention. Thus, in one of the more critical studies within the mainstream, Gaddis explains that he adopts the conventional framework while recognizing, which is rare, that the term containment poses certain problems, implying as it does a consistently defensive orientation in American policy. He believes that the implied premise is correct but does not argue the point, dismissing it as irrelevant for the purposes of his study of U.S. post-war strategy. The reason for this remarkable judgment is that American leaders consistently perceived themselves as responding to rather than initiating challenges to the existing international order, so that it seems to him valid to treat the idea of containment as the central theme of post-war national security policy. 52 By the same logic, we should treat containment of the U.S. as the central theme of post-war Soviet policy, and containment of the West, the USSR, and the Jewish challenge as the central themes of Hitler's policy, since Hitler as well as Stalin and his successors perceived themselves as responding to challenges to the health and integrity of the societies they ruled. We expect state managers to perceive their role as defensive. The beginning of serious inquiry is an investigation into whether this perception is based on fact or convenience. 4.4 Containing the anti-fascist resistance, from death camps to death squads. In pursuit of its actual global geopolitical objectives, the U.S. turned at once to a major post-liberation task, dispersing or destroying the anti-fascist resistance in favor of more trustworthy elements, often fascist collaborators. The victors in World War II had plans for the post-war world that conflicted with the vision of leading forces in the countries they were liberating from the Axis yoke. We easily recognize this in the domains conquered by the Red Army, but our ideological institutions, once again, protect us from perceiving the systematic pattern of U.S. behavior in the regions it controlled, or comprehending the reasons for it. One of Churchill's most trusted advisers, South African Prime Minister Jan Christian Smuts, warned him in August 1943, with regard to Southern Europe, that with politics let loose among those peoples, we may have a wave of disorder and wholesale communism set going all over those parts of Europe. The reason, as British historian Basil Davidson comments, was that with the collapse of traditional ruling classes or their collaboration with the Nazis, large and serious resistance came and could only come under left-wing leadership and inspiration. The self-sacrifice and vision required to begin an effective resistance, and then rally others to the same cause, were found only among radicals and revolutionaries, most of them men and women who followed the hope and vision of a radical democracy. 53 Plainly the US would have none of that. It took serious efforts to reverse the trend. The pattern was set in the first area liberated by US forces, North America, where in 1942 the US placed in power Admiral Jean Darla, a leading Nazi collaborator who was the author of the Vichy regime's anti-Semitic laws. Stephen Ambrose comments 54. The result was that in its first major foreign policy venture in World War II, the United States gave its support to a man who stood for everything Roosevelt and Churchill had spoken out against in the Atlantic Charter. As much as Goering or Goebbels, Darla was the antithesis of the principles the Allies said they were struggling to establish. The American army next drove up the Italian peninsula, restoring the rule of fascist collaborators while dispersing the Italian resistance, which had fought courageously against up to 6 German divisions, after it had liberated much of northern Italy. Italian committees of liberation might stimulate partisan warfare and continue to help in destroying the enemy, Davidson writes, but they were not going to be allowed to govern Italy afterwards, being all too obviously the fruit of letting politics loose among people who could not be trusted. The partisans were in effect told to pack up and go home. From 1948, the CIA undertook large-scale clandestine intervention in Italian politics, labor, and social life, spending over $65 million in such projects, which continued at least until 1975. By 1968, part of a more general European program in which U.S. labor leadership also played a significant role, contributing effectively to the weakening of the labor movements. 55. In Greece, the British Army took over after the Nazis had withdrawn, displacing the Greek guerrillas and imposing a brutal and corrupt regime, which evoked renewed resistance that Britain was unable to control in its post-war decline. The U.S. stepped into the breach under the Truman Doctrine in 1947, launching a murderous counterinsurgency war, complete with the full panoply of devices soon to be employed elsewhere: massacre, torture, expulsion, re-education camps, and so on. The US organized war was in support of such figures as King Paul and Queen Frederica, whose background was in the fascist movements, along with outright Nazi collaborators such as the Minister of Interior of the US-backed regime. The US succeeded in crushing labor unions and the former anti-Nazi resistance based among the peasantry and working classes and led by Greek communists, eliminating even mild socialists with blatant interference in the political process, and creating a society in which US corporations and the Greek business elites prospered while much of the working population was forced to emigrate to survive. 20 years later, the US supported the first fascist restoration in Europe, also, the first government headed by a CIA agent, Colonel Papadopoulos, who was the liaison between the CIA and its Greek counterpart, virtually a subsidiary. This was shortly after President Lyndon Johnson had delivered an important lesson in political science, more enlightening than many weighty tomes, to the Greek ambassador. When the ambassador objected to U.S. plans to partition the independent Republic of Cyprus between Greece and Turkey, saying that no Greek parliament could accept such a plan, Johnson responded, "Fuck your parliament and your constitution. America is an elephant, Cyprus is a flea." Greece is a flea. If these two fellows continue itching the elephant, they may just get whacked by the elephant's trunk, whacked good. If your prime minister gives me talk about democracy, parliament, and constitution, his parliament and his constitution may not last very long. For good measure, he added, maybe Greece should rethink the value of a parliament which could not take the right decision, where right has its usual meaning. Greece was whacked good shortly after under the US-backed fascist regime, and the second flea, Cyprus, received the same treatment a few years later, with US and British support. 56. Much the same was true in Asia, including Vietnam, Thailand, the Philippines, and Korea, while in Europe the US moved to abort steps towards any form of national capitalism, let alone socialism, that might have led to independence from the US-controlled global order. US influence and control expanded, in part by design, in part as a reflection of the objective power balance, at the expense of France and England, not to speak of indigenous populations, in the Middle East and Latin America. The US attitude towards fascist restoration was hardly different in Latin America. The US showed little concern when pro-Franco, pro-German elements overturned Colombian democracy in 1949, creating what the New York Times described as a totalitarian state, directly instigated by the fascist government of Spain on the very frontiers of the Panama Canal, with hundreds of people killed. 57 The fascist seizure of Colombia was far more brutal than the communist takeover in Czechoslovakia in 1948, Fleming writes, but the advance of fascism to the Panama Canal itself did not cause a wave of anger and fear to sweep through Washington and the West. This was due to two reasons: fascism was not then led by a great power, and, in the main, it preserves the privileges of the upper classes, instead of turning the social structure upside down. Panama itself was taken over in the same month by another supporter of Franco and Mussolini, who was so pro-Axis that he had been deposed in 1941, while the year before, Venezuelan democracy had been destroyed by a military coup, again raising no great concern in the US. One aspect of the post-war project was the recruitment and protection of Nazi war criminals in the service of the war against the anti-fascist resistance and the Soviet bloc. In Asia, collaborators with Japanese fascism were often favored, as in Korea, where even the Japanese police were used as the US liberated the southern part of the peninsula from its own population with violence, bloodshed and destruction of the indigenous socio-political system that sprang into existence as the brutal Japanese occupation was terminated. As the end drew near for Nazi Germany, leading Nazis began to prepare for the post-war period, perceiving that in alliance with the US they could resurrect their anti-Bolshevik crusade while saving their skins and fortunes, and perhaps, some hoped, restoring fascism on a global scale. Their plans generally accommodated to US intentions. Nazi war criminals were quickly incorporated into the US intelligence apparatus in Europe, some mysteriously escaped from Western custody or were released for good behavior, or were simply concealed by US agencies. German funds were transferred to Latin America, which became the center of a black international, particularly in the 1960s and 1970s, as the US supported national security states on the Nazi model throughout the region, using Italian fascists as well as Nazi war criminals who had been spirited out of Europe by US intelligence with the assistance of the Vatican and a network of fascist priests. When it became impossible to protect them from retribution there, many were brought to the US. The most important of the networks founded by the Nazi-US alliance was the Gehlen organization, constructed under US auspices by General Reinhard Gehlen, who had headed Nazi military intelligence on the Eastern Front. In 1949, Gehlen's team became the official espionage and counter-espionage service of the new West German state, under close CIA supervision. 58. Among those eagerly snapped up by US intelligence were Franz Six and his subordinates, Emil Augsburg, who became Gehlen's senior evaluator on Soviet affairs, Horst Mank, who went on to a distinguished publishing career in Germany, and Stanislaw Stankiewicz, who worked for Radio Free Europe until his retirement, all of them prominent Nazi gangsters who had been involved in horrifying massacres of Jews and others on the Eastern Front. There were problems in employing Dr. Six, who was on trial for war crimes at Nuremberg, but his sentence was quickly commuted by High Commissioner John J. McCloy, and he went to work for Gehlen, with special responsibility for developing a secret army under U.S. auspices, with instruction and guidance by U.S., former Waffen-SS and Wehrmacht specialists, to be parachuted into the Soviet Union to make contact with forces left behind there by the Nazis after the German retreat. The operation was carried out, but without success, since the organization had been penetrated by Soviet agents. According to John Loftus, who investigated these matters for the U.S. Justice Department, these rollback operations were advocated by the Dulles brothers, Nelson Rockefeller and George Kennan, among others, and run from Kennan's office under the direction of Frank Wisner, whose goal was to continue the fight against communism by recruiting guerrilla bands of former SS men in accord with State Department plans to overthrow the governments of several Eastern European countries. Wisner also planned to have these SS underground armies help overthrow the Soviet regime from within, operating within the USSR in Belarus and the Ukraine as well as Eastern Europe. In 1949, the CIA initiated a 3-year program to establish a network of active resistance movements behind Soviet lines, and U.S. aircraft stripped of identifying marks dropped CIA-trained Ukrainian operatives to join a partisan army, formerly encouraged by Hitler, which was fighting in the Carpathian Mountains, along with hundreds of other agents and military supplies. These efforts continued at least until the early 1950s. The rollback strategy was made official in NSC 68, just prior to the Korean War, which urged a vast U.S. military buildup and efforts aimed at fomenting and supporting unrest and revolt in selected strategic satellite countries and fostering the seeds of destruction within the Soviet system, in the hope that the U.S. might eventually negotiate a settlement with the Soviet Union, or a successor state or states. 59. The USSR presumably did not take kindly to the reconstruction of the Nazi apparatus in Germany, which had virtually demolished the country and massacred millions of its citizens, or U.S. support for Hitler's allies who continued fighting within the USSR with CIA support. But all of this is passed over lightly here. We prefer to see ourselves at the mercy of Soviet aggressors. One might ask what the reaction would be if the situation were reversed. Perhaps the best known of the Nazi war criminals incorporated into U.S. operations in Europe was Klaus Barbie, the Butcher of Lyon, who was responsible for numerous crimes in France and was duly placed in charge of spying on the French by U.S. intelligence. When he could no longer be protected in Europe, he was sent by the U.S. to Bolivia, where he became a central figure in the fascist network there, his best-known achievement being his role in organizing a murderous coup in Bolivia in 1980 with the assistance of Italian fascists, Argentine intelligence agents who alleged that they were trained by U.S. and Israeli specialists and that Barbie was in close contact throughout with U.S. intelligence, the Moon Cult, working with U.S. intelligence, and with a foreign mercenary army recruited for the fascist coup, including Germans and 2 Israeli agents, according to Herman. The U.S. subsequently turned against the coup regime when it became clear that the generals were more interested in cocaine profits than in the anti-communist crusade, and the Argentine intelligence agents went on to Central America. One, who also claims to have been involved in the Pinochet coup in Chile in 1973, says that in 1982 he went to Guatemala where he worked primarily with the North Americans. That was the best time during the Rios Montt massacres, already discussed. 60. According to Herman, the Black International in Latin America, in which Barbie was a leading figure, included Dutch Nazi Alphonse Sassen, who escaped from Holland after working with U.S. intelligence, in Ecuador, Friedrich Schwendt, who worked with U.S. intelligence in Austria and Italy and was sent to Latin America under false identity papers supplied by U.S. intelligence when he was wanted for murder in Italy, in Peru, Wim Sassen, who escaped from U.S. custody in Holland, in Argentina, and Walter Roth, the inventor of the first gas chambers, in Chile. One of its leading figures was SS Obersturmführer Otto Skorzeny, who had rescued Mussolini and whose last assignment for Hitler was to train the werewolves, who were to fight to the death after the Allied victory. He developed plans for a partisan war against the Soviet Union, sent on to Eisenhower, then was released by a U.S. military court, then escaped from U.S. custody after he had been jailed by the Germans. He worked as coordinator of the Latin American-based Black International from Fascist Spain, where his U.S. advisor described him with great admiration as a gentleman of Victorian knighthood. The top figure was Hans Ulrich Rudel, former Luftwaffe air ace, who had close personal and business relations with dictators Stroessner in Paraguay and Pinochet in Chile. In 1982 a new Bolivian government sent Barbie back to France, where he will come to trial unless he mysteriously dies in prison. Collaboration with the Nazis was so widespread in France that many would prefer that his stories not be told. A flurry of interest was aroused here as the unsavory U.S. role in his career was partially revealed. This elicited a letter to the New York Times by Col. Eugene Kolb, identified as a former counterintelligence corps officer who was chief of operations in the Augsburg region. Kolb defends the use of Barbie as an agent, noting that his skills were badly needed. To our knowledge, his activities had been directed against the underground French Communist Party and resistance, just as we in the post-war era were concerned with the German Communist Party and activities inimical to American policies in Germany. 61. Kolb's comment is apt. The US was picking up where the Nazis had left off, and it was therefore entirely natural that they should employ specialists in anti-resistance activities, whose atrocities were not considered real atrocities, given the nature of the targets. Kolb does not mention that he was in fact Barbie's superior and had vigorously defended Barbie when the French finally attempted to extradite him. He wrote in a secret memorandum at the time that while charges against Subject may possibly be true, they are probably not true. Subject is now considered to be the most reliable informant this headquarters has. 62. It surpasses belief that U.S. intelligence was unfamiliar with the record of this leading Nazi torturer and assassin. There should have been little surprise, then, when in the context of President Reagan's visit to the Bitburg Cemetery, where SS veterans were buried, it was revealed that a few months earlier he had criticized Americans who fought for the Spanish Republic, stating that I would say that the individuals that went over there were in the opinions of most Americans fighting on the wrong side. They should have been fighting for the fascists, not against them, in his view. Reagan is simply more honest than most of his cohorts. 63. The post-war U.S. project of crushing the anti-fascist resistance with Nazi assistance establishes a direct link between Nazi Germany and the killing fields in Central America. Linklater, Hilton, and Esterson observe accurately that the ideals and methods of fascism found fertile soil as they were transplanted to the Western Hemisphere. The right-wing dictatorships of Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile and the secret police they employed, adopted and exported these ideals and methods to Central America, to El Salvador and Guatemala, where the death squads which are the weapons of dictatorship can be seen in operation today. That is the true legacy of fascism. Klaus Barbie's group in Bolivia included some of the most savage and professional killers of the Italian ultra-right, accompanied by romantic worshippers of the swastika from Germany, France, and even Switzerland. They brought with them the technologies of repression designed by the Nazis. Barbie introduced the fully developed concentration camp to Bolivia, and lectured on the use of electrodes applied to the human body to extract confessions, a technique first developed by Gestapo interrogators in France. Together with the Italian terrorist Stefano Dalce, he organized the squads of mercenary thugs which held down Bolivia by murder and intimidation, and which are seen performing the same task in El Salvador today. Not only the Bolivian dictatorship but General Pinochet in Chile, the officers who directed the dirty war in Argentina in the 1970s, and today's exponents of counter-terror in Central America have drawn deeply on the skills and services of this very special immigration from Europe. The Barbie story, they write, connects the Third Reich in Germany to the military regimes of South and Central America, which leads from one age of fascism to another. El Salvador recruited the men and expertise for its death squads among those who had learnt their trade from their Nazi tutors in Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia. The Italian fascist murderer Stefano Dalce, who is suspected of engineering the worst terrorist atrocity in Europe since World War II, the bombing at a Bologna railroad station in August 1980 in which 84 people were killed advised Major Roberto D. Aubusson on anti-subversive tactics for the Salvadoran army in 1980. He and his terrorist associates, holding Argentine passports, transmitted information to the Argentine neo-Nazi generals on left-wing exiles and passed on arms, equipment, and finally men for the Salvadoran Death Squad 64. Surely all of this was well known to the U.S. government. As noted earlier, Rand Corporation terrorism expert Brian Jenkins notes blandly that Argentina acted as a proxy for the United States in Central America, referring to Argentina under the murderous neo-Nazi generals, now on trial for massive crimes. He adds that the U.S. provides military assistance and training to the Honduran armed forces, while Argentinian advisors until recently provided training and management support to the Nicaraguan guerrillas. 65 A well-coordinated joint operation terminated when the military dictatorship in Argentina was overthrown. The operations in El Salvador and Guatemala are another facet of these joint enterprises, which trace directly back to U.S. solicitude and care for useful Nazi gangsters as Europe was liberated from Hitler. These are a few glimpses into what Edward Herman properly calls the real terror network. We may recall Juan José Arévalo's sorrowful comment in 1951 that the arms of the Third Reich were broken and conquered, but in the ideological dialogue, Roosevelt lost the war. The real winner was Hitler. 66. This chapter of post-war history adds another facet to the story. In accordance with the guiding geopolitical conceptions already discussed and illustrated, it was essential to destroy the popular anti-fascist resistance in much of the world, and the US quite reasonably turned to specialists in the task, drawn from the ranks of leading Nazis. These useful folk were then sent on to safer climes when their task was done and they could no longer be protected, and there they continued their work, which happened to integrate quite well with other U.S. enterprises in defense of the Fifth Freedom, specifically, those with which we have been primarily concerned. Meanwhile, the CIA was directed to covert operations, including the support of terrorism around the world, in the words of the document that launched these operations 67, but primarily subversion, some of the main targets being democratic governments that appeared to be drifting out of U.S. control. The pattern of intervention of earlier years expanded worldwide and intensified in scale. Throughout, the project in which the USSR alliance has been engaged, from early post-war Europe to contemporary El Salvador and Nicaragua with some important stops in Latin America in between, has been described, when it is noted at all, in the conventional rhetoric of containment, defense against the empire of evil. A closer look shows something quite different. Additional evidence for the general thesis that the U.S. has felt it necessary to defend large parts of the world from internal aggression by their own populations, but little support for the idea that the growth of the U.S. system of international security with strategic armaments as a crucial element was driven by the need to defend ourselves against the encroachments of the Great Satan. 4.5 Escalation of the Pentagon system, the pretexts and the evidence. Another way to examine the plausibility of the defensive rhetoric of U.S. diplomacy and scholarship is to consider the moments when the regular growth of the military system sharply escalated. There are three crucial periods: the early 1950s, the early 60s, and today, with Reagan's unprecedented military build-up, extending steps initiated during the final period of the Carter presidency. We may ask, then, what new dangers required a major expansion of U.S. military force in these three periods? We discover that in each case, though the threat of the Great Satan was invoked to frighten the taxpayer into paying the bill, the real reasons were quite different and the pretexts offered were a fraud, a fact that poses yet another challenge to conventional doctrine. In the early 50s, the official reason for the near quadrupling of the military budget was the Korean War, presented as firm evidence of the Soviet drive for world conquest. In fact, there was little reason then, nor is there now, to suppose that the North Korean invasion was Soviet-inspired, and the background circumstances are rather different from what has generally been assumed. Bruce Cummings, in the major scholarly study of the pre-war period, observes that fighting had claimed more than 100,000 lives in peasant rebellion, labor strife, guerrilla warfare, and open fighting along the 38th parallel, only the latter involving North Korea, all this before the ostensible Korean War began. This toll includes some 30,000 to 40,000 killed in Jeju Island alone in 1948 in the course of one of the most brutal, sustained and intensive counterinsurgency campaigns in post-war Asia, one phase of the U.S. effort to destroy the popular regime that had taken over most of Korea before the U.S. forces landed in 1945. This rather significant US-organized massacre is known only to specialists. It should also not be overlooked that fighting on the border had been constant, primarily provoked from the south, after the U.S. succeeded in imposing a regime that had little domestic support and overcoming a large-scale popular revolution. 68 But the question of the origins of the phase of the war that began in 1950 is academic in the present context, since the U.S. plans for massive increase in the military budget had already been laid and are outlined in NSC 68, well before the outbreak of the war, which was simply exploited to justify plans that had been put forth on entirely different grounds. The future of Korea had been discussed in the War and Peace Studies groups of the Council on Foreign Relations and State Department, discussed earlier. In May 1944, David Rowe submitted a study in which he dismissed proposals for quick Korean independence as unrealistic, urging rather that Koreans pass through a period of political education if they are to attempt self-government on an independent basis, this education to be carried out under U.S. tutelage within a UN framework. 69 The methods used by the U.S. occupation forces are often described as unwise, the result of lack of familiarity with Korea and Cold War tensions, partly true, but such accounts fail to observe how well this particular case fits into the general worldwide picture. Rowe incidentally continued to offer advice to the government. In 1966, when he was Director of Graduate Studies in International Relations at Yale, he proposed to Congress that the U.S. buy up all surplus Australian and Canadian wheat so that there would be mass starvation in China. Mind you, I'm not talking about this as a weapon against the Chinese people, he said. It will be. But that is only incidental. The weapon will be a weapon against the government because the internal stability of that country cannot be sustained by an unfriendly government in the face of general starvation. This suggestion, which merits comparison to the New Republic advice that we proceed regardless of how many are murdered in El Salvador, has much earlier antecedents in American history, from 1622, when Virginians destroyed Indian crops. This was an early phase in the strategy universally adopted by European troop commanders, one aspect of the concept of total war taught by the European invaders, and again, a technique that had been pioneered in Ireland. 70. Turning to the second case, the Kennedy military buildup was justified on the basis of an alleged missile gap, which President Eisenhower correctly maintained did not exist. The origins of the missile gap lie in the failure of an earlier bomber gap to materialize. The Russians in fact had 4 operational ICBMs, located at a single missile testing site, when the Kennedy administration undertook the construction of 1,000 Minuteman missiles to compensate for the gap which it knew to be fraudulent, setting off the current phase of the strategic arms race. At the time, Fred Kaplan observes, there was a missile gap, even a deterrent gap, and the ratio in forces was nearly 10-1, but the gap was in our favor. Kennedy's advisor for national security affairs, McGeorge Bundy, noted in an internal memo that the phrase missile gap had had a useful shorthand effect of calling attention to our basic military posture. The facts were therefore a marginal issue. The arms build-up proceeded, independently of the alleged motive. 71. The third major build-up under Reagan was justified to the public by an alleged window of vulnerability, which would make it possible for the USSR to knock out 90% of the US ICBMs with only 1/5 to 1/3 of their long-range missiles, so Paul Nitze and other Reagan advisors argued. This wonderful phrase, Walter Pincus observes, emerged during the attack on former President Carter's strategic arms limitation talks with the Russians. The window was supposed to open in the early 1980s and close only when U.S. deployment of substantial MX missiles was underway. While the window was open, however, the alleged Soviet advantage in ICBM power was going to encourage Moscow to undertake all sorts of aggressive adventures around the world, unafraid of any Washington response. But, Pincus continues, the window opened even wider under Reagan, with the phasing out of old systems before new ones come into operation, and somehow the Russians did not rampage, though according to official theology the entire world was at their feet. They must be very considerate folks. The idea has faded into thin air, Pincus comments. By the end of 1984, the nuclear balance remained about as it was when Reagan came into office, with no noticeable Russian moves to take over the world despite their alleged capacity to do so with ease. Once again, the wailing over our vulnerability and the striking of heroic poses serves quite different ends. 72. It was always apparent that the concept was fraudulent, and the point is now hardly contested. In testimony before Congress, General Benny Davis, the head of the Strategic Air Command, stated that MX vulnerability was no longer an issue, because we have discovered that existing silos are harder than originally thought. This fortuitous discovery, it is hoped, will help counter critics who ask why the missile should be deployed if it is vulnerable. Furthermore, he continued, there never was any such vulnerability, because a successful simultaneous attack against all three legs of the triad bombers, submarines, and land-based missiles is plainly impossible, exactly as pointed out from the start by critics of administration rhetoric, who also added the obvious point that a small subpart of any of these forces would more than suffice as a deterrent. Gen. Davis also stated that the whole question of a window of vulnerability that was raised some years ago did not relate specifically to the vulnerability of missile silos, an obvious falsehood as noted by Senator Hart, who responded, the history of the window of vulnerability is silo vulnerability, and any effort to portray it as something else is a blatant attempt at revisionism. Hart is correct, Fred Kaplan observes, citing earlier explicit statements to this effect. The point is that the window of vulnerability has outlived its usefulness as a technique for accelerating military production, and is now in fact an impediment to this program because of fears of survivability of the missiles Reagan wants to produce. Therefore, the window has conveniently closed. 73. In fact, the President's own Scowcroft Commission had closed the window in April 1983. A meeting of the National Security Council, Leslie Gelb reports, was devoted to the overriding issue of how to respond to the Scowcroft Commission report and congressional pressures on arms control, and how to restore some credibility to the administration's negotiating position and maintain the consensus for increased military spending. 74. The window of vulnerability was as serious an issue as the missile gap. As in the case of the first major post-war military buildup, the plans for military expansion preceded the events used to justify them. The Carter administration initiated plans to sharply increase military expenditures and cut back social programs in 1978, and then exploited the subsequent Iran hostage crisis and Soviet invasion of Afghanistan to demonstrate the need for these programs, with the window of vulnerability coming later to foster appropriate fears among the population. The rate of production of warheads was low in 1976-8, it increased in 1980 and 1981 and accelerated in fiscal year 1982 in accordance with Carter's programs. The Nuclear Weapons Stockpile Memorandum signed by President Carter in October 1980, for 1981-3, called for a further dramatic increase in warhead production, a very sharp increase. Reagan's first stockpile memorandum in March 1982 authorized only a slight increase over the Carter plans, though the entire military system vastly expanded under Reagan. Robert Comer, Undersecretary of Defense in 1979-80, notes that actual defense outlays went up in every Carter year, in strong contrast to the declines characteristic of every Nixon-Ford year from FY 1969 through FY 1976, resulting from the end of the Vietnam War, with a substantial increase in FY 1981, under Carter. The actual military outlays for the early 1980s average slightly lower than the Carter projections. Almost every Reagan equipment program to date was begun under Carter, or even before, with the notable exception of SDI. At the same time, Soviet increases in spending, which accelerated after the Cuban Missile Crisis, tapered off to about 2% a year from 1976.75. In fact, the whole charade is farcical. Windows and gaps appear when they are needed to justify escalation of military spending, they close when they no longer contribute to this end, or when other concerns require reduction of military programs. In none of the three crucial cases was there any significant change in the international environment, any new threat to the US or its allies, to justify the military programs undertaken. In each case, a threat was fabricated. In the latter two, the arms buildup proceeded while its purported motivation was conceded to be a fabrication. The first case differs only in that the fraud was not conceded. The similarities between the Reagan and Kennedy programs go beyond the exploitation of fabricated crises. During the 1960 presidential campaign, Democratic liberals denounced the Eisenhower administration for frittering away American affluence in indulgences, luxuries, and frivolities while the United States faced the possibility of annihilation or humiliation, calling for accelerating and enlarging our defense effort rather than diverting resources to consumer goods for people who already enjoy a frivolous standard of living, while our global enemy marches from strength to strength. 76. The story was reenacted in 1980, with the tables turned. President Reagan likes to say that he is following in the footsteps of John F. Kennedy, a claim that the Democrats indignantly reject, though it has more than a little merit. Reagan's programs are in several important respects close to Kennedy's, and the 1980 campaign rhetoric was reminiscent of 1960. Like Eisenhower in the eyes of the Kennedy liberals, Carter was portrayed by the Reaganites as not sufficiently militant and activist, a wimp standing by helplessly while the Russians take over the world. The major domestic programs of the Kennedy and Reagan administrations were a huge military build-up and regressive fiscal measures to stimulate investment. The monolithic and ruthless conspiracy of Kennedy has become Reagan's empire of evil. The similarities of program and rhetoric tell us something about the real spectrum of American politics. There are also some differences. There was nothing in the Kennedy period to match the mean-spirited attack on the poor undertaken by Reagan, though one must bear in mind the decline in relative U.S. power in the interim and the corresponding reduction of means to achieve domestic and international ends. Kennedy could envision great societies at home and grand designs abroad, in the words of presidential advisor Walter Heller 77, but now the hungry and destitute must sacrifice for the grand designs, as is recognized, in their own style, by Kennedy's neoliberal descendants. There are other striking differences. The Kennedy administration evoked much enthusiasm and admiration among the liberal intelligentsia, but there is no Camelot today. In part, this difference reflects the fact that the Reaganites dismiss the intelligentsia with contempt while Kennedy offered them a place in the sun, a chance to rub shoulders with the great and even to share in the exercise of power. Furthermore, Kennedy's program seemed to promise success, in part achieved, while Reagan's successes lie primarily in mortgaging the country's future while overseeing a vast transfer of resources from the poor to the wealthy, as statistics on real disposable income demonstrate, if the homeless in the street do not suffice. These differences reflect in part the social base of the Reagan administration, in part the decline in American global hegemony, a decline that has also affected the superpower enemy despite much frenzied rhetoric. 78 To mention only the most striking example, the Kennedy administration was concerned over the viability of the Japanese economy. 79 This is hardly the concern of planners today. There are also domestic problems that the Kennedy planners did not have to face, though Reagan does. We turn to these matters in the next chapter. Returning to the main theme, as this discussion indicates, the defensive rhetoric is not to be taken seriously. Other factors are operative, not those adduced to frighten the citizenry into bearing the costs of the arms race. 5. The roots of the Pentagon system. Despite its generally frivolous character, there is a sense in which the defensive rhetoric is appropriate. We must defend the grand area from its own populations from internal aggression which threatens the fifth freedom. But why do we need strategic weapons to guarantee the right to intervene in our vast domains? There is a reason. Strategic weapons provide an umbrella for intervention and aggression with impunity. The argument has been developed in various forms by planners. Carter's Secretary of Defense Harold Brown reported to Congress that with our strategic nuclear capabilities in place, our other forces become meaningful instruments of military and political power, a sound observation. Paul Nitze made a similar point in NSC 141 in January, 1953. He argued that a civil defense program was necessary for two basic reasons: 1. To make a first strike against the USSR a feasible prospect, and 2. To guarantee the freedom of the United States government to take strong actions in the Cold War without too much concern over Soviet retaliation. Soviet advances in nuclear weaponry would present an extremely grave threat to the United States because they would tend to impose greater caution in our Cold War policies to the extent that these policies involve significant threat of general war. Our Cold War policies are the regular policies of intervention, and it is important to maintain our freedom to carry them out. The argument carries over to the development of strategic weapons, for the reasons given by Harold Brown. 80. Notice that what concerned Nitze in 1953 was the deadly connection, the fear that intervention might lead to nuclear war. Civil defense being inconceivable, an intimidating posture is therefore required so that we need not be overly cautious in our Cold War policies of intervention. Notice further that Nitze's two arguments for civil defense facilitating a first strike and interventionist policies carry over directly to Star Wars, which, Reagan argues, and some of his more fanatic cohorts apparently believe, would protect the U.S. population. Nitze remains today a leading advisor on national security issues, though he is considered insufficiently militant a measure of our progress in the past 30 years, he has been described in the press as a proponent of flexibility and it's affected his credibility with the president, one of his subordinates commented. 81. Here we see the first real reason for the vast and constantly expanding military system, to permit free exercise of our Cold War policies of intervention and subversion, in accord with the overriding geopolitical conception. There is also a second good reason. The Pentagon system has become our system of state intervention in the economy. The state quite naturally turns to this method when it is necessary to get the country moving again, to reindustrialize, in Kennedy-Reagan rhetoric. In each of the three periods of major military expansion just reviewed, there was concern over domestic economic stagnation. In a modern industrial society, there is one primary idea as to how to deal with this problem: state intervention to stimulate the economy. This was the lesson taught by the failure of the New Deal and the success of the wartime mobilization in overcoming the Depression. The war, business historian Alfred Chandler observed, brought corporate managers to Washington to carry out one of the most complex pieces of economic planning in history, thus lessening the ideological fears over the government's role in stabilizing the economy. The vast government expenditures, dwarfing the ineffectual New Deal, laid the basis for a period of prosperity the like of which had never before been seen, teaching the Keynesian lesson that the government should act as a coordinator of last resort when managers are unable to maintain a high level of aggregate demand. The wartime experience led General Electric President Charles E. Wilson to propose a permanent war economy in 1944. Another business historian, Joseph Monson, notes that enlightened corporate managers, far from fearing government intervention in the economy, view the new economics as a technique for increasing corporate viability. 82. For a variety of reasons, the device that best serves the needs of existing power and privilege is what is sometimes called military Keynesianism, the creation of a state-guaranteed market for high technology rapidly obsolescing waste production, meaning armaments. Their Keynesian advisors assured Truman and Kennedy that military production was unproblematic. Leon Kaiserling endorsed the warlike, in fact, rather hysterical conclusions of NSC 68, and Paul Samuelson informed President Kennedy that military spending, if deemed desirable for its own sake, can only help rather than hinder the health of our economy in the period immediately ahead. 83. Although Reagan professes a conservative ideology, in fact he and his advisors are committed partisans of Keynesian methods to stimulate production through the military system and to increase demand by Cutting taxes. The recovery from the deep recession induced by the Reagan administration was a classical Keynesian recovery, investment banker Felix Rohatyn observes, stimulated by tax cuts and huge amounts of government spending, especially in the military area. 84. There are surely more efficient and less dangerous techniques of economic management than military spending. Why, then, the regular recourse to this device? The basic reason is that the theoretical alternatives do not serve to enhance existing privilege and power as does the creation of a state-guaranteed market for high-technology production, that is, the military system, which is why the latter measures regularly elicit business support. The point was explained in the Business Week article of 1949, cited earlier, expressing concern over Stalin's peace offensive. 85. The problem posed by this offensive was that it might interfere with the prospect of ever-rising military spending, with deleterious effects. The background assumption is that substantial government spending must continue. The question is, for what? The article goes on to extol the advantages of military Keynesianism over other measures that would suffice to deal with the domestic problems at hand. But there's a tremendous social and economic difference between welfare pump priming and military pump priming. It makes the government's role in the economy, its importance to business, greater than ever. Military spending doesn't really alter the structure of the economy. It goes through the regular channels. As far as a businessman is concerned, a munitions order from the government is much like an order from a private customer. But the kind of welfare and public works spending that Truman plans does alter the economy. It makes new channels of its own. It creates new institutions. It redistributes income. It shifts demand from one industry to another. It changes the whole economic pattern. The transition to a peacetime economy could be easily managed, the editors argue, but the impact on the society would be unacceptable, weakening the dominant role of business interests and permitting other forces to develop, as the Truman administration would get its chance to go ahead with civilian spending programs that the big military budget has kept under wraps, including elaborate plans for development of natural resources, expansion of public works, broadening of social welfare programs. These would be Truman's answer to a fundamental problem that would emerge as soon as military spending slacked off: the problem of making the business boom go on indefinitely under its own steam. 86. As income is redistributed, new popular elements enter into the formation of policy and new social and economic structures arise. This outcome being intolerable, the state must confine its intervention in the economy to subsidizing military production. In short, state intervention in the economy is fine, even necessary, but only if it is conducted in such a way as to enhance existing power and privilege, hence through the military system. This analysis in fact understates the businessman's case for military spending, which is not simply a matter of arms production, but of support for the advanced sectors of the economy quite generally. The development of computers, for example, has largely been a product of state intervention through the military system, and remains so today. Development of the current fifth-generation computers is financed by the Pentagon, the Department of Energy, which is responsible for nuclear weapons, and NASA, largely a military-related enterprise, and these will be the prime users in the early phases at least. The military system provides an optimal means to compel the public to subsidize the costly programs of research and development, leaving private industry to reap the profits during this phase and later, if commercial applications become possible. It amounts to a system of forced public investment, of public subsidy and private profit, with little interference with the businessman's prerogatives. The SDI program is a dramatic example. The real importance of Star Wars is only tangentially related to national defense, Robert Reich observes, but the consequences for national economic development will be profound. In fact, the system is likely to be harmful to national security, as noted earlier, a matter of little concern to planners. The Pentagon appears to understand the true implications. Reich continues, the campaign has been touted in congressional hearings as a path to competitiveness in advanced technologies. National economic policy management and subsidy to advanced technology through the Pentagon is of course nothing new, he notes, but the problem is never before have we entrusted so much technological development to the Pentagon in so short a time, raising questions about allocation of scientific resources, secrecy which will limit development and commercial applications, and so on. Point 87 Business leaders understand the true implications no less than the Pentagon, and those who hope to be in on the take have correspondingly expressed much enthusiasm for Star Wars. The Director of Resource Management at SDI's Pentagon office notes that 80% of our money is going to the private sector, a fact appreciated by business at home and abroad. Almost no cutting-edge technology will go without a shot of new research funds in this vast program of state subsidy to private enterprise, Business Week observes cheerily. 88 Business enthusiasm for the Star Wars program is therefore quite understandable, as is the fact that SDI did not arise from military demands. Nor is it surprising that the SDI program is pursued regardless of the threats it poses to survival. Planning in business and government is short-range, the long-term threats are someone else's concern. This is to be expected in a competitive society where those who do not devote themselves to short-term advantage are unlikely to be in the competition in the long run. The widely heard argument that Star Wars and other advanced weapons programs are irrational, even lunatic, may be correct from the point of view of people concerned with survival, but in the framework of business and state managers, they are quite rational. There has always been a kind of love-hate relation between business interests and the capitalist state. On the one hand, business wants a powerful state to regulate disorderly markets, provide services and subsidies to business, enhance and protect access to foreign markets and resources, and so on. On the other hand, business does not want a powerful competitor, in particular, one that might respond to different interests, popular interests, and conduct policies with a redistributive effect, with regard to income or power. It has never been an easy problem to solve. It is difficult to imagine a system better designed for the benefit of the privileged than the military system. The system has had many successes over the years, and still does, despite the increasing economic problems it produces in an era where relative U.S. power has diminished. As I write, Business Week reports that key statistical indicators have been flashing mixed signals about the future of the economy, but economists are counting on one constant to keep the economy growing and profits flowing: defense spending. The chief economist for U.S. studies at Wharton Econometrics observes that defense spending increases probably provided the greatest momentum to growth in recent years. Furthermore, since a growing share of defense spending is going for hardware, it is supporting the economy by giving the import-battered manufacturing sector a shot in the arm. This is one area where U.S. industry has the field pretty much to itself so far. The Japanese have their eye on this huge market. Faith in this perpetual public subsidy allows corporations to fill non-defense orders first, relying on defense spending as a cushion for those times when other business gets weak. 89 Again, it would be hard to design a system more conducive to business needs. Much the same has been true at crucial moments throughout the post-war period. It is commonly observed that these methods are less satisfactory than the Japanese system of state-coordinated production geared to the commercial market, but there are many qualifications necessary, in part based on cultural factors and historical contingencies and in part on a kind of international division of labor in the state capitalist economies, with the U.S. taking the lead in the costly enterprise of innovation and development, leaving the Japanese more free to occupy themselves with the profitable task of application and commercial sale. Some years ago, this was satisfactory. At a time of U.S. dominance over the global economy, military Keynesianism could be adopted as a program of state industrial management without undue concern for our rivals in the world economy, but that is no longer true. By now, this is leading to internal conflict in the global state capitalist system, a matter of serious import that I cannot pursue here. Though the difference between the U.S. Pentagon system of industrial policy and the Japanese system is significant, still it should not be exaggerated. The Pentagon and Japan's Ministry of International Trade and Industry, MITI, are putting their money into very similar kinds of R&D, the London Economist observes, citing an OECD study. These constitute the leading edge of current technology, with the US effort falling largely under Reagan's SDI. The Eureka project, designed as a European alternative to Star Wars, is focusing on the same areas, which are expected to be the 21st century's high-tech sectors. 90 A further reason for the attractiveness of military Keynesianism is that the ordinary citizen has to be willing to pay the costs of subsidizing advanced sectors of industry, a fact also appreciated by business leaders. An LTV Aerospace Corporation executive made the point clearly while explaining why the post-Vietnam world must be bolstered with military orders. 91. It's basic. Its selling appeal is defense of the home. This is one of the greatest appeals the politicians have to adjusting the system. If you're the president and you need a control factor in the economy, and you need to sell this factor, you can't sell Harlem and Watts, but you can sell self-preservation, a new environment. We're going to increase defense budgets as long as those bastards in Russia are ahead of us. The American people understand that. This was in 1968, when those bastards were no more ahead of us than they are now. But that is beside the point. With a properly functioning propaganda system, the American people can be made to understand what is plainly false, and the system of public subsidy, private profit, can march onward. The method is constantly employed, with great skill. As the press loyally played its assigned role in whipping up hysteria and indignation after the Soviet Union shot down a South Korean civilian airliner, a reaction radically at variance with its behavior in many similar cases when our side was implicated, some at exactly the same time. The New York Times business pages noted that the event has helped heat up the sluggish stocks of military contractors and strengthened Reagan's hand in pressing for military spending, quoting an aerospace analyst who said, "The Korean jetliner incident provided a spark for a more positive reappraisal of the defense industry, and virtually all defense stocks have gone up." 92 As noted, far more than the defense industry is at stake. It is a rare political leader who can face the public with the news that it is necessary for the poor to bribe the rich, who control investment, for the ultimate benefit of the economy. The citizen can, however, be mobilized to this effort in fear of the great enemy about to destroy us. Kennedy did attempt another method, the Man in Space program, presented in quasi-military terms of national grandeur, but people soon became bored at the sight of heroic figures walking on the moon, and this device had to be abandoned. Military spending does not have this defect, if the public can be sufficiently terrorized. As the American satirist H. L. Mencken once observed, the whole aim of practical politics is to keep the populace alarmed, and hence clamorous to be led to safety, by menacing it with an endless series of hobgoblins, all of them imaginary, a lesson that leaders of both superpowers, and many others, understand very well, and that plays its part in the regular recourse to military Keynesianism and in the fostering of national hysteria over the enemy's crimes. For such reasons, the Pentagon system has become the American system of industrial policy. Once this system of state management of the economy is established, it is exceedingly difficult to dismantle, as powerful vested interests add their weight to the persistent advantages already noted. It is no surprise that Reaganomics was largely a system of military Keynesianism gone wild, leading predictably to a huge deficit, deterioration of the ability to compete in international trade, and other deleterious consequences that are ignored in short-term planning or dismissed on mystical grounds. One might ask whether reliance on the Pentagon system of economic management might not be able to function even with a ban on development or testing of nuclear weapons and missiles. A former government official who has been a strong advocate of arms control once remarked, only semi-jocularly, that arms control agreements might become truly effective if the technology of arms control and its spin-offs became more advanced and profitable than the technology to which weapons production contributes. None of this seems feasible, in part for technical reasons. Thus, advanced nuclear warheads and missiles are a central component of the SDI program of high-tech subsidy, in part for reasons of propaganda, it would be quite a trick to menace the public by an endless series of hobgoblins while holding back on development and deployment of advanced weapons systems to defend against them. Reagan's domestic programs involved a substantial transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich and huge state intervention in the economy through the military system. It was evident, and predicted, that the political leadership would therefore be compelled to seek international confrontation and to devise a series of threats, which have ranged from Libyan hitmen stalking Washington to assassinate our leader 93 to the military threat posed by Grenada, to the window of vulnerability. The accompanying rhetoric is reminiscent of NSC 68 and the exploitation of the Korean War as proof of Soviet intentions, and of the Kennedy days. In El Salvador, for example, the Carter administration viewed the problem as a local one. Its task was to conduct a massacre of sufficient scale to guarantee the rule of the gangsters of its choice. Reagan took up and extended this challenge, but presented it as a battle against the focus of evil in our time, the source of all turmoil in the world, a change in format that is the natural concomitant of the shift in domestic programs. 94 There are many other examples. It was also predictable, and predicted, that the second Reagan term would see a diminution in hysterical rhetoric and the desperate search for international confrontation. The reason that will be proffered is that the Russians have been tamed by Reagan's stern display of manliness. The real reason is that it is becoming necessary to face the costs of Reagan's Keynesian excesses, and boundless military spending will not serve this end. Hence the Soviet threat of global conquest will somewhat dissipate this, of course, on the assumption that no major challenge arises to American domination. If, say, Marcos goes the way of the Shah or Somoza, then the Russians will once again be on the march. For similar reasons, one may anticipate that the US will show some interest in arms negotiations, and may even accept an agreement as long as it satisfies certain basic conditions. The comparative advantage of the US is no longer in production, so limits on scale of weaponry are tolerable, even desirable. But the state role in development of advanced technology must be preserved, so no limits can be accepted on research, development, and deployment of new and more advanced weapons systems in conformity with the now well-established system of state industrial policy. Build down combined with Star Wars is a natural posture for the US, though there are problems, since the allegedly defensive systems compel the USSR to enhance its offensive capacity. Meanwhile, the debates will proceed in their largely irrelevant terms. One can see why the substantial popular support for a nuclear freeze had no effect. A nuclear freeze would place limits on the creation of an ever more intimidating posture in which our conventional weapons become meaningful instruments of military and political power, Harold Brown, and on the crucial state role in high technology development and production. It is therefore unacceptable. In particular, in the absence of any realistic alternative system of state capitalist industrial management, the nuclear freeze cannot arise as a serious issue within the political system, whatever popular attitudes may be. As Seymour Melman has emphasized for many years, the disarmament movement must assign the issue of economic conversion a central place on its agenda, or it will achieve very little. And this is no simple matter, because it bears on the institutional structure of power and privilege, as the owners and managers of the society are well aware. Adopting the point of view of the dominant elites, one can see why peace has become a dirty word, some kind of Russian plot. The common term peacenik, with its intended connotations, is a case in point. There is no term warnik. Advocacy of militarism is the domain of the good guys, not deviance of one or another sort. It is furthermore the norm, so no term for this stance is required. 6. The consequences. It is to be expected that domestic militarization will be accompanied by an activist, i.e., aggressive, foreign policy. One reason, already mentioned, is that the population must be mobilized to pay the costs and must therefore be convinced that it faces a terrible threat. A domestic program of military Keynesianism thus fosters a search for confrontation and military adventures abroad. The relation may also arise in the opposite direction. Concern over a loss of hegemony abroad requires intervention, hence reinforcement of the nuclear umbrella under which it may proceed effectively. An ideology of assertiveness, mock heroics, and machismo fosters both domestic militarization and foreign adventures. These processes quite generally develop in parallel. We observe them today in the idiocies of the Rambo cult and the equivalent among the jingoist intellectuals, who, mimicking Goebbels, speak of the sickly inhibitions against the use of military force of earlier years, now happily overcome with such inspiriting acts as the invasion of Grenada, a fabulous triumph of American arms. 95. The correlation between domestic militarization and foreign activism held in the three periods of military expansion mentioned earlier, notably the latter two. Consider just Latin America. In 1951, in a historic turn, Congress passed the Military Defense Assistance Act that created new ties between Washington and Latin American armed forces, and the U.S. undertook training of Latin American officers at the School of the Americas in the Panama Canal Zone. By the end of 1954, not merely coincidentally, military dictators ruled 13 of the 20 Latin American nations, a new high for the 20th century, including all Central American nations except Costa Rica. 96. The Kennedy administration changed the emphasis of the military assistance program from hemispheric defense to internal security, meaning war against their own populations. Given the realities of U.S. dominance, this meant, in effect, that the Latin American military role was changed from hemispheric defense to internal security, in the words of Charles Meekling, who led counterinsurgency and internal defense planning from 1961 to 1966. 97. In the light of its consequences, this was one of the most significant decisions of recent history, one little noted here. This decision, Meekling notes, represented a change from toleration of the rapacity and cruelty of the Latin American military to direct complicity in their crimes, to U.S. support of the methods of Heinrich Himmler's extermination squads. The consequences, as we have seen, were horrendous, as much of Latin America was turned into a torture chamber under a rash of national security states as a result, in significant measure, of U.S. policy initiatives. The same phenomenon is notable in the current phase of military expansion. Elsewhere too, the consequences of the interventionism that goes hand in hand with militarization of the domestic economy have been grim. Ruth Savard counts up 125 or more military conflicts since World War II, 95% in the Third World, in most cases involving foreign forces, with Western powers accounting for 79% of the interventions, Communist for 6%. Even if not taken too literally, such figures should give us pause. The toll is incalculable. In Indochina alone, a standard Western estimate is that about 500,000 were killed by the French in their US-backed war, and one recent estimate is that deaths from 1965 may have been 3 million or more. Add to this perhaps 170,000 killed in the previous 10 years of U.S. terror and some 500,000 to 1 million killed during the U.S. wars in Laos and Cambodia, and we have perhaps 4 million or more killed, a respectable achievement in the days before we fell victim to the sickly inhibitions against the use of military force. Such figures do not register the full toll by any means, the millions of war invalids and orphans. The most disadvantaged orphans are estimated at 700,000, the destruction of the land, the psychic injuries of one of the major catastrophes of the modern era. 98 All of this proceeds as we defend ourselves from the Soviet threat, just as the horrors of Hungary and Afghanistan are part of the Soviet defense against the American threat. Other consequences of the system include the enormous waste of scarce human and material resources and the constant threat of nuclear war, points too obvious to take the space to dwell on here. 7. Cold War realities. In the United States, the role of the state in stimulating and organizing the economy and the concern to maintain order and discipline within our broad domains, often operating in parallel, regularly spur domestic militarization and fuel the arms race under the propaganda cover of defense against Soviet aggression, with further interactions as already discussed. Our superpower enemy behaves in much the same way, though the sources of its conduct differ. The prime concern of its military bureaucratic elite is to run their dungeon without interference and to control the satellites, while seeking targets of opportunity elsewhere. Since their rule is based on violence, they also naturally turn to domestic militarization as their essential policy, and they too require the measures described by Harold Brown, cited earlier, to ensure the freedom to pursue their goals within their own domains. The two superpowers are locked into military systems of domestic social and economic management and global domination. They are also locked in a deadly embrace, as the dynamics of the Cold War reveal. There is no doubt that each of the superpowers would prefer to have the other disappear, and as noted, the US did for a time toy with rollback as a strategy. One hears echoes of such plans among the more fanatic Reaganites today. But these have not been the operative policies. Whatever the leadership may wish, each superpower has long come to recognize that the other is there to stay, short of mutual annihilation, and they have settled into a tacit partnership in global management, the Cold War system, in which each superpower exploits the threat of its great Satan to mobilize its own population and often recalcitrant allies to support brutal and violent measures in its own domain. The Cold War long ago came to have a certain functional utility for the superpowers, one reason why it persists. At the same time, each superpower expands its own deterrent force, to guarantee a space within which it is free to resort to violence, for us, much of the world. The picture comes into focus with relative clarity if we consider the actual events of the Cold War, putting the rhetoric aside. The typical event of the Cold War is an act of aggression or subversion by one of the superpowers against an enemy within its own domains: East Berlin, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Afghanistan, Greece, the Philippines, Iran, Guatemala, the Congo, Indochina, the Dominican Republic, Chile, El Salvador, and all too many others. In each case, intervention within the system is justified at home by appeal to the threat of the Great Satan. Such events constitute the major substance of the Cold War, behind the rhetoric of superpower conflict. The latter conflict is real, in that each superpower provides barriers to the ambitions of the other, and latent, in that the system will eventually explode. But behind these realities lies a good measure of tacit complicity in global management, and deception about the reality of the modern world. The point has been understood well enough by Third World victims of the Cold War system, for example, Foreign Minister Torriello of Guatemala, who pointed out, just prior to the CIA coup in 1954, that the US exploits fears of communist expansionism to prevent threats to the fifth freedom. He was voicing the thoughts of many of his Latin American listeners, Connell Smith observes, hence the ovation he received. 99 At home, reality has been successfully obscured, but there are occasional glimmerings of insight. In 1951, Hans Morgenthau wrote that the forces that in the interwar period erected the specter of communist revolution into a symbol of all social reform and social change itself are at work again. 100. In embarking upon a holy crusade to extirpate the evil of Bolshevism, these forces embarked, as they do now, in actuality upon a campaign to outlaw morally and legally all popular movements favoring social reform, and in that fashion to make the status quo impregnable to change. The symbol of the threat of a non-existent communist revolution becomes a convenient cloak, as it was for German and Italian fascism, behind which a confused and patriotic citizenry can be rallied to the defense of what seems to be the security of the United States, but what actually is the security of the status quo. There was much truth in this description then, as there is today. In fact, the Great Satan is there, surely enough. Reagan's evil empire is exactly that, as is its American counterpart. The enemy is indeed ugly and threatening, with an ample record of brutality and atrocities, brandishing means of destruction that can scarcely be ignored, so there is at least a modicum of plausibility when the Soviet Union appeals to its population to rally to the defense of Afghanistan against bandits supported by the CIA and other warmongers, or when the US does the same while defending South Vietnam by armed attack against its population. In short, the system works, often with spectacular success. Thus, in our highly ideological and deeply indoctrinated society, the US attack against South Vietnam in 1962, expanding in later years, simply does not exist as an event of history. I do not know of even one case where it was described as such in the media or establishment scholarship, quite a remarkable achievement of propaganda, one that any dictator would envy. 101. For us, the Cold War has been a war against much of the Third World, while for the USSR, it has been a war against their subject populations. This is the real meaning of the Cold War, and we should not forget it, when we turn our attention to the fact that the system of massacre, torture and oppression may, in the end, engulf us as well. The Cold War system of global management is highly unstable, and sooner or later it will break down, as has come close to happening often in the past. Those who value their reputation as good prophets should predict that the system will remain stable. As long as it persists, they will be right, and they can scoff at those who, driven by vague fears of the end of the world, have taken part in such quasi-religious rituals as arms control talks, and at the doomsayers overcome by Protestant angst or other psychic disorders. 102 And when it breaks down, there will be no one left to prove them wrong. The system has a certain inner rationality in the short term, within the framework of state and private planning. In the longer term, it is a system of mutual suicide, but it is far from easy to see how we can extricate ourselves from it, because core institutional factors are involved. Until major institutional changes become possible, we are limited to a holding action, rather like putting a band-aid on a cancer, in an effort to avert imminent catastrophe. Such actions, however frustrating and often futile they seem, must not be abandoned. It is necessary to oppose the next fantastic military system that will be concocted, the next intervention, the next attack on a potential rotten apple. We have a responsibility to try to protect people who are being viciously oppressed, and we may also hope to create a certain space in which, perhaps, there will be a way to work for more substantial institutional changes that will get to the roots of the problem. Not all the problems of international society result from US initiatives, but we have an ample share. In a sense, this is a hopeful sign, since it means there is much that can be done by people who can muster the courage and integrity to face the facts honestly and with determination. 5. The challenge ahead. 1. The conservative counterattack. 1.1 Confronting the threat of democracy at home. Of the various reasons advanced for the unwillingness of the true Democrats to take part in the political system in Nicaragua, one has a ring of credibility: their allegation that the Sandinistas exerted too much control over domestic institutions for them to have a fair chance. There is merit in this argument, despite the access to the public granted them by electoral law and the advantages resulting from their private power and external support. Correspondingly, there is merit in the argument that principled critics of public or private state capitalist institutions are effectively excluded from the political system when control over the economy and communications is concentrated in the hands of a small elite of owners and managers with essentially shared interests, as in the United States. Under these conditions, the bounds of political action are narrow, even when there is no resort to state violence to ensure that they are not transgressed. It has long been understood that democratic forms are of limited significance, and are therefore quite safe, when isolated individuals confront systems of concentrated power alone. Meaningful democracy presupposes the ability of ordinary people to pool their limited resources, to form and develop ideas and programs, put them on the political agenda, and act to support them. In the absence of organizational structures and resources that make this possible, democracy amounts to the option of choosing among candidates who represent the interests of one or another group that has an independent power base, generally in the private economy. The conclusion is all the more valid when central areas of decision-making are excluded in principle from the domain of democratic participation and public control: decisions about investment, the nature and conditions of productive work, and so on. These are among the reasons why capitalism and democracy are incompatible, if by democracy we mean a system of genuine popular participation in determining the conditions of social life. In an important study of American political history, Thomas Ferguson observes that the prerequisites for effective democracy are not really automatic voter registration or even Sunday voting, though these would help. Rather, deeper institutional forces, flourishing unions, readily accessible third parties, inexpensive media, and a thriving network of cooperatives and community organizations are the real basis of effective democracy. Even high voter turnout, which does not exist in the US, would mean very little in itself. To assess the meaning of voting in such situations, a hard look is vital at the resources available to individual voters to form and express an opinion, and above all to participate in secondary organizations. In these respects, he notes, the American experience has been less than edifying. Once again, the point is simply fortified when we consider the vast range of essential decision-making over general social life that is excluded in principle from the system of formal democracy. Business and the political system it has controlled since the earliest days is, not surprisingly, hostile to meaningful democracy. In fact, any such prospect has regularly been regarded as a serious danger by U.S. elites, either in the U.S. itself or in its dependencies. In the dependencies, the threat of meaningful democracy can be suppressed by violence, and often is. El Salvador is a case in point. As discussed in Chapter 3, the growth of an extensive network of secondary organizations that offered some hope to the large majority of the population, traditionally marginalized, led to Carter's terrorist war in 1980. The concern was that these popular organizations might shoulder the responsibility for the future of El Salvador, in the words of the assassinated Archbishop as he vainly pleaded with President Carter to refrain from backing the armed forces, which know only how to repress the people and defend the interests of the Salvadorian oligarchy. Carter's war succeeded in demolishing the popular organizations and guaranteeing the rule of the armed forces and the oligarchy, with a subsequent facade of elections added under Reagan to appease the home front once the danger of meaningful democracy was overcome. These successes removed the internal struggle from the political to the military arena, a replay of the U.S. achievement in South Vietnam 2 decades earlier, as already discussed. The example of El Salvador and many others illustrate the loathing for democracy on the part of dominant U.S. elites and the fear that it inspires, and the capacity of a great power to remove issues from the domain of political struggle, where it is weak, to the preferred domain of violent conflict. These and other examples discussed earlier also illustrate the impressive ability of our ideological institutions to eliminate inconvenient truths from history. At home, the problem of blocking the threat of meaningful democracy is more complex, death squads, torture, and army massacres not being feasible options, so the enterprise takes different forms. But the concern is no less real. It was voiced, for example, in the 1975 Trilateral Commission report mentioned earlier. To the American contributor, Harvard political scientist Samuel Huntington, refers nostalgically to the days when Truman had been able to govern the country with the cooperation of a relatively small number of Wall Street lawyers and bankers. Under these circumstances, there was no crisis of democracy. But the turbulent 1960s disturbed this pleasant arrangement, as segments of the normally quiescent population became organized and began to press their demands, which cannot be met without redistribution of wealth and power, not to be contemplated. The crisis was compounded by value-oriented intellectuals whose critical analysis endangers the institutions that are responsible for the indoctrination of young, the report warns, and by the media, which may have to be muzzled, it suggests, if they persist in their adversarial stance, vastly exaggerated, in their paranoid vision. These beginnings of popular engagement in democratic politics constitute the crisis of democracy that threatens the West, and the trilateral scholars therefore urge more moderation in democracy, measures to return the population to a more becoming state of apathy and passivity, so that democracy, in the preferred sense, can survive. Recall that these are the views of the liberal and moderate segment of dominant elites, the groups that took the leading role in the Carter administration shortly after. Recourse to state violence being limited, particularly against people who have a share in wealth and privilege, those who wield private and state power must turn to other means. It becomes crucially important to follow the advice of the U.S. operations mission in Vietnam, already quoted, p. 30. The ultimate target is the human mind. It may be changed, it may be rendered impotent for expression or it may be extinguished, but it still remains the critical target. In such places as South Vietnam and El Salvador, the human mind may simply be extinguished, but at home it must be rendered impotent in other ways. The past decade has, accordingly, been a period of dedicated efforts to overcome the Vietnam syndrome, a fearsome plague that spread during the terrible 60s, with such symptoms as insight into the real world and accompanying feelings of sympathy and concern for the victims of aggression and massacre. The Vietnam syndrome, along with the incipient attempts of large parts of the population to enter the political system, to organize, to act to achieve social goals, these were the various forms of insubordination that constituted the crisis of democracy. These intolerable departures from the approved moral code were not the first to evoke the fear of democracy at home. The rise of populism in the Midwest and South in the late 19th century was another case. Long depicted in scholarship as a primitive, proto-fascist, and anti-Semitic movement, populism is more accurately construed as the most truly libertarian social force relative to both the regions in which it temporarily emerged as a factor, Gabriel Kalko writes, as more recent work has shown. Populism was quickly suppressed, leading to a huge migration to Canada from the states with large agrarian radical movements, an important strand in the Canadian social democratic movement. Absent here. Point 3. The quick demise of populism under assault from a small component of business shows that the largest, best organized, and most cohesive mass political movement in American history could not compete with even a part of the business community, for these events provide some insight into the limitations upon democracy, in other than a formal sense, when real power is narrowly concentrated. Similar concerns arose after World War I, exploiting his doctrine that the recent great wave of immigration had brought people who have poured the poison of disloyalty into the very arteries of our national life. President Wilson turned to direct state repression, including mass expulsion of those whom Attorney General Palmer, a liberal and progressive, called alien filth. 5. Wilson's Red Scare, which established the FBI under J. Edgar Hoover as the national political police, succeeded in severely weakening the labor movement and undermining democratic politics. Promoted by business and proceeding with the enthusiastic support of the press, the repression wound down when it had achieved its ends and when elites began to fear that the anti-immigrant hysteria they had evoked might deplete the best reserve of cheap labor. Point 6. The story was reenacted after World War II. NSC 68 in 1950, while proposing a vast military build-up and a rollback strategy, warned that our society would be vulnerable if dissent were too freely tolerated and that a large measure of sacrifice and discipline will be demanded of the American people. The alleged communist threat to our survival was skillfully manipulated to induce conformism and passivity. The antics of Joe McCarthy were one variant, quickly terminated when they passed beyond helpless victims and extended to such powerful institutions as the U.S. Army. But McCarthyism, the campaign to reduce the population to apathy and obedience and eliminate independent thought, was far broader, and was eminently successful for some years. Its effects have yet to be overcome. With the democratic revival of the 60s, U.S. elites recognized the threat and dedicated substantial resources to assuring that the crisis of democracy would be overcome. Point 7. In the years since, Thomas Edsall observes, there has been a major shift in the balance of power in the United States, with a significant erosion of the power of those on the bottom half of the economic spectrum, an erosion of the power not only of the poor but of those in the working and middle classes, and a corresponding sharp increase in the power of economic elites. The process culminated in the Reagan programs that reshaped government, even more than before, into a welfare system for corporate power and wealthy sectors. As discussed in Chapter 4, the military system is one of the devices used effectively to this end, as in the past. In the Democratic Party, early 70s reforms in fact transferred power to a new, and affluent, elite, while the Republicans became a true class party, the party of business and wealthy professionals, to an unprecedented extent. Furthermore, during the 1970s, the political wing of the nation's corporate sector staged one of the most remarkable campaigns in the pursuit of political power in recent history, establishing a network of over 150,000 professionals in Washington who are engaged not only in securing defeat or passage of bills that concern them but also in a much more complex process, the shaping of the precise language of legislation and of the committee reports that accompany legislation. Business also established an elaborate system of private institutions engaged in research, scholarship, and ideological pronouncements, dwarfing in scale anything that had existed before, with the goal of altering the terms of the policy debate by sheer mass to a new conservative consensus. Point 8. The concept of conservatism in its contemporary Orwellian usage is illuminated in a position paper of one of the most influential of these new institutions, the Heritage Foundation, presented to Ronald Reagan in November 1980 as a blueprint for conservative government. The study advised Reagan to recognize the reality of subversion and to put emphasis on the un-American nature of much so-called dissidence, adding that it is axiomatic that individual liberties are secondary to the requirement of national security and internal civil order. 9 Fascists and Stalinists everywhere would applaud these sentiments. Not only in its doctrines, but more crucially in its behavior, modern conservatism reveals itself to be a form of advocacy of state power and state violence committed to securing the privileged position of business elites, what Bertram Gross has called friendly fascism. 10. 1.2 The attack against labor. A counterpart to the campaign to stamp out heresy was a sharp attack against labor. Edsel observes that in advanced Western democracies both on this continent and in Europe there is a direct and demonstrable correlation between government commitment to domestic social spending and the strength of the trade union movement. There exists in no Western democracy any other major organization cutting across racial and ethnic lines that can defend progressive distributional policies of both taxation and spending. Without a strong labor movement, there is no broad-based institution in American society equipped to represent the interests of those in the working and lower middle classes in the formulation of economic policy. In short, unions are unique within capitalist democracy in providing some way for people of limited resources to enter meaningfully into the political system, and therefore they too must be rendered impotent to guard against the threat of democracy. The attack on labor involved a variety of means, including illegal firings to undercut free union elections. Business found the sanctions for fighting unions through illegal tactics worth the price, and other measures, with considerable assistance from the labor bureaucracy. Reagan's 1981-82 recession had a notable impact in this regard. Like the revival of military escalation, the attack on social legislation began in the latter part of the Carter presidency, taking flight under Reagan along with the assault against the labor movement. 11. Thomas Ferguson and Joel Rogers review the effects of the first 4 years of these endeavors. Average first-year wage increases in major collective bargaining agreements set a record low in 1984, lagging significantly behind inflation for the third year running. This dismal bargaining record, they note, reflects the spectacular decline in union membership over the Reagan years, with a 22.4% drop in unionization rates for the private sector. Anti-union decisions of the National Labor Relations Board more than tripled, to 57% of contested cases, since the last Republican-dominated board under the Ford administration. Unions lost 86% of the cases brought against them. OSHA, which is in charge of worker health and safety, has virtually ceased to function. The Office of Technology Assessment confirms that enforcement levels are so low as to provide virtually no deterrent to violation of legislation on occupational health and safety, a fact that is not surprising, considering the President's stand on the matter. My idea of an OSHA would be if government set up an agency that would do research and study how things could be improved, and industry could go to it and say, we have a problem here and seem to lose more people by accidents in this particular function. Would you look at our plant, and then come back and give us a survey? 12. The system of private privilege for which Reagan serves as figurehead demands a powerful state, protected from scrutiny by citizens. 13. And untroubled by democratic participation, ruling by violence abroad and intervening massively in the economy at home, but restricting itself to service to wealth and privilege, modern conservatism. Certainly it cannot be expected to enforce the laws dealing with health and safety of workers. 1.3 The attack against rights. The refusal to enforce the law extends to other domains as well. The administration systematically refuses to carry out statutory mandates established by Congress in such areas as civil rights of institutionalized persons, voting rights, fair housing, and sex discrimination. The American Civil Liberties Union reports that as a result of the administration's refusal to adhere to the constitutional requirement to enforce civil rights laws, the ACLU has been forced to handle about 80% of all voting rights cases in the Deep South, acting in effect as a private attorney general, an impossible burden. This conservative administration posture guarantees, as intended, that the laws will not be enforced. 14. Conservative lawlessness is not limited to international affairs. The administration is, however, not entirely inactive in the matter of voting rights. It is conducting extensive investigations of voting fraud in Alabama, all in the Black Belt where blacks have recently gained local political power as a result of their enfranchisement a mere 2 centuries after the American Revolution. These actions are placing the area in a state of political siege and almost legal tyranny, in the words of Lawrence Wofford of the Campaign for a New South, an organization devoted to promoting black voting strength. The government had at this point lost all its cases 15, but this hardly matters, since the assault on black politics will serve its purpose of discouraging black voters and undermining activists. Democratic Representative Don Edwards of California suggested that government officials have been misused by whites attempting to thwart black political advances, a far too charitable interpretation. One can imagine what the Justice Department would find if it were to carry out comparable investigations of white-run counties in that region or elsewhere. 16. The attack on civil liberties is one facet of a broad campaign to restore inequity and discrimination overcome to a degree in the past generation. The attack on labor also renews major themes of U.S. history, which have been replayed over and over since President Andrew Jackson became the first U.S. president to send troops to break a strike, while all levels of government largely declined to interfere with employers' rights to dismiss, spy upon, or blacklist any worker they chose. American history is replete with examples of business groups and individual firms retaining vast arrays of military and paramilitary forces for long periods of time. 17. The significant point, Ferguson continues, is that in industrial societies perhaps the single most important and obvious dimension to examine in respect to the interests served by public policy is state policy toward the secondary organizations of the citizenry. By far the most important of such organizations, of course, are labor unions. Though most discussions of American democracy elide the often ugly facts, the truth is that if employers are allowed untrammeled rights to destroy organizations created by their laborers, then claims about citizen sovereignty are merely cynical rationalizations for elite investor dominance, whether in Poland in the 1980s, Massachusetts in the 1850s, Pennsylvania before the New Deal, or much of the South and West today. One expression of the current phase of the attack on democracy is a form of newspeak devised for the 1980 and 1984 elections, the use of the term special interests with reference to working people, women, the aged, the handicapped, ethnic groups, etc., in short, the population at large. Only one group does not achieve the rank of special interests, the corporate elite. The Democrats are the party of the special interests, the Reaganites charged, while the Republicans had no such commitment. In fact, the Democrats are only marginally more responsive to such special interests than the Republicans. Rather, the party is dominated by other sectors of the business and financial communities. But their slightly greater responsiveness to the population at large makes them the party of the special interests. Notice that the terminology makes a good deal of sense in a capitalist democracy, where the interests of owners and managers are indeed general interests that must be satisfied or the society will grind to a halt. The general population, however, is irrelevant except insofar as it serves the needs of private power, and therefore constitutes special interests. 18. 1.4 The attack against independent thought. The business classes also moved effectively to extend their already massive dominance over universities and the media, always deemed inadequate, as business constantly complains. This phase of the campaign included publications for the general public and in universities, where well-funded reactionary jingoist, conservative, journals are now widespread in an effort to counter threats of intellectual independence at the source. The general idea was succinctly expressed by Walter Wriston, chairman of Citicorp and a fundraiser for the American Enterprise Institute: "I write the songs the world sings, 19 no other melodies are to be heard." At the lunatic fringe we have such organizations as Accuracy in Academia, a spin-off of the reactionary thought control organization Accuracy in Media, AIM, which monitors the media for deviations from the party line. The new offshoot alleges that there are 10,000 Marxist professors on campus, where Marxist, in their terms, includes people who would be regarded as mainstream moderates in European industrial democracies, out of a total number of 600,000 professors. To combat this threat, they propose to monitor these dangerous creatures, using student spies, the aim being to promote greater balance. According to director Laszlo Ksorba. 20 The idea that an advantage of 60-1 does not suffice for balance captures well the totalitarian mentality of these elements, as does the very idea, which would be abhorrent to people who had even the most remote conception of the notion of a free society. One might observe, however, that the paranoid vision of Marxist-controlled universities, which barely merits the term comical, is not limited to the totalitarian right. One can read in the New York Times book review that Marxism has come close to being the dominant ideology in the academic world. This, from a respected liberal intellectual historian who has surely set foot in American universities more than once. 21 The concept is so remote from reality as to defy rational discussion. It can only be understood as a reflection of the fear that if heresy is granted even a tiny opening, then all is lost. Such groups as AIM and its offshoots, however ludicrous their antics, have an effect. Consider the question of critique of the media, a crucial activity in a free society. There are, in fact, two forms of such critical analysis. One is lacking in factual substance, ridiculous in its parody of argument, and extremely significant, the conservative critique, of which the activities of AIM provide an instructive example. The other is based on extensive factual analysis, carefully argued, often devastating, and wholly without influence. For example, Edward Herman's study of Times coverage of the Central American elections, p. 195. There are thousands of pages of similar material. The conservative critique is on the agenda, the left-wing critique is not. Thus, when public television produced a series on the Vietnam War, it was subjected to both kinds of critique, one absurd, the other serious, the first influential, the second non-existent, except for readers of marginal journals. PBS was compelled to acknowledge the first kind of critique and even to run a program expounding it. The second kind, whatever its merit, can be safely ignored. The difference lies not in intellectual content, but simply in clout. There are no takeover bids or pressures in Washington coming from the left. 22 The net effect is to entrench the spectrum of discussion well within the framework of the state propaganda system, with significant effects for the functioning of democracy. The ignored and irrelevant critique is called left-wing or radical or Marxist in U.S. political theology, as is critical discussion of state and private power generally, terms virtually without meaning in this context except as a form of generalized abuse and a device for avoiding the need to attend to heresy. It is worthy of mention that the highly indoctrinated modern technological societies have taken a long step backwards in these respects from the medieval period, when it was taken for granted by theologians that heresy must be carefully considered and refuted. Now it is sufficient merely to label it as such, with some appropriate scare word. 23. We might pursue this matter slightly further. The media are constantly criticized as dissident and antagonistic to established power, so much so that they constitute a threat to the survival of American institutions, some allege. For example, the authors of the Trilateral Commission study Crisis of Democracy. The left-wing critique holds, and I believe, demonstrates, that the media tend overwhelmingly to be subordinated to state and private power. Are these two claims contradictory? Not really, when we look more closely. We might make a distinction between the state and the government, where the state is a system of institutions, including private institutions that set conditions for public policy, which are relatively stable, changing slowly if at all. These constitute the actual nexus of decision-making power in the society, including investment and political decisions, setting the framework within which public policy can be discussed and is determined. The government consists of whatever groups happen to control the political system, one component of the state system, at a particular moment. In these terms, the left-wing critique holds that the media may well be critical of the government while they remain obedient to the state. The conservative critique agrees that the media are often critical of the government. This is their great crime, their obedience to the state is assumed. Conservatism of the contemporary variety demands total servility, not mere obedience. Thus the two forms of critique are not, in reality, contradictory, quite often. One might add that obedience of the corporate media to the state is hardly noteworthy or surprising, they serve quite generally as ideological institutions of the state. The enormous evangelical movement and its media have also become a powerful factor in imposing the conservative consensus. The United States is unique among industrial democracies in the allegiance of the population to religious doctrines and institutions, often of a fanatical variety. It is a dramatic exception to the general rule that such allegiance declines with industrialization. It may be that this departure reflects the more limited opportunities for political participation beyond the local level in a society with a highly class-conscious business class and few politically relevant secondary organizations. Ferguson notes the overwhelming importance of manufacturers in launching the Great Revivals and Temperance Crusaders of the 1830s, and the fact that while business elites almost always protected, and often encouraged, immigrant churches, they spared no expense to destroy unions. 24 This makes good sense. People will seek some form of association, and if meaningful participation in democratic politics is to be excluded, other forms, less threatening to privilege, should be fostered. It is also useful to maintain the population at a low cultural level, a result that has been achieved with much success in the United States, where 39% of the population believe in the biblical prediction of Armageddon and accept it with a certain fatalism, a belief shared by the president, and one that is advantageous for policy makers intent on increasing the dangers of nuclear war. A mere 9% of the population accept Darwinian evolution while 44% believe that God created man pretty much in his present form at one time within the last 10,000 years, and so on. 25. Such successes also have their problems, however. Doctrinal fanaticism may retard scientific progress, as the Soviet experience illustrates, and segments of the churches have become central elements in the movements for peace and social justice, a fact that has caused them to be subjected to unremitting criticism for their radicalism if not anti-Americanism. The very existence of the latter phrase, incidentally, is a reflection of the ideological fanaticism that protects private and state power. A corresponding concept exists in the USSR and some other societies, but would be considered laughable in many, as it should be. Another natural feature of contemporary conservatism is, predictably, an attack on independence of religious institutions. The government is now engaged in undercover infiltration of churches and worship sessions, using informants and undercover agents to make tape recordings of conversations and prayer meetings, apparently an innovation in American history though familiar practice in the totalitarian societies that the conservatives have taken as their models. 26 The practice was revealed in the course of a trial of 2 Roman Catholic priests, a nun, a Presbyterian minister, a Quaker activist and 6 others. Accused of the crime of offering sanctuary to Salvadoran refugees whom the government is determined to send back to the fate it has arranged for them at home. No doubt AIM will soon be sending spies to monitor sermons to ensure that they are politically correct. 1.5 Investing to control the state, the political system of capitalist democracy. Saloma observes that so-called conservatives have largely succeeded in building institutions that incorporate a new long-term strategic dimension into American politics. In the introduction to his book, Henry Steele Commager terms the system Salome describes not so much a new political order as a new political disorder, which is, quite simply, the product of money in politics. 27 There is much truth to these assessments. All of this is to be understood as the response by a highly class-conscious business community to the crisis of democracy perceived by the liberal wing of the groups that rule the capitalist democracies. It is the domestic counterpart to the violent destruction of the popular organizations in El Salvador, a prerequisite for what is called democracy in the U.S. ideological system. Again, the continuity with earlier American history should be stressed. Ferguson observes that throughout this history, and notably again in the contemporary period, as whole sections of the population begin investing massively in political action, elites become terrified and counter-organize on a stupendous scale, and invariably, elites openly begin discussing anti-democratic policy measures and more than usually exalt order and discipline as social goals. The current era exemplifies the pattern, as do the earlier cases mentioned above. Ferguson concludes from his review of American political history that the fundamental market for political parties usually is not voters. Rather, the real market for political parties is defined by major investors, who generally have good and clear reasons for investing to control the state. Blocks of major investors define the core of political parties and are responsible for most of the signals the party sends to the electorate. Periods of political compromise reflect consensus among major blocks of investors, as in the era of good feeling after the War of 1812, when, quite like Mexican elites 100 years later, American investors for a time enjoyed the luxury of ruling an essentially one-party state under the banner of revolutionary democracy as party competition, and voter turnout, virtually disappeared, one of many such periods, including the present to a significant degree. Party realignments, he argues, reflect basic changes in the core investment blocks which constitute parties. This investment theory of politics, which explains a good deal of American political history, regards political parties as blocks of major investors who coalesce to advance candidates representing their interests, interpreted not as special interests but as the general interest, while on all issues affecting the vital interests that major investors have in common no party competition will take place. One aspect of the process is the interaction of high business figures and the press, which has frequently been pivotal for American politics. 28. The New Deal period represented a limited departure from this system. For the first time in American history, masses of ordinary voters organized themselves and succeeded in pooling resources to become major independent investors in a party system. But even in this case, at the center of Roosevelt's new political coalition are not the workers, blacks, and poor that have preoccupied liberal commentators, but something else, a new historical bloc, in Gramsci's phrase, of high-technology industries, investment banks, and internationally oriented commercial banks. 29 The Reagan program is often described as instituting a revolution that may overturn the New Deal. The purpose of this coordinated and wide-ranging campaign, as noted, is not merely to concentrate state resources on service to private power, but also to overcome the crisis of democracy, the threat of democracy inherent in the engagement of ordinary people in the political system. That is one reason why a large part of the Reagan program is also supported by the political opposition, representing other segments of dominant elites. Ferguson notes further that in a political system like that of the United States, the costs associated with control of the state effectively screen out the bulk of the electorate from sustained political intervention. This crucial point is developed further in a very illuminating study by Joshua Cohen and Joel Rogers. 30 They identify two major factors that constrain the political process in a capitalist democracy, the resource constraint and the demand constraint. The former is straightforward enough: groups that command substantial resources can use them to advance their ends through the political system, those who do not, the large majority, may passively observe, with regard to central issues of public policy. The more subtle demand constraint has to do with the factors that direct the exercise of political rights toward the satisfaction of certain interests. In capitalist democracy, the interests that must be satisfied are those of capitalists, otherwise, there is no investment, no production, no work, no resources to be devoted, however marginally, to the needs of the general population. Therefore, it makes good sense for workers to subordinate their needs to the interests of capitalists, which constitute a necessary condition for the satisfaction of all other interests within the system. The interests of capitalists appear as general interests of the society as a whole, the interests of everyone else appear as merely particular, or special, as in the Reaganite rhetoric noted earlier. This must be the case when investment decisions remain out of the reach of social control. Short of the revolutionary step of organizing to place investment decisions under democratic control, workers may rationally choose to avoid politics altogether, as they do, to a great extent, in the US, or limit their engagement to the satisfaction of narrow demands, avoiding larger issues. The process is further advanced by the controls of the ideological system the hobgoblins regularly brought forth, the jingoist propaganda, the unremitting propaganda about free enterprise which must receive massive public subsidy, etc., and by the fact that the mere effort to gain information and understanding represents a significant investment, worthwhile for business interests and others that command the resources to use them for their own purposes, a mere luxury for people who lack secondary organizations in which they can pool their resources to put what they discover to some use. The policy of rational ignorance thus makes sense, in a society where true power is narrowly concentrated and popular organizations barely exist. What is called public debate, Cohen and Rogers comment, thus reduces to a game in which different producer groups take turns bombarding the public with misleading information. And there are few resources available to the public to allow them to inquire further, and little for them to gain by expending the quite considerable effort to do so. The public rationally turns to pursuit of personal gain and private forms of satisfaction, serious engagement in the formation of public policy not being a realistic option. Further questions also arise, though they are secondary to these essential features of the system of capitalist democracy. Suppose we ask what some government official will do upon leaving office. Will he or she join a corporate law firm, a millionaire's club, an investment bank, a board of directors, or rather become an unskilled laborer, machinist, clerk, or service worker? The answer provides a certain insight as to which group the person really represents. The class background and associations of elected and appointed officials, and their private aspirations and expectations, are of no small significance. 31 They reflect the concentration of real power, and are factors influencing the stand that elected officials take on public issues. 1.6 The ultimate target, the public mind. The task of rendering the human mind impotent for expression, CP 312, nevertheless must be diligently pursued, as illustrated by recurrent crises of democracy. This point too has been clearly understood in the business community. An AT&T executive observed in 1909 that the public mind is in my judgment the only serious danger confronting the company. From the turn of the century until this day, Gabriel Kalko comments, it was the object of a cultural and ideological industry that was as unrelenting as it was diverse, ranging from the school to the press to mass culture in its multitudinous dimensions. 32 The success of government propaganda during World War II helped inspire the growth of the U.S. public relations industry, a unique and highly significant institution. Its patron saint, Edward Bernays, who served on the Government Propaganda Commission during World War I, wrote in the 1920s that 33. The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. It is the intelligent minorities which need to make use of propaganda continuously and systematically. In the active proselytizing of minorities in whom selfish interests and public interests coincide lie the progress and development of America. The alleged coincidence is a widely held dogma, traceable in one form to early liberal theorists, with scientific contributions by the noted psychologist Edward Thorndike and others in the modern period. 34. In one of his later efforts, Bernays achieved great success in preparing the public mind for the overthrow of Guatemalan democracy in 1954, including the first-class public relations coups involving the New York Times described by the United Fruit PR director, CP 230. Shortly after World War I, America's leading journalist, Walter Lippmann, devised the term manufacture of consent for this new and essential art in the practice of democracy. Leading intellectuals, social scientists, and psychologists extolled the virtues of manipulating the public mind to achieve the goals of enlightened leadership, observing that this was a necessity in a stage of history when violence could not be used to control a population that has a theoretical voice in public affairs. We must not succumb to democratic dogmatisms about men being the best judges of their own interests, the influential political scientist Harold Lasswell warned. A system of thought control with few parallels and remarkable successes has been devised, with a good deal of conscious thought and planning throughout. 35 It is reinforced by the resource constraint and the demand constraint, which help explain why political life tends to become the province of blocks of investors who find it worthwhile to invest to control the state. Returning to the elections in Nicaragua, the Independent Liberal Party, which withdrew 2 weeks before the elections, apparently under intensive U.S. pressure and possible bribery that was barely reported here. 36, objected that elections could not be held freely while the state-run television network broadcast programs that promote hatred and class struggle and while students were subject to an ideological campaign in favor of the Sandinista Front. 37 As noted, the point is not to be dismissed, even putting aside the public and private resources at the hands of the opposition, including inherited wealth, control over much of the economy, support from the influential church hierarchy strongly backed by the Vatican in a predominantly Catholic country and from the nation's largest newspaper, subsidized by the country organizing the ongoing military attack against Nicaragua, and the backing of the long-term master of the region. But whatever merit the charge has, it is clear enough that the Sandinistas are the rankest amateurs in this regard, restricted to crude and sometimes ugly devices of control long surpassed by more sophisticated practitioners of the art. 1.7 The domestic successes of conservatism. The business-organized counterattack against the crisis of democracy has had many domestic successes, weakening the labor movement, increasing the state role in the economy to the benefit of advanced sectors of industry, undermining health, safety, civil rights, and environmental protection, extending business control over the ideological system and reversing the weak steps towards a more open society taken during the time of troubles, and so on. Its economic consequences include the deepest recession since the war followed by a classical Keynesian recovery, CP 209, nicely timed to create the impression during the 1984 election that things were looking up under Reaganomics. During Reagan's first term, the average annual growth rate fell by 25% from the rate during the Carter years, while Reagan's conservatism brought productive investment and the U.S. position in international trade to record lows and the federal deficit to record heights as the ratio of state spending to GNP rose more rapidly than at any time since World War II. Growth in non-agricultural employment fell from 3.3% under Carter to 1%. Employment in manufacturing fell by 0.7 million in contrast to an increase of 1.3 million under Carter. The unemployment rate in 1984 was higher than the average for any year of the Carter administration, and would have been higher still had the growth in the labor force not declined. Real wages continued their decline at a rate faster than in the Carter years, while the share of government spending in the national product rose. Inflation dropped, with about 1/3 to 1/2 of the reduction a result of the leveling off of petroleum prices, much of the rest attributable to the assault on labor and the Reagan-induced recession, which had a serious impact elsewhere as well, particularly for the developing countries. The change in real disposable income during the Reagan years was as follows: by quintiles of the population, rounded figures: bottom quintile, -8%, second quintile, -2%, third quintile, +1%, fourth quintile, +4%, top quintile, +8%, a striking reflection of the policy of shifting resources from the poor to the wealthy. 38 Some additional successes of Reagan-style Keynesianism, implemented via the Pentagon and aimed at enriching the wealthy, are revealed by a study of a Harvard task force on hunger, which estimates that 20 million Americans are hungry, with gains of the late 1970s reversed by cuts in federal food aid. A mayoral task force on hunger estimated that close to 900,000 Chicagoans, 1 in 4 persons, are malnourished or undergo frequent periods of inadequate food. One Catholic shelter in Chicago with 75 beds for women and children turned away more than 14,000 people in 1983 to 84. The government pointed with pride to a drop in poverty in 1984, failing to add that according to its own statistics, the poverty levels were higher than before the Reagan-induced recession, in fact higher than at any time since the mid-60s. In September 1985, the civilian unemployment rate stood at 7.3%, the highest on record for this stage in an economic recovery. In the preceding 2 years, the average period of unemployment was higher than for any 2-year period since World War II, with less than a third of the unemployed receiving benefits as compared with about one-half during the 1970s. Average gross weekly earnings for 1984 were below the 1972 peak. Close to 34 million Americans are living below the poverty line, with 100 million below the Bureau of Labor Statistics' low standard city budget for a family of 4. Furthermore, the future prospects are dim, as poverty is increasingly concentrated among the young, who are locked into a system with no escape. 22.2% of Americans under 18, 48% of black children, live in poverty as compared with 14.3% in 1969 to 70, a tendency that has accelerated rapidly since 1979. All noteworthy achievements, which are hardly likely to be overcome with the rapidly mounting federal and trade deficits of Reaganomics, meaning that future production will increasingly go to paying debts. 39. The situation of the hungry, poor, and homeless reflects the historical inability of the American economy to provide a decent life for much of the population. With its unparalleled advantages, vast internal resources, no external enemies, a huge flow of cheap labor and capital when needed, an empty continent once the land was cleared of the native population, and so on, the United States should by far surpass all other countries in such measures as infant mortality, life expectancy, and other indicators of quality of life. In fact, it is well down the list, a catastrophic failure of American state capitalism. 2. The opportunities for constructive action. 2.1 The system of control, its points of weakness. In earlier chapters we have reviewed some of the achievements of the revival of conservatism, Reagan style, in foreign policy and national security affairs, placing them in their historical context. We have now considered some of the domestic results of the concerted campaign by business sectors to reverse the advances of the preceding years in economic welfare, civil rights, intellectual freedom, and democratic politics. The crisis of democracy and related progress of the recent past were taken quite seriously by those whose privilege was threatened, and they have once again demonstrated their mastery of the machinery of state in this impressive counterattack. The weapons at the hands of the state managers and the closely associated blocks of investors whose agendas determine public debate are substantial and should not be underestimated. Some tend to disparage the current wave of reactionary jingoism on grounds of its intellectual bankruptcy and often sheer silliness, typified by the titular leadership. That is a mistake. Tyrannosaurus also had a small brain, but one wouldn't want to get in its way. Furthermore, despite the choice of political figurehead, there was nothing foolish in short-run terms at least about the methods employed to restore domestic and international order. Nevertheless, despite the enormous power of the system of control and coercion, it has notable points of weakness. There remains a strong residue of resiliency and independent-mindedness on the part of much of the population, and it is fortified by a tradition of individual civil liberties, an extremely important fact. This tradition is under such severe attack by the Reaganites that the hardly radical American Civil Liberties Union has felt it necessary to launch a Bill of Rights campaign in an effort to maintain the nation's heritage against the onslaught of today's conservatives, but it is still vibrant. Furthermore, it will be defended by powerful groups, for one reason, because they are its major beneficiaries. Though it has never been a pure capitalist society nor has any other, for the simple reason that such a society could not long survive. The United States approaches the status as closely as any in the contemporary world. In such a society, everything becomes a commodity, including freedom. You have about as much as you can purchase. For many of us, quite a lot, in a relatively wealthy society such as ours. For a black teenager in the ghetto subjected to police harassment or sometimes direct state violence, the guarantees of civil rights often amount to little. However, those who have some degree of privilege and wealth can act to defend their rights, making use of the legal mechanisms that exist. The same is true of other rights, such as freedom of speech and association. These become meaningful to the extent that one has the resources to exercise them. We can expect these rights to be defended by people who benefit by them, so that dissidents also have a space in which to operate that is often lacking elsewhere, and in much of the world is close to zero. Furthermore, as noted, the general obedience of the media does not approach full subservience, much to the distress of conservatives, and there is a tradition of professionalism of reporting that is also lacking in much of the world. An American journalist is as likely to give an accurate account of what he or she sees as any in the world, far more than most, though what they look for, and how they perceive it given a background of indoctrination, and what the editors will tolerate or select, are different matters. The very opulence of the society, combined with this professionalism and the unusual openness of the government to scrutiny also under attack by conservatives, make it possible to obtain a good deal of relevant information and understanding of the contemporary world, for those who are willing to make the effort to escape the doctrinal confines and have the commitment to persist in this course. Opportunities for organizing are available, with difficulty but not with the barriers posed elsewhere, and even the important option of civil disobedience remains when the state has limited resources of violence to employ against relatively privileged groups. These persistent elements of a society far more free than most made it possible for the crisis of democracy to develop during the 60s, as it had before. It was widely believed that the crisis had been resolved by the measures undertaken in subsequent years, that the dread Vietnam syndrome had been cured. The hope that all of this had been put to rest in the quiescent 70s was quickly shattered by the popular response to Reagan's attempt to rekindle the aggressive enthusiasms of Kennedy's New Frontier. It is, in fact, remarkable that the 70s have so commonly been described as a period when popular movements were tamed. As many people know from their own experience, this allegedly quiescent period was one of wide-ranging activism. It was precisely in this period that the feminist movement became a vital force, with a far-reaching impact on social life, along with the environmental movement and much else. The growth of the disarmament and solidarity movements in response to the resurgent America programs of the later Carter and Reagan administrations should have come as no real surprise. The fashionable talk about the me generation and the growth of narcissism may have some basis in reality, but it reflects more than a little wishful thinking and conscious propaganda as well. If people, particularly young people, can be persuaded that their contemporaries are fixated solely upon their own interests and pleasures, then human concerns will abate and the threat of democracy will be stilled, or so it is hoped. Each individual may know that this description is not true of himself or herself. But if, as alleged, that is the in thing, then perhaps one's natural inclinations can be suppressed under pressure of conformity to what is heralded as the group norm. It is far from clear that this aspect of the propaganda campaign has had very great success. 2.2 The shift to the right, rhetoric and reality. It is commonly argued that there has been a great shift to the right from the Kennedy to the Reagan years. There has indeed been a major mobilization of the powerful forces of the class-conscious business and professional communities, and a shift to the right among the articulate intelligentsia who increasingly associate themselves to these elites. But the evidence hardly shows that the population has adopted the ideology of reactionary jingoism, enhancement of state power and its role in international violence and intervention in the economy, and enrichment of the wealthy at the expense of the disadvantaged, the basic components of contemporary conservatism. The Reagan landslide is often cited as support for the alleged shift, even on the left. But this is most misleading. In the first place, there was no Reagan landslide. In his 1980 victory, Cohen and Rogers comment, Reagan gained a smaller percentage of the eligible electorate than Wendell Willkie did in his decisive 1940 loss to Roosevelt. The turnout was the third lowest in American history, higher only than the 1920 and 1924 elections that followed the abrupt swelling of the eligibility rolls resulting from the enfranchisement of women. Presidential historian William Lukattenberg comments that Reagan, far from having won in a landslide, got little more than a bare majority of the popular vote and only 28% of the potential electorate. Furthermore, he adds, exit polls found that voters backed Reagan less because they shared his outlook than because they wanted an alternative to Carter. A New York Times/CBS poll found that only 11% of Reagan voters, hence, 3% of the electorate, chose him on grounds that he's a real conservative. And other studies showed that degree of liberalism accounted for less than 1% of the loss of electoral support for House Democrats. 40. Despite unprecedented efforts to bring out the vote, the 1984 returns were similar. Registration increased substantially, by 20% in Texas, by 13% in California, etc. But actual voting increased by only 1%, to 53% of the electorate. Again, Reagan's stand on issues was a minor factor in the vote. The percentage of his supporters who voted for him because he was a real conservative went down to 4%. Since Reagan received just under 30% of the electoral vote, this means that about 1% of the electorate voted for a real conservative. Hardly a landslide victory for conservatism, with one qualification: those whose voices matter did prefer Reagan's program, which benefits them in the short run at least. In general, polls showed, issues of any sort were a marginal element in the campaign. To the extent that they were, voters opposed Reagan. A Harris poll reported that by 55 to 38%, voters said the country would be worse off with a Republican-controlled Congress that would pass Reagan's proposed legislation. 41. Such results on voter participation and attitudes would have been regarded as a disaster for the political system in other industrial democracies. A further reason to doubt the conventional wisdom, Vicente Navarro points out, is that just a year and a half before the election, Reagan was the most unpopular of the last 5 presidents, and even in 1984, nearly 2/3 of all elective positions were won by Democrats. The London Economist observed that Congress turned out to be a bit more liberal instead of becoming more conservative. The well-timed recovery from the Reagan-induced recession was one major factor in Reagan's personal victory, assisted by Mondale's lackluster performance and mimicry of Reagan and the fact that only 5% of the public regarded the central problem Mondale stressed, reduction of the deficit, as a major issue. This was no doubt a major issue for Mondale's backers in the financial community, and the light-hearted après-moi, le deluge abandon of the Reaganites can hardly cheer rational minds. But as Navarro comments, few people are willing to pay extra taxes to cover an abstract category called the deficit. 42. However, polls do indicate regularly that the public would support a tax increase devoted to New Deal and Great Society programs, contrary to widespread beliefs. Support for equal or greater social expenditures was about 80% in 1980, and increased by 1984. The public opposes cuts in Social Security with near unanimity, prefers cuts in military spending to cuts in health programs by about 2-1, supports the Clean Air Act by 7-1, opposes cuts in Medicare or Medicaid by well over 3-1, prefers defense cuts over cuts in these medical aid programs by 3-4-1, and opposes a ban on abortions by over 2-1. 3/4 of the population support government regulations to protect worker health and safety, and similar levels support protection of consumer interests and other social expenditures, including help for the elderly, the poor, and the needy. Navarro observes that the majority of Americans favor more, not less, government intervention in supporting people's lives and welfare, and would be willing to pay higher taxes if these were spent for such purposes. When asked if they support welfare, the public properly brainwashed by propaganda about welfare cheats registers opposition, but when asked about specific social programs, they express overwhelming support. Similarly, the public backs military spending to defend ourselves from the threat to our existence posed by the evil empire and its outposts in Grenada and South Yemen, though not when the choice is between this and social programs. Still more strikingly, Gary Hart's pollsters found in 1975 that the overwhelming majority believe that workers and the community should control business enterprises, though socialism is advocated by virtually no one. Like Mondale, Hart opposed the public on all these issues, under the slogan, "To get the government off your back, you have to get your hands out of the government's pocket." Only high-technology industry is to keep its hands in this rapidly filling pocket. After the 1980 election, Hart joined in a unanimous Senate Budget Committee vote to undermine social legislation that is overwhelmingly supported by the public, undoing 30 years of social legislation in 3 days. In Senator Moynihan's words, point 43, the fact that Congress overwhelmingly voted against the policies supported by the public is informative, with regard to the factors that determine public policy. Again, the shift began under Carter. Navarro observes that Carter was elected in 1976 on a platform that included expansion of New Deal programs, but enacted none of these proposals. The growth rate in social spending dropped from about 8% under Nixon and Ford to 4% under Carter, and was then reversed by Congress under Reagan, while government spending radically increased for the military system of subsidy to advanced industry. As noted earlier, the plans to reduce social spending in favor of the military system were advanced by Carter in late 1978, then implemented under the pretext offered by the Iranian hostage crisis and the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, then the window of vulnerability and other fantasies. The choice of military over social programs ran exactly counter to the public will, but the public was never offered a choice on these matters in the political system, and the ideological institutions prefer tales about a shift to the right that is more congenial to their own perceived interests and their conception of the proper government role in economic and global management. In the case of military spending, the reasons diverge sharply from the pretexts, as we have seen. The same is true of the other side of today's coin, the attack on the working class and the poor. The pretext is an alleged popular shift towards conservatism. The reasons are basically two. First, the real decline in U.S. hegemony, which makes it impossible to pursue simultaneously the great societies at home and grand designs abroad of Kennedy-style rhetoric, requiring a sacrifice of the former since the latter are a sine qua non of policy for elite groups, and second, the deep concern felt across the spectrum of elite opinion over the crisis of democracy in its various manifestations, a crisis that demands a return to obedience and austerity, to the sacrifice and discipline called for in the halcyon days when business could control the state without interference from the lower orders. But the real issues do not arise for the electorate. On these, the public is granted no voice, in accordance with the workings of capitalist democracy in the United States, as already discussed. The reasons why voters paid little attention to issues as they voted, or did not even take the trouble to show up at the polls, are not obscure. It took a discerning eye to perceive a difference between the candidates, and history offers few reasons to believe campaign promises in any event. The campaign was, as always, a major media event, part of the hoopla designed to show how marvelously democracy works. But commentators on the TV debates reflected a sharper insight when they chose to discourse learnedly on Mondale's choice of a necktie, or debated whether Geraldine Ferraro looked down too much at her notes, or waited to see if Reagan could weather a TV performance without some incredible blooper. Others labored mightily to lend some seriousness to the affair, but theirs was no easy task. It is not too surprising that most people who didn't just stay home appeared to vote for the guy with the nicest smile, who made them feel good, who happened to be running while the economy was temporarily recovering from the depths to which his advisors had reduced it. Despite all this, it could be argued that the marginal differences between the elite groups that backed the two candidates might yield a major difference in consequences for victims of U.S. state power at home and abroad. Sometimes it is worthwhile to make even decisions of third-order importance. On this matter, it is also arguable that the significance of voting varies with the office. Members of the House are likely to be more responsive to their constituents than senators, and the latter more responsive to the electorate than the president. As we move up the hierarchy and relations become more remote, the incumbent tends more to cater to the needs of those who control the private economy, who are also more concerned with domestic and international policy at that level. As always in U.S. politics, voting remained largely an elite affair in the Reagan years. Barely one-third of the unemployed voted in 1980. Working-class turnouts in the U.S. are roughly 30% lower than middle-class turnouts. Blacks vote 20% less than whites. If we concentrate on people with less than 5 years of formal education, a sure sign of class, we find that in Italy, 75% vote, in America, 8%, Lukattenberg comments. In the 1980 elections, 49% of eligible voters with family incomes of $5,000 to $10,000 voted, compared with 74% of those with incomes over $25,000. 71% of white-collar workers and 48% of blue-collar workers voted. An analysis of 30 democracies showed a significant correlation between high voter turnout and the presence of political parties representing clearly defined strata of society, that is, parties strongly tied to specific income classes, religious groups, or language groups, Edsel observes. In the U.S., where the choice is between two factions of the property party, many see no point in voting at all. The past decade, Edsel concludes, has seen a growing inability of the political system to represent, in the highly complex process of developing economic policy, the interests of the bottom 3/5 of society. 44 In general, there is ample reason to accept Walter Dean Burnham's conclusion that the class pattern of abstention seems inseparably linked to another crucial comparative peculiarity of the American political system, the total absence of a socialist or Labo-right mass party as an organized competitor in the electoral market. 45 Along with the increasing weakness of unions and the lack of other politically relevant popular organizations or political parties structured to permit popular participation, this contributes to the elimination of issues relevant to much of the population from the electoral system, and doubtless accounts in significant measure for their lack of interest in a game played among elite groups. The class character of abstention adds another element to the interpretation of the alleged landslide. Polls reveal awareness of the way the political system actually functions, despite massive propaganda efforts. A Times/CBS poll after the 1984 election showed that 49% of the public thought the government was run by a few big interests looking out for themselves, while 40% believed that government is run for the benefit of all the people, as official doctrine holds. 46 The headline of the article reporting these figures reads, "Americans in poll view government more confidently." There was, indeed, an increase in the low level of expression of confidence in government. The fact that half the population holds beliefs that are regularly castigated as Marxist or left-wing in mainstream media and scholarship, beliefs that appear quite accurate, it seems, and relate to questions of fact rather than ideology in any event, is somewhat more noteworthy, one might think. The minds may have been rendered impotent, but not by persuasion, it appears. There are other respects in which the shift to the right among the population proves to be a myth. Unlike the Kennedy years, the general public no longer easily tolerates militarism and aggression. When Kennedy attacked South Vietnam in 1962, there was no public outcry. As noted earlier, the event does not even exist in U.S. history, so profoundly indoctrinated are the intellectual elites, as was the general public at the time. As late as 1965, anti-war activists felt lucky to be able to speak to groups of neighbors in private homes or to address meetings in colleges where the organizers outnumbered the audience, and public meetings were broken up by militant counter-demonstrators, many of them students. Even in spring 1966 it was impossible in Boston, a center of liberalism, to run an open-air public anti-war meeting, and a church to which it was moved was defaced with tomatoes and other projectiles by an angry crowd, all of this arousing no notice among people who later were to be outraged by heckling of war criminals at public meetings and by student violence, much of it mythical, apart from what was instigated by government provocateurs. But when Reagan attempted to mobilize public opinion in support of direct military intervention in El Salvador, he succeeded only in organizing a large-scale and spontaneous popular movement of protest, and was forced to back down from more ambitious plans and limit himself to an extension and escalation of Carter's murderous war. Kennedy's brinkmanship and nuclear adventurism aroused much admiration, while Reagan's rhetoric, which so far falls short of Kennedy's actions, has, in contrast, provided a major impetus for an international disarmament movement. Case by case, much the same comparison holds. High-level Pentagon planners may believe that the US is going back to becoming the world's policeman, 47, but their joy in this prospect is overly optimistic. It is doubtful that the US can return to those wonderful days when intervention, subversion and direct aggression could be freely undertaken with much success throughout a large part of the world, while the public acquiesced and the intelligentsia lauded our noble commitment to Wilsonian principles of freedom and self-determination and the inspiring humanitarianism that distinguishes the US from all other powers in history. The economic consequences of the Pentagon system of national industrial policy can also not be long ignored. It is likely that there will be significant conflict within business circles over the coming years between those who hope to retain the traditional military Keynesian methods and others who believe that they will no longer serve in an era of decline of US hegemony, when industrial rivals can no longer be controlled or dismissed and the domestic population is not so malleable as before. 2.3. Turning the tide. Such features of the contemporary world and our own society leave ample openings for those concerned to alleviate current suffering or to prepare the ground for substantive social change. Such efforts are perhaps more feasible today than they were in earlier years. The conservative mood among elites reflects an understanding of such potential, and its temporary successes should not blind us to the basic weaknesses of the conservative program. Even in these years of coordinated elite campaigns and chaos and disorientation among dissident forces, there have been some real achievements and some near misses where a little more work could have made a large difference. The US wars in Central America are bad enough, but could be worse, as they were in Indochina. The congressional vote on aid to the Contras in June 1985 was not a sure thing. Had it gone differently, the administration would have found more devious means to pursue its war against Nicaragua, but the dynamics would have changed considerably, with effects in Honduras and Costa Rica and a chance for a peaceful settlement. The scandalous tolerance of the far worse US-backed atrocities in El Salvador was not inevitable, but rather reflects the failings of people who could have done far more to awaken the public to them. How many of us can reflect with pride and equanimity on what we have done in this case and many others? Indoctrination is undoubtedly effective, particularly among the educated part of the population, but the system of thought control is based on principles that are flimsy and dishonest, and it can collapse very quickly, as happened during the Vietnam War, with consequences that persist today. As mentioned earlier, those who labor to rescue the fact that 2 + 2 = 4 from the commissars who insist that 2 + 2 = 7 when it suits their needs will not suffer the fate of Orwell's Winston Smith or his real-life counterparts in much of the world. They will face unpleasantness, vilification, a degree of risk, sometimes loss of substantial privilege, but not torture, decapitation or psychiatric prison. It is possible even for those who are not saints or heroes to come to understand the world in which we live, and to act to stop the terror and violence for which we share responsibility by turning the other way. It can be done. Our own recent history shows that, and we need not pretend to ourselves that we do not know the way. The mass popular movement against the war in Indochina undoubtedly had significant effects. It raised the costs to the war criminals who conducted it. It prevented the state from declaring a true national mobilization, so that the war had to be fought on deficit financing, with guns and butter, leading to serious economic problems that finally impelled elite groups to turn against it as an investment that should be liquidated. Anti-war sentiment at home fueled dissidents within the military, which began to collapse, much to its credit. US elite groups learned a lesson familiar to their imperial predecessors: a citizen's army is unable to fight a war against a civilian population. That task requires professional murderers. Principled opposition to the war was minimal among elite groups, but became widespread among the population. As late as 1982, After years of dedicated brainwashing with no audible response, over 70% of the general public regarded the war as not merely a mistake but fundamentally wrong and immoral, a position held by only 45% of opinion makers, including clergy, etc., and by a far smaller proportion of elite intellectuals, to judge by earlier studies that showed that even at the height of anti-war activism after the Cambodia invasion of 1970, only a tiny fraction of them opposed the war on principled grounds. Point 48. None of this just happened. It was the product of dedicated and committed efforts over many years by innumerable people, the most important of them unknown outside of the small circles in which they worked. The same is true of every form of social struggle, whether narrowly focused on some particular atrocity, or devoted to enlarging the domain of freedom and justice. The consequences of the American war were terrible enough. They could have been worse yet, and would have been had it not been for the mass popular anti-war movement, spontaneous and with little leadership, spearheaded primarily by courageous young people whose achievement is measured by the hatred and contempt they inspired among the commissars who trembled with fear and indignation at the sight of young men and women who dared to defy the holy state in one of the finest moments of American history, a real achievement by people who cared about their country and are thus condemned as unpatriotic scum by those who prefer to march in parades singing the praises of their leaders. A standard argument of the reactionary jingoists who dominate discussion of the matter today is that Hanoi, always taken to be the enemy, since the existence of our attack against South Vietnam cannot be conceded, expected the war to be won on the streets of America, and was proven right, sure proof that the protesters were an evil lot. A more accurate perception was received by a delegation of peace movement activists visiting Hanoi in 1970, who were told by high officials that what impressed them most was something they had read in the press about people in a Midwestern town who had visited a cemetery to place wreaths on the graves of fallen soldiers in a silent protest against the war. But the state worshippers nevertheless have a point. Had it not been for the public opposition that became quite a remarkable force, the government could have moved on without needless distraction to a total victory instead of the partial one they achieved, much as the Nazis won a total victory over the Jews of Europe in a campaign that they too described as self-defense. The limited successes of the peace movement are now often heralded as a triumph of American democracy. That is hardly accurate, for two basic reasons. First, consider what was not achieved. There was barely a peep of protest when the US provided the essential means for the French War of Conquest, finally coming close to using nuclear weapons, then undermined the political accords and launched a campaign of violent terrorism while blocking the political settlement sought on all sides. By the time protest reached a noticeable level, perhaps 1 million Vietnamese had already been killed in almost 2 decades of US organized terror and violence. That protest, furthermore, was largely directed against the attack on North Vietnam, which carried risks of international war, hence a threat to us. The true nature of the US war against South Vietnam was never widely understood, a crucial fact with implications that persist, playing their part in facilitating the cruel post-war policies aimed at maximizing suffering and repression in the countries we devastated. Protest reached a truly significant level when the US had expanded its aggression to all of Indochina, with 500,000 troops fighting in South Vietnam. While the popular movement that escaped the bounds of the doctrinal system was effective, this alleged triumph of democracy nevertheless left 3 countries utterly in ruins with many millions dead, hardly an occasion for great self-congratulation. Secondly, the successes of the peace movement were largely achieved outside of the system of formal political democracy, by direct action, which raised the cost of aggression. Without these actions, lobbying of Congress, letter writing, political campaigning and the like would have proceeded endlessly with as much effect as they had in 1964, when the American people voted overwhelmingly against escalation of the war in Vietnam, voting for the candidate who at that time was secretly preparing the escalation that he publicly opposed. There was, indeed, a feature of American democracy that made these limited successes possible, the inability of the state to use massive violence against its own citizens. This permitted the public to make a rare and indirect contribution to decision-making, by affecting the calculus of costs of the planners. As I have emphasized throughout, this feature of American democracy is not to be lightly dismissed. Nevertheless, we may note that even the most violent totalitarian state is not free from such calculations of cost. The leading Nazi planner Albert Speer writes in his memoirs that it remains one of the oddities of World War II that Hitler demanded far less from his people than Churchill and Roosevelt did from their respective nations. Hitler was never able to carry out the total mobilization of labor forces and other measures of mass mobilization that could be undertaken in the democracies, because of the regime's anxiety not to risk any shift in the popular mood. This necessity to pacify the domestic population severely hampered the Nazi war effort, he points out, setting back armaments production by several years, according to his estimate. 49. Consider a more recent and much different example, the case of East Timor, where a huge massacre proceeded under Ford and particularly Carter, with a death toll of 1 to 200,000, perhaps more, roughly a quarter of the population by fairly conservative estimate, thanks to the support of the US and its allies and the servility of the media and the intellectuals who, meanwhile, feigned great agony about the simultaneous and in many ways comparable atrocities of Pol Pot, which they had no way to alleviate, in sharp contrast to the Timor massacre, which they could have terminated at once by pressure to withdraw the crucial US support for the Indonesian aggressors. The Timorese remnants were reduced to the level of Biafra and Cambodia, as was finally conceded after the fact, and the killing and subjugation still go on under the cover of Western silence or deception. But some barriers were placed in the way of the consummation of genocide. The Red Cross was finally permitted to enter intermittently after 4 years, and some relief flowed. The murderous assault was limited though not ended. Tens if not hundreds of thousands of people were saved. This was the result of the dedicated work of literally a handful of young people, who devoted their lives to bringing the facts to the public, ultimately reaching parts of the government and the press. The personal costs have not been trivial. They will receive no notice or thanks, any more than the courageous war resistors of Vietnam days, certainly not the Nobel Peace Prize they richly deserve. But they have a different reward, the knowledge of what they have accomplished. Many of us can share in such rewards, if we choose to do so. Intervention in Timor, or even in Indochina or Central America, is a rather peripheral concern of the managers of the US global system, despite the enormous resources sometimes devoted to such enterprises and the genuine fears of contagion and rotten apples. Liquidation of these projects of terror and coercion will not seriously affect the domestic order or the fifth freedom, and therefore committed popular efforts can make a real difference. Other tasks are much harder, those that begin to touch the structure of power and privilege. Serious efforts to confront the military system are a case in point. The drift towards mutual annihilation has a seemingly inexorable quality. The factors that impel it forward appear to be out of control, beyond our ability to influence or constrain them. We can only hope that this perception is false. Whether the tide can be turned in this case is not clear, though it is plain enough that it will not long flow on its present course. One effect of the development of nuclear weapons has been to induce a feeling of powerlessness on the part of much of the population, and at the same time, to reinforce the doctrine that the state must be free to conduct its affairs without popular interference or even scrutiny, given the awesome forces that it and its enemy command. These, no doubt, are among the reasons that induce planners to expand their nuclear arsenals and refine the systems of destruction in ever more exotic ways. Apart from everything else, they serve as a means of strengthening state power and domestic social control, one reason why they have such appeal to conservatives of the modern variety. Another effect of these developments has been a tendency to stare at apocalyptic visions, dismissing political analysis and past approaches to action as now irrelevant in the face of imminent total destruction. While understandable, this is a most serious error. The primary threats, the deadly connection and technical advances in weaponry, can be addressed, and must be if we are to survive. What is needed is clear-headed analysis and action over a broad range, often with quite specific and limited goals, not the paralysis that results from contemplation of awesome visions of destruction. The threat of nuclear war is real enough. There is much that can be done to reduce the threat, and it would be wrong, even criminal, to fail to do what can be done to constrain the military system and to reduce the tensions and conflicts that may lead to its employment, terminating history. Nevertheless, to concentrate all energies on delaying an eventual catastrophe while ignoring the causal factors that lie behind it is simply to guarantee that sooner or later it will occur. There are reasons why states devote their resources to improving the technology of destruction, why they seek international confrontation and undertake violent intervention. If these reasons are not addressed, a terminal conflict is a likely eventuality, only the timing is in doubt. It is suicidal to concentrate solely on plugging holes in the dike without trying to stem the flood at its source. For us, that means changing the structures of power and dominance that impel the state to crush moves towards independence and social justice within our vast domains and that constantly drive it towards militarization of the economy. There is no simple formula to determine how limited energies should be distributed among these many tasks. All must be addressed if there is to be a chance of survival in a world in which a decent person would want to live. As our society is constituted, public policy will be guided by the imperatives of intervention and military Keynesianism. Protests against particular excrescences, however successful, will lead to pursuit of the same objectives by similar means along other paths, since the state in the broad sense of earlier discussion relies on them for its survival in its present form. Alternatives to existing forms of hierarchy, domination, private power, and social control certainly exist in principle, and are well known, and even supported by much of the population despite their remoteness from the intellectual scene, as already briefly noted. But to make them realistic will require a great deal of committed work, including the work of articulating them clearly. 50 Similarly, opposition to slavery would have failed if no realistic alternative had been advanced, rental rather than ownership of labor, in our own history, not the end to which we should strive, but a major advance nonetheless. Determined opposition to the latest lunacies and atrocities must continue, for the sake of the victims as well as our own ultimate survival. But it should be understood as a poor substitute for a challenge to the deeper causes, a challenge that we are, unfortunately, in no position to mount at present, though the groundwork can and must be laid. Protest over Star Wars, massacre in El Salvador, and so on, is a sign of our weakness. A strong peace movement would be challenging military-based state capitalism and the world system it dominates while seeking to support similar forces to the extent that they can survive in the so-called socialist world. The latter phrase, incidentally, should be recognized as a joint contribution of the two major world propaganda systems to social control. For the US, it serves as a means to discredit socialism by associating it with totalitarian cruelty, for the taskmasters of the Soviet Union, as a means to gain legitimacy and support by exploiting the aura of socialist ideals and the respect that is rightly accorded them, in an effort to conceal their own brutal practice, as they have destroyed every vestige of socialism, from the first moments of their bloody rule. 51. Unless the various strands of the movements for peace and social justice can develop and sustain a vision of an attainable future that expresses the felt needs of the overwhelming mass of the population for freedom, justice, decency, solidarity, and meaningful democracy, and unless they can find a way to follow Bakunin's advice to construct the facts of this future within existing society, there will be no way to proceed beyond attempts to mitigate the worst atrocities and to delay the final catastrophe. Plainly, this has not yet happened. The Soviet Western fraud about socialism is one of many mechanisms that have served effectively to undermine any such endeavor. Western-style capitalist democracy, as already observed, aims at a condition in which each individual confronts the organized power of highly self-conscious ruling groups in isolation, flipping a lever every few years but with no means to go further to join with others to gain information and understanding, to raise and consider questions about the nature and functioning of economic and political institutions, to develop concepts and programs of social change, or even to enter or influence the relatively narrow arena of decision-making in the political system in a meaningful way. This must be changed, and only patient efforts among people with whom one lives and works will make such change a reality in the longer term. Separatism, subcultures, or actions that remain meaningless or offensive to much of the population, lack of an articulated vision of the future, acceptance without awareness of the doctrines of the state religion, these are among the many reflections of the enormous power of the Western system of fragmentation and ideological control, and of our inability, so far, to combat it, except sporadically. U.S. foreign and domestic policy has roots in institutional structures. Only in a limited way does it reflect the personal preferences and commitments of particular individuals who happen to hold office. The institutional structures fix these policies within certain bounds, leading to ceaseless efforts to maintain or enlarge the fifth freedom, reliance on the Pentagon system of state economic management, concerted measures to limit democracy at home and destroy it in the dependencies, a persistent assault on human rights and social justice, construction of a vast system of social control and indoctrination. Within the constraints of existing state institutions, policies will be determined by people representing centers of concentrated power in the private economy, people who, in their institutional roles, will not be swayed by moral appeals but by the costs consequent upon the decisions they make, not because they are bad people, but because that is what the institutional roles demand. If current incumbents do not perform these tasks, they will be removed in favor of others who will. The closer to the centers of power one stands, the more these factors operate. Those who are serious about inducing changes in public policy will therefore consider ways to modify this calculus of costs. For elite groups who control capital and investment decisions, the means are direct, well understood, and constantly pursued. The ordinary citizen who is excluded from the private system of domination and control can resort to other means. Those who own and manage the society want a disciplined, apathetic and submissive public that will not challenge their privilege and the orderly world in which it thrives. The ordinary citizen need not grant them this gift. Enhancing the crisis of democracy by organization and political engagement is itself a threat to power, a reason to undertake it quite apart from its crucial importance in itself as an essential step towards social change. We can also learn from history. There is substantial evidence that the fear of domestic disruption has inhibited murderous plans. One documented case concerns Vietnam. The Joint Chiefs of Staff recognized the need that sufficient forces would still be available for civil disorder control if they sent more troops to Vietnam after the Tet Offensive, and Pentagon officials feared that escalation might lead to massive civil disobedience, in view of the large-scale popular opposition to the war, running the risk of provoking a domestic crisis of unprecedented proportions. A review of the internal documents released in the Pentagon Papers shows that considerations of cost were the sole factor inhibiting planners, a fact that should be noted by citizens concerned to restrain the violence of the state. 52 In such cases as these, and many others, popular demonstrations and civil disobedience may, under appropriate circumstances, encourage others to undertake a broader range of conventional action by extending the range of the thinkable, and where there is real popular understanding of the legitimacy of direct action to confront institutional violence, may serve as a catalyst to constructive organization and action that will pave the way to more fundamental change. In contrast, without a background of popular understanding, it may be only a form of self-indulgent and possibly quite harmful adventurism. 53. Looking beyond the ever-present need to deter particular crimes of state, there is little reason to accept the doctrine that existing institutional structures represent the terminus of historical social evolution, that their principles are graven in stone. There is no need for people to accept as a permanent condition that the vast majority of the population, in order to survive, must rent themselves to those who control capital and resources, means of production and distribution, while decisions over investment and other crucial matters are removed in principle from democratic control, with the further consequence that democratic politics includes a very limited range of social choices, operating within parameters set elsewhere in the state system. The groundwork for great social movements of the past was laid through many years of searching, intellectual interchange, social experimentation, and collective action, organization and struggle. The same will be true of the coming stages of social change. Those who wish to play a meaningful role in influencing public policy or changing its institutional base must begin with honest inquiry, in community with others if it is to be effective. Whether one sees oneself as dedicated to reform or revolution, the first steps are education of oneself and others. There will be little hope for further progress unless the means to carry out these first steps are preserved and enhanced. Networks of local organizations, media, and publishers who do not bend to state and private power, and so on. These first steps interact. The organizations will not function without access to information and analysis. Independent media and publishing will not survive without the participation and intellectual and financial contributions of popular organizations that grow and develop on the basis of shared concerns, optimally based in the community, workplace, or other points of social interaction. To the extent that such a basis exists, a range of possible actions become available: political pressure within the system, community organizing, civil disobedience, constructive efforts to create wholly new institutions such as worker-managed industry, and much else. As activity undertaken in such domains, including conventional political action, extends in scale, effectiveness, and popular engagement, it may well evoke state violence, one sign that it is becoming truly significant. There are no magic answers, no miraculous methods to overcome the problems we face, just the familiar ones: honest search for understanding, education, organization, action that raises the cost of state violence for its perpetrators or that lays the basis for institutional change, and the kind of commitment that will persist despite the temptations of disillusionment, despite many failures and only limited successes, inspired by the hope of a brighter future. 6. Postscript, 1986. The preceding chapters, published in December 1985, deal with several topics: the travail of Central America, the principles that underlie U.S. policy planning as revealed by the documentary record and the history of this and other regions of the Third World, the application of these principles to national security affairs and interactions among the industrial powers, and some relevant features of domestic U.S. society. Events of the following year illustrate very well the theses developed here. I will review a few examples. 1. The scandals of 1986. 1.1 The problems of clandestine terrorism. 4 features of domestic U.S. society discussed above are: 1. The effective exclusion of the majority of the population from the formal political system. 2. The subordination of the intellectual establishment to the system of state-private power. 3. The limits on the capacity of the state to control its citizens by force. 4. The substantial improvement in the moral and intellectual level of the general population resulting from the mass popular movements of the 1960s and the 1970s. The interplay of these factors has complex effects. Consider the attack against Nicaragua by the U.S. organized Contra armies. The public generally opposes aid to the Contras, just as it opposes virtually every major program of the Reagan administration, as polls have demonstrated clearly throughout the Reagan years. 1 But central policy issues are largely excluded from the corporate media and barely arise in the political system. One reason why voting continues to decline, to barely 37% in the November 1986 elections. Popular dissidence remains significant and cannot be controlled by force. Congress, which is somewhat responsive to the public mood, has raised a number of barriers to direct U.S. aggression against Nicaragua. This compelled the Reagan administration to devise a complex array of covert means to maintain its mercenary army attacking Nicaragua. Arms were sent to the Contras through a shadowy network of CIA subsidiaries and private organizations controlled by U.S. ex-generals in close coordination with the White House. Notorious international terrorists were enlisted in the cause, for example, Luis Posada Carriles, a CIA-trained Cuban exile sprung from a Venezuelan prison where he was charged with planning the 1976 bombing of a Cubana airliner with 73 civilians killed, then taken to El Salvador to help organize the Contra supply network from the U.S.-controlled Ilopango Air Base. 2 The Reagan administration took over the World Anti-Communist League, a collection of Nazis who had been recruited by the U.S. as Part of its global war against the anti-fascist resistance in the immediate post-World War II period, see Chapter 4.4, fanatic anti-Semites, death squad assassins, torturers, and killers from around the world, backed by U.S. client states such as South Korea and Taiwan. This organization was converted into an effective instrument of international terrorism from Mozambique to Nicaragua. 3 Profits from U.S. arms sales to Iran via Israel with Saudi Arabian funding, undertaken for entirely different motives, were diverted to the Contras through Swiss banks, along with millions of dollars from the Sultan of Brunei solicited by the State Department. Such machinations provided the Contra armies with an air force and military equipment in violation of explicit congressional legislation and U.S. laws going back to the 18th Century Neutrality Act, enabling them to maintain some forces within Nicaragua and to continue the terrorist activities that are generally ignored by the U.S. media and dismissed by terrorist apologists as Sandinista atrocity allegations. In such ways, the Reagan administration constructed an international terrorist network of impressive sophistication, without parallel in history to my knowledge, and used it for a variety of purposes, to maintain the war against Nicaragua so as to undermine the possibility of social and economic development there, to destroy the popular organizations that threaten to bring meaningful democracy and social reform to El Salvador, to ensure that South Africa will be able to disrupt its neighbors and prevent them escaping the dependence on South Africa that is a legacy of the colonial system, and so on. But it proved impossible to maintain secrecy after the downing of the Contra supply plane in Nicaragua and the revelation by a Beirut journal and by the Iranians of the visit to Tehran by former National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane. The unraveling of the complex web of deceit from October 1986 became a severe embarrassment to the terrorist commanders in Washington, who were forced to pretend that they knew nothing of the programs carried out under their general orders. These partial exposures may serve to limit their capacity to conduct the programs of international terrorism to which they are dedicated, at least for a period. The scandals that erupted in late 1986 are a tribute to the popular movements that developed in the 1960s and that have not been tamed, despite major efforts by business, government, and intellectual elites in the post-Vietnam period. They demonstrate that even in a largely depoliticized society such as the United States, with no political parties or opposition press beyond the very narrow spectrum of the business-dominated consensus, it is possible for popular action to have a significant impact on policy, though indirectly, much as in the case of the Indochina Wars. Had the public been quiescent, it would have been quite simple for Reagan to send Marines in the style of Lyndon Johnson when it became necessary to avert the threat of democracy in the Dominican Republic in 1965, or to emulate John F. Kennedy, who sent the U.S. Air Force to bomb and defoliate South Vietnam to counter what his administration called internal aggression there. Much to the dismay of U.S. elites, the state is now inhibited in carrying out direct aggression, and the resort to indirect means brings with it inevitable problems. One of these is the danger of exposure, which undermines the rhetorical pose of the ideological system that is used to pacify the public in the United States and Europe. 1.2 The limits of scandal. It is important to understand what does, and what does not, constitute the scandal that erupted in late 1986. In the first place, the blatant illegality of the U.S. attack on Nicaragua is not a scandal, not a factor inhibiting U.S. international terrorism. In June 1986, the International Court of Justice determined that U.S. actions constitute an unlawful use of force and violations of treaties. It ruled that these violations cannot be justified either by collective self-defense, the U.S. claim, nor by any right of the United States to take countermeasures involving the use of force in the event of intervention by Nicaragua in El Salvador, since no such right exists under the applicable international law. The court found no credible evidence of Nicaraguan support for guerrillas in El Salvador since early 1981, noting further that Nicaragua could not be charged with a higher responsibility to halt arms flow than El Salvador, Honduras, and the United States, which claimed to be unable to do so despite the extensive resources deployed by the United States. The court also observed that El Salvador had not charged armed attack until August 1984, 4 months after Nicaragua had brought its claim to the court. 5. The World Court decision was simply ignored. The court was dismissed by the media as a hostile forum. This same hostile forum had ruled in favor of the US against Iran in 1980, but that was deemed irrelevant. Liberal advocates of world order held that the US should disregard the World Court, because, as international law specialist Thomas Frank put it, the United States must maintain the freedom to protect freedom, as in Nicaragua. The United States then vetoed a UN Security Council resolution, 11-1, 3 abstentions, calling on all states to observe international law, and, along with 2 client states, El Salvador and Israel, voted against a General Assembly resolution, passed 94-3, calling for compliance with the World Court ruling. Point 6. In short, the United States is a lawless and violent state and must remain so, independently of any irrelevancies such as the World Court or the United Nations. International opinion, in Europe, Canada, or elsewhere, will inhibit the terrorist commanders in Washington only if it becomes articulate and sufficiently disruptive so as to impose costs that they are unwilling to face, just as domestic public opinion is of no concern until it reaches a level of dissidence that threatens order and stability at home. International terrorism is scandalous only if it infringes upon elite prerogatives or carries a potential cost to elite interests. Congress does represent various systems of power, therefore, violation of explicit congressional directives is a scandal that cannot be ignored, in contrast to the framework of customary international law and solemn treaty obligations, which are an irrelevance. Similarly, during the Watergate farce, largely a damage control operation by Congress and the media, there was much outrage over the break-in at the Democratic Party headquarters, but not over the real crimes of the Nixon and earlier administrations, exposed at exactly the same time, including the use of the National Political Police, the FBI, to undermine the Socialist Workers' Party by repeated burglaries and other illegal acts, not to speak of FBI operations to foment violence in the ghettos, destroy the civil rights movement and other forms of popular action, etc. The Democratic Party represents domestic power, the Socialist Workers' Party, a legal political party, does not. Nixon's enemies list was a scandal, but not the FBI involvement in the assassination of Fred Hampton by the Chicago police, exposed at the same time. It is scandalous to call powerful people bad names in private, but not to assassinate a Black Panther organizer. The Cambodia bombings were not part of the Watergate indictment. The issue arose in the hearings, but the crime alleged was the failure to notify Congress, not the bombing of Cambodia with tens of thousands of peasants killed. The exposures during the Watergate period constitute a crucial experiment, arranged for us by history. The lesson it taught is that people with power will defend themselves. State terrorism and murderous aggression are legitimate, but not violation of the prerogatives of domestic power. Much the same is true in the present case. It is understandable, then, that the successful use of terrorism is not considered a scandal. On the contrary, it is welcomed and applauded, including massive state terrorism in the Middle East Mediterranean region sponsored or carried out directly by the United States aid, and the successful terrorist operations in El Salvador and Guatemala, far greater in scale. The terrorist attack against Nicaragua, given renewed authorization by Congress in June 1986, is regarded as perhaps a mistake, but it is not a scandal that shakes the foundations of the Republic. All of this makes perfect sense, when one understands the principles involved. Since the successful slaughters in El Salvador and Guatemala have been completely removed from elite concern and largely public awareness, let us consider the attack against Nicaragua, still an issue since it may prove costly to powerful interests in the United States. Documents circulated internally in the White House concede openly that the Contra armies constructed by the U.S. are a proxy force for which the U.S. must somehow construct a political base within Nicaragua. Meeting at a sumptuous country club in Costa Rica with catered buffet and open bar, the collection of successful businessmen, bankers, and attorneys who make up the Contra civilian leadership established by the United States explain the difficult problem they face, to diffuse an impression of the Contras as principally a military force with a vague, and largely conservative, political program and to project a progressive image that might have some appeal within Nicaragua. The problems probably explain why their exile assembly was largely ignored by the press. Unreported, for example, was their conception of democracy, to which we return. A further reason is that the moderate elements imposed for propaganda purposes by the U.S. government, Arturo Cruz and Alfonso Robelo, drew relatively cool receptions and a tepid response, while mention of the name of the only civilian leader with real power, Adolfo Calero, elicited thunderous applause. 9. Calero was not permitted to enter Costa Rica. An avowed proponent of terrorism who favors attacks on civilian farms, see Chapter 1.2, he is the ultra-right civilian leader of the major military force of the Contras, the FDN, based on the Somatist National Guard and commanded by National Guard Colonel Enrique Bermudez. A secret 1982 Pentagon intelligence report described its basic elements as a terrorist organization headed by former National Guard officers. That they have committed damnable atrocities against civilians is openly conceded by their leadership, see Chapter 1.2, who now claim falsely that things have changed. Nothing has changed, including the irrelevance of U.S. backed atrocities to elite opinion. The horrifying record of Contra atrocities compiled by human rights groups, generally ignored, was extended through 1986. Two investigators cite a high-ranking State Department official who describes the U.S. stance with regard to the atrocities of their proxy army as one of intentional ignorance. The same is largely true of the media and Congress. To select an example virtually at random, U.S. journalists reported the killing of 4 civilians and the abduction of 9 others from an agricultural cooperative at San Jose del Pueblo. I located no report in the press. 10. Use of local collaborators and mercenaries to attack, suppress, and control the population is traditional practice. Familiar examples include the British in India, the Nazis in occupied Europe, the French and later the U.S. in Indochina, the U.S. in El Salvador, and South Africa for many years, where black police and troops conduct many of the worst atrocities. The enormous economic and propaganda resources of the dominant, often foreign, society combined with a depressed economy, ethnic rivalries, religious controls, and other factors facilitate these efforts. Apologists for repression regularly appeal to the fact that its agents are mobilized locally to justify the actions as defensive or even populist. Thus we read constantly in the U.S. media that the Contra foot soldiers are peasants, as are soldiers generally, including Somoza's National Guard, often recruited in the same areas. Nazis, South African racists, and others have advanced similar arguments, with comparable justice. 11. At the Exile Assembly, Arturo Cruz, regularly hailed as a heroic defender of democracy, told the delegates that all the conditions for victory are present, except only that we have failed until now to define clearly and consistently our own political positions, a minor defect. Senior U.S. officials bewail the fact that the Contras can demonstrate no major political gains and have almost no support systems within Nicaragua. They do not understand why the proxy army attacking Nicaragua from foreign bases is not as effective as the leftist rebels in El Salvador, who have always fought within their own country, receive virtually no known outside aid, and face a military force far stronger and better equipped than the army defending Nicaragua from terrorist attack. Not to speak of the direct U.S. Air Force participation in surveillance and coordination of bombing. They fear that these incomprehensible failures are going to have long-term costs for us. 12. The device of historical amnesia and tunnel vision cultivated in intellectual circles prevents the press from observing that this curious technical problem has always bedeviled U.S. planners conducting covert action or low-intensity warfare or counterinsurgency, that is, international terrorism. Throughout the Indochina wars, government experts struggled with the same problem. The U.S. is militarily strong, but politically weak, as regularly discussed in captured Vietnamese documents as well as U.S. government analyses, see Chapter 5.1. These facts have always been incomprehensible in an intellectual culture committed to violence and the rule of force, and to reform dictated from above in the interests of the foreign supervisor. The current bafflement over the failures of the proxy army is a familiar refrain. The attack against Nicaragua is not part of the scandal. It is perhaps a mistake, but is otherwise legitimate, even meritorious, except when things go wrong, with only rare voices of honest protest in elite circles. 1.3 Damage control. The project of damage control undertaken by elite groups after the partial exposure of Washington's international terror network in late 1986 relies upon the pretense that the foreign policy of the Reagan administration is foolish, incompetent, out of control. Sophisticated observers shake their heads in dismay and despair over all the president's midgets. 13 The same was true during the Watergate farce. The reaction merits skepticism. This is the characteristic response of the doctrinal system when problems arise in concealing systematic U.S. policies. The instinctive reaction is to narrow the focus of inquiry to conceal the systematic nature of the criminality now being partially exposed. All problems must be blamed on the failings of incompetent individuals, not traced to their institutional roots. After all, even the most magnificent system may contain a bad apple or an overzealous bureaucrat. And crucially, the nobility of U.S. intentions must be protected from any challenge. The operation of damage control is much facilitated by the technique of historical amnesia and tunnel vision. This allows us to avoid what might otherwise be embarrassing, and surely pertinent, questions, such as, what explains the sudden conversion of U.S. elite opinion to profound concern for human rights and democracy in Nicaragua in July 1979? What were the US and Israel doing in Iran before 1985, when there were no hostages to rescue? Why is there great outrage over the closing of La Prensa the day after Congress voted contra aid, a virtual declaration of war, as US government officials observed, but total silence when Israel, at the same time, closed 2 Jerusalem newspapers on the grounds that although we offer them freedom of expression, it is forbidden to permit them to exploit this freedom in order to harm the State of Israel, and as the High Court held, it is inconceivable that the State of Israel should allow terrorist organizations which seek to destroy it to set up businesses in its territory, legitimate as they may be. La Prensa was aided by a contra-lobbying organization funded by the superpower attacking Nicaragua, 14 and so on. A crucial condition of respectable discourse is that such questions be put aside. Consider a few typical examples of the technique of damage control. In Congress, a leading critic of Reagan policies, Rep. Michael Barnes, expresses his support for the noble objective of the Reagan administration, to somehow democratize Nicaragua. But the Contras, he says, are not the instrument that will achieve that objective. 15 He sees the democratic process in operation among our friends in the region Honduras, where the population starves while the country remains under the rule of the military and the oligarchy behind a thin civilian facade constructed for the benefit of the U.S. taxpayer. El Salvador and Guatemala, where the opposition has simply been slaughtered, intimidated, or driven out of the country by U.S. sponsored violence along with much of the population, and no sane person could utter the word democracy without a shudder. And we must persist in the historical commitment to bring democracy to Nicaragua that is so clearly revealed through over 130 years of U.S. intervention there. Turning to the media, in the ultra-liberal press, a critic of the administration writes in a news analysis that light Col. Oliver North, who was at the vortex of scandal, became increasingly committed to democracy in Central America, especially the cause of the Contras. 16 What is the evidence that Col. North cared about democracy in Nicaragua or the United States, or that the Contra leadership or the United States are interested in democracy, or ever have been? None is necessary, since we are dealing here with doctrinal truths. As in the more fanatic religious faiths, evidence and argument are therefore beside the point. In such cases as these, as in the call that the U.S. remain true to its vocation of defending freedom, we see illustrated the great advantages of blind adherence to the party line. No facts are necessary, history is as irrelevant as elementary rationality. The principles of the doctrinal system are higher truths, requiring no argument, susceptible to no challenge. When the intellectual elite turns to its task of restoring the faith, we descend to low comedy. In the New York Times Magazine, New Republic literary editor Leon Wieseltier assures us with perhaps a touch of desperation that it would be hard to exaggerate the purity of heart that the Reagan administration feels as representatives of a great and good power. The pure hearts dream of democracy in Nicaragua and proceed with exaggerated humanitarianism, but they err in the atmosphere of intellectual righteousness of Mr. Reagan's Washington. To recover from the moral and intellectual intoxications of the Reagan years, we must add a touch of realism to the lofty idealism that inspired the Reaganites as they exulted in the slaughter of well over 100,000 people in Central America, enthusiastically supported Israeli massacres, and in general, became apologists for some of the worst horrors of our time, in the words of international human rights monitors, and agents of these horrors, see Chapter 1.5. But in their dealings with Iran, Wieseltier continues, the terrorist commanders have made a mockery of one of the administration's finest articles of faith, that terrorists and their taskmasters not be appeased. This is a common refrain, never accompanied by the observation that if international terrorists are to shunned, then Washington must close down. 17. With regard to Nicaragua, Wieseltier urges that we replace the lofty idealism of the Reaganites by a realist anti-communism. Sober realism dictates that we act to prevent the final integration of the Sandinista state into the structure of Soviet domination and to prevent the Sandinistas from interfering in the lives of their neighbors, goals that cannot be accomplished without the tightening vice of the Contras. As is obvious, one intended consequence of the war against Nicaragua is precisely to compel the Sandinistas to rely on the USSR, abandoning their efforts at neutralism, so as to provide a retrospective justification for the attack launched against them for quite different reasons, a standard pattern of U.S. intervention, Guatemala in 1954 being one familiar case. Thus, the Reaganites blocked the flow of arms from France to ensure that Nicaragua would be entirely dependent on Soviet arms and blocked aid from international lending institutions. When the embargo was declared in May 1985, Nicaraguan trade with the Soviet bloc was about 20%, roughly the same as the US and far less than Europe and the Third World, an intolerable situation that must be overcome so as to allow the Wieseltiers to offer this ingenious justification for continuing the terrorist attack. Point 18. As for the idea that the US must prevent Nicaragua from interfering in the lives of its neighbors, something that we would never do, it is worthy of note that the doctrinal truth remains unaffected by the absence of credible evidence of such interference, including the pathetic efforts of the most recent State Department propaganda. Point 19. The remainder continues in the same vein, in conformity to the norms of educated discourse. All of this reveals features of our intellectual culture that receive much less attention than they merit. The alleged commitment of the U.S. to bring democracy to Nicaragua is assumed with virtual unanimity by commentators, untroubled by the question of its curious timing and the demonstrable efforts of the U.S. to destroy meaningful democracy in Latin America and elsewhere, as discussed above. The examples just cited are typical of a pattern that is virtually exceptionless. Thus, at the dissident extreme of the media, Tom Wicker criticizes the Reaganites on the grounds that the U.S. has no obligation to install democracy by force in Nicaragua, and Sol Linowitz, another critic, urges that the U.S. and its Central American allies should not desist from their goals of political reform in Nicaragua so that it can become a democracy like Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, safely ruled by the military and the U.S.-linked oligarchy. Editorials and commentators assure us that Washington's overriding goals are the security of Nicaragua's Central American neighbors and the stability of democracies throughout Central America, and that Congress has supported stepped-up military pressure in the hope that it may influence the Sandinistas to leave their neighbors alone and re-establish internal democratic freedoms. 20. Examples are legion. The authors are aware, or could easily become so, that the Sandinistas have been requesting international supervision of the borders since 1981 so that the Central American countries would leave their neighbors alone, a proposal always rejected by the United States, which is committed to military intervention in the region as it has been for over a century. They might also learn that as of mid-1986, Nicaragua is the only Central American country to have accepted the Contadora Treaty, which would bar arms imports and remove foreign military advisors from the region, a fact virtually suppressed in the U.S. media, and that in December 1986, Nicaragua once again requested that the UN send an independent fact-finding mission to the border after a conflict there, in order to determine the causes of tension and recommend relevant measures to prevent a further worsening of the situation. UN Ambassador Nora Astorga, a proposal rejected by Honduras with U.S. backing, as always, and also unreported. Point 21. The authors also are capable of understanding that the predictable effects of isolation, embargo, and terrorist attack are to reduce the possibilities of democracy and to increase domestic repression. They know that the United States adopted harsh measures at home during World Wars I and II, though it was not under attack by a superpower. In fact, its national territory had not been threatened since the War of 1812.22. They could easily discover that these were not only the predictable effects, but also the intended effects of the terrorist attack against Nicaragua from its earliest days. In the World Court proceedings, former CIA analyst David McMichael testified that the 1981 CIA program ratified by the administration had as its purpose to use the proxy army to provoke cross-border attacks by Nicaraguan forces and thus serve to demonstrate Nicaragua's aggressive nature, to pressure the Nicaraguan government to clamp down on civil liberties within Nicaragua itself, arresting its opposition, demonstrating its allegedly inherent totalitarian nature and thus increase domestic dissent within the country, and to undermine its shattered economy. We hardly need the testimony, since these predictable effects were surely the intended ones. But to understand these trivially obvious matters, it is necessary to escape the confines of the ideological system and to question the sanctity and nobility of U.S. intentions. That is excluded, as an intolerable departure from civilized norms. The administration has assumed from the start that it could count on domestic hypocrites to feign indignation over the intended consequences of its terrorist acts, applying lofty civil libertarian standards that they do not for a moment accept, as is easily demonstrated, see references of Note 22, while blaming the travail of Nicaragua on communist mismanagement, Sandinista paranoia or their inherently totalitarian nature. Everything has proceeded exactly as anyone familiar with American history and culture would have anticipated. There is, in fact, a way to give some sense to the pretense that the U.S. is concerned with bringing democracy to Central America and that elite opinion truly feels concern over the lack of democracy in Nicaragua, under attack by a superpower. It is only necessary to understand that, like most terms of political theology, the term democracy has two meanings, its dictionary meaning, and a technical sense used by the commissars. In the technical sense of the term, democracy exists only when elements favorable to the interest of U.S. investors are guaranteed the right to rule the political system. At home, that means that the political and ideological systems must be under business control, a result achieved long ago. In the Third World, democracy requires that the media and the political system be in the hands of local oligarchies committed to the form of development favored by U.S. investors, that the public be marginalized by violence, if necessary, that the military, with its long-established links to the U.S. system of violence, be given free rein when needed, etc. In the technical Orwellian sense of the term, the fledgling democracies of Central America, much lauded by elite opinion, are indeed democracies. Similarly, the collection of successful businessmen, bankers, and attorneys who met at a Costa Rican country club to propound a progressive political program under the watchful eyes of their masters are surely Democrats. The reason is that they can be counted on to oppose reform measures that would direct the resources of Nicaragua to the poor, and they insist upon domestic advantages that would guarantee something like the traditional system of rule, but with them, rather than the Somoza clan, in the driver's seat, subordinated, of course, to the ruler of the hemisphere. Nicaragua, in contrast, is not a democracy for the simple and sufficient reason that business and landowner-based groups were not represented much beyond their numerical proportion in the pre-election system of governance, as Thomas Walker observes, and in the 1984 elections, privileged elites linked to U.S. state and business interests were not guaranteed the required advantages, control over the media and the political system, in addition to the power that flows from control over investment decisions. All of this a severe affront to democracy. That is presumably why the moderates left the pre-election junta 23 and why they refused, under heavy U.S. pressure, to take part in the 1984 elections that did not take place according to the U.S. doctrinal system because the right outcome was not guaranteed by the distribution of power. Similarly, the moderates remain stellar Democrats despite their insistence at their exile assembly that in contrast to the victorious Sandinistas in 1979, who gave business elements a place within the ruling coalition, they will exclude the Sandinistas totally from any representation in the governing junta after their victory. Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, former editor of La Prensa, now openly supporting the Contra attack in Costa Rica. Point 24. That stand is entirely consistent with democracy in the Orwellian sense of U.S. usage, just as other measures to exclude communists, i.e., those who do not accept democracy, are considered legitimate, at home as well, including measures of extreme violence. It is therefore unnecessary to demonstrate the democratic credentials of the official Democrats, or to consider any additional facts about Nicaragua. All becomes clear, once we have understood the norms of educated discourse. Point 25. 1.4 The reality that must be effaced, Iran and Nicaragua. Turning to the real world, the policies of the planners for whom Reagan serves as a figurehead are simply adaptations of traditional practice and principles to current conditions, and they have been anything but stupid. They reveal considerable sophistication, and a global vision that is impressive, in formulating and executing projects that are broadly supported by the elite consensus, tactical questions aside. The conclusion holds of both of the components of the operations partially exposed in late 1986, 1. The attack against Nicaragua, and more generally, the international terror network constructed to carry out this and other operations, and, 2. The operations in Iran, linked to these terrorist operations, but conducted for quite different purposes. Let us briefly look at each of these topics, now departing from the historical amnesia that is a condition of respectable discourse. Both Nicaragua and Iran were ruled until 1979 by U.S. clients, brutal, barbarous, corrupt murderers and torturers who had been placed in power by U.S. violence, the Shah, by a CIA coup in 1953, the Somoza dynasty, by the marine intervention of the late 1920s, and kept in power by the U.S., in the last years, with the aid of Israel. Furthermore, Nicaragua and Iran each played a leading role in U.S. strategic planning, so that the loss of these client states in 1979 was a serious matter. Nicaragua under the Somozas, as discussed in the text above, was the major base for the projection of U.S. power in the region. Iran was part of a tripartite alliance, Iran, Israel, Saudi Arabia, constructed by the United States in the 1970s, with earlier roots, as a component of the Nixon Doctrine, which recognized that the U.S. no longer had the capacity to carry out military intervention everywhere and must therefore rely on surrogate states. As explained by Defense Secretary Melvin Laird, America will no longer play policeman to the world. Instead, we will expect other nations to provide more cops on the beat in their own neighborhood, though police headquarters, it is understood, remains in Washington. In Henry Kissinger's rhetoric, other states fulfill their regional responsibilities within the overall framework of order managed by the United States. In the Middle East, Israel and Iran were the cops, protecting Saudi Arabia and its oil-rich neighbors from the usual enemy, the indigenous population, who may be affected by strange and unacceptable ideas about control over U.S. resources in their lands. As explained by the Senate's leading specialist on the region, Senator Henry Jackson, an alliance developed between Israel, Iran, and Saudi Arabia, meaning, the tiny elite that dominates Saudi Arabia and that is closely linked to the U.S., in furtherance of these objectives. Point 26 It comes as no surprise, then, that there should now be efforts to reconstruct the system of power with the cooperation of Israel and Saudi Arabia, as revealed in the late 1986 scandals, Israel having become just another federal agency, one that's convenient to use when you want something done quietly, in the words of one Israeli analyst, a position to which the Saudi elite no doubt aspire as well. Point 27. Furthermore, in both cases, These subsystems of U.S. global power play their crucial role within the more general framework of U.S. geopolitics. In the case of the Middle East, the U.S. has been committed since World War II to dominating the world's major energy reserves, protecting them and domestic elites associated with the U.S. from various threats, the primary one being radical nationalism, that is, nationalist elements that do not follow orders. As is conventional, the code phrase for these concerns within the doctrinal system is defense against the Soviet Union. With regard to Central America, the general concern is to protect our resources in the words of State Department doves, who explain that this commitment often requires reliance on police states since more liberal elements cannot be trusted to crush dissidents, see Chapter 2. Secret documents explain further that Latin American legal systems pose problems, because they require evidence of crimes and therefore block repression of anti-U.S. subversion, and because they do not impose the kinds of barriers to travel that protect the land of the free from unwanted ideas. The documents explain that we must oppose nationalistic regimes that are responsive to increasing popular demand for immediate improvement in the low living standards of the masses. These regimes respond to the wrong national interest, that of the domestic society, not the national interest represented by U.S. corporations. We must foster export-oriented production, protect U.S. investment, and prevent anti-U.S. subversion in the hemisphere. This requires that the U.S. gain predominant influence over the Latin American military and ensure their understanding of, and orientation toward, U.S. objectives. The primary role of the Latin American military is internal security, specifically, as the Kennedy liberals explained, in the Latin American cultural environment, to remove governmental leaders from office whenever, in the judgment of the military, the conduct of these leaders is injurious to the welfare of the nation, that is, the welfare of Big Brother, once the military have come to understand and accept U.S. objectives. As dedicated Marxists, U.S. planners believe that the contemporary ferment in Latin America is giving rise to a revolutionary struggle for power among major groups which constitute the present class structures. Naturally, the U.S. and its local clients must position themselves properly to determine the outcome of this class struggle, the military being the essential element. Point 28. In this context, it is not surprising that Carter's Human Rights Administration should have strongly supported both Somoza and the Shah. Congressional legislation, reflecting the popular dissidents of the late 1960s, placed constraints on direct aid to Somoza, so the Carter administration was compelled to rely on Israel to provide arms and advisors, while Somoza's National Guard killed some 40,000 to 50,000 people in its final paroxysm of violence. When it became impossible to save Somoza, Carter attempted to ensure the rule of the National Guard and to exclude the Sandinistas from power, since they were clearly nationalists who responded to the wrong national interest and class interest. When this proved impossible, elements of the National Guard were rescued and reconstructed as a terrorist force to attack Nicaragua from Honduran bases, at first through the medium of what are openly called proxy states, see Chapter 4, at Note 65. El Salvador, Taiwan, Argentina, then under the rule of the neo-Nazi generals, and Israel. The U.S. took over directly under Reagan. Point 29. In the case of the Shah, who was regularly cited by Amnesty International and other human rights organizations as one of the worst human rights violators of his day, President Carter praised his progressive administration and move toward democracy on October 31, 1978, shortly after his U.S. trained troops had murdered thousands of demonstrators in the streets. Earlier, Carter had explained that there is no leader with whom I have a deeper sense of personal gratitude and personal friendship than the Shah. Carter was particularly impressed by the stability in Iran under the great leadership of the Shah. This is a great tribute to you, Your Majesty, he declared, and to your leadership, and to the respect, admiration, and love which your people give to you. Meanwhile, U.S. arms flowed in abundance while the CIA instructed the Shah's secret police in torture techniques devised by the Nazis, with the help of Israeli specialists. Point 30. Unaware of the love they felt for the Shah, the Iranian people overthrew his regime. Since shortly after the fall of the Shah, the US has authorized arms sales to Iran through its Israeli client, a natural choice in the light of the very close alliance between Israel and Iran under the Shah. 31 This is not a discovery of late 1986. In 1982, a front-page story by current New York Times editor Leslie Gelb reported that half of the arms to Iran were being supplied or arranged by Israel, surely with U.S. knowledge and authorization, and the rest by freelance arms merchants, some of whom may also have connections with Israeli intelligence, while the CIA was carrying out covert actions against the Khomeini regime from its bases in eastern Turkey. 32 It is hard to take very seriously the current show of surprise on these matters. The purpose of these arms supply operations was to locate what are called moderates. 33, that is, Iranian officers who are sufficiently determined, ruthless, cruel to be willing to kill 10,000 people in a military coup, as explained by Israel's last ambassador to Iran, Yuri Librani, in 1982. Such a coup would, it is hoped, restore the Israel-Iran-Saudi Arabia alliance. In 1982, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., Moshe Arens, observed that Israel was providing arms to Iran in coordination with the U.S. government, at almost the highest of levels, in the hope of establishing relations with Iranian officers who could carry out a military coup, or who might be in a position of power in Iran during the post-Khomeini succession. The same analysis was presented publicly in 1982, though kept from AU.'s audience by other high-ranking Israeli officials, including David Kimchi and Yaakov Nimrodi, both with long-standing Mossad connections, who are now identified as the earliest intermediaries in the 1985 operation of secret arms supply to Iran, perhaps its initiators. Israel's leading journal, Haaretz, reports that the truth, according to reliable Israeli sources, is that the 1985 U.S. Israel-Iran connections were proposed by David Kimchi in order to overcome the negative effects of the Jonathan Pollard spy affair on Israeli U.S. relations. Robert McFarlane testified in the Senate that David Kimchi had initiated the idea of supplying arms. 34 Both Kimchi and Nimrodi have recently expressed publicly the deep humanitarian commitments that impelled them to become involved in the efforts from 1985 to rescue American hostages. They have not been asked to explain when their conversion to humanitarian concerns took place, and why they abandoned the motives that they had expressed a few years earlier. The efforts to inspire a military coup in Iran were publicly endorsed with some skepticism as to the prospects by U.S. commentators, including Richard Helms, former CIA chief and ambassador to Iran, Robert Comer, high Pentagon official under the Carter administration and before, and one of the architects of the Rapid Deployment Force, which, he observed, could be used to support a military coup, and others. Again, all of this was out of earshot of the American public, except for publications that are easily ignored in the United States. 35 There is no reason to believe that the plans have ever been shelved, despite problems that have arisen in carrying them out. 36 The U.S. supply of arms to Iran through Israel with Saudi Arabian funding since 1985 is, very likely, a renewal of these earlier efforts. Furthermore, the pattern is a classical one. Relations between the US and Indonesia became bitterly hostile 30 years ago, so much so that the CIA sponsored a failed invasion and coup attempt in Indonesia in 1958. During the period of hostility, the US continued to provide arms to the Sukarno regime. In late 1965, the pro-American General Suharto carried out a military coup, leading to the slaughter of several 100,000 people, mostly landless peasants, and the destruction of the only mass-based political organization in Indonesia, the Indonesian Communist Party. Indonesia was thus restored to the free world, open to robbery and exploitation by US, Canadian, European, and Japanese corporations, impeded only by the rapacity of the ruling generals, who imposed a corrupt and murderous dictatorship. These developments were warmly welcomed by enlightened opinion in the West, and regarded by American liberals as a vindication of U.S. aggression against South Vietnam, which provided a shield that encouraged the generals to carry out the necessary purge of their society. In Senate testimony after the slaughter, Defense Secretary McNamara was asked to explain the supply of arms to Indonesia during the period of intense hostility between the two countries. he was asked whether this arms supply had paid dividends and agreed that it had some 700,000 dividends, at that point, according to his Indonesian friends. A congressional report held that training and maintaining communication with military officers paid enormous dividends in overthrowing Sukarno. Similarly, according to Pentagon sources, United States military influence on local commanders was widely considered as an element in the coup d'état that deposed Brazil's leftist president João Goulart in 1964, 37 warmly welcomed by the Kennedy liberals, installing a national security state complete with torture, regression, and profits for the foreign investor. The story was reenacted in Chile a few years later. During the Allende regime, the U.S. continued to supply arms while doing its best to bring down the regime, and was rewarded with the Pinochet coup, which again it welcomed. The Iranian operations conform to a familiar pattern of policy planning, which is quite understandable and sometimes realistic. To restore the convenient relation of earlier years is plainly in the interest of the U.S., Israel, and their Saudi allies. It should come as no surprise that Saudi Arabia, through the medium of the billionaire Adnan Khashoggi, was cooperating with its tacit Israeli ally under the coordination of the U.S. in supplying a low level of armaments to Iran, not enough to terminate the very useful Iran-Iraq war on Iranian terms, but enough, it is hoped, to locate those Iranian moderates in the military who will be able to serve the function of Suharto, the Brazilian generals, and Pinochet. The idea of linking these efforts to the attack against Nicaragua and probably Mozambique and Angola as well, among other cases, was by no means foolish, apart from the possibility of exposure. On the contrary, all of these plans reflect a considerable degree of sophistication and geopolitical insight, applied within the limits imposed by a largely dissident population, which must not be aroused from its passivity. If anything, the Reagan planners have been trapped by excessive cleverness. As discussed in chapters 4 and 5, the major programs of the Reaganites have always been opposed by the general public, in particular the Keynesian program of forcing the public to subsidize high-technology industry through the military system. There is a classic method for obtaining public acquiescence to policies it strongly opposes: induce fear. If the populace can be led to believe that their lives and welfare are threatened by a terrible enemy, then they may accept programs to which they are opposed, as an unfortunate necessity. To induce fear, the propaganda system must be put to work to conjure up whoever happens to be the current great Satan. Other powers have their own favorites. At various moments of U.S. history, the enemy invoked to justify aggression has been Britain, Spain, or the Huns, but since 1917 the Bolshevik threat has been the device most readily at hand. Hence the renewed appeal under Reagan to the threat of the evil empire, advancing to destroy us. But confrontations with the evil empire itself are much too dangerous. It is necessary, therefore, to contrive confrontations with those designated as the evil empire's proxies, states or groups that are weak and defenseless, and that can therefore be attacked with impunity. It would be difficult to convince Americans that their existence is threatened by such powerful forces as Grenada, Libya, Nicaragua, and the PLO, but if they are all tentacles of the evil empire, poised to attack and destroy us, then the threat becomes more credible. For essentially this reason, the terrorist commanders in Washington, at the very outset of the Reagan administration, declared that international terrorism, the scourge of the modern age, would be the centerpiece of their foreign policy. And from the earliest days of the Reagan administration, they have regularly been constructing confrontations with proxies of the evil empire, Libya being the favorite, a natural choice, given the rampant anti-Arab racism in the US and Libya's role as a minor player in the arena of international terrorism, hardly worthy of note in comparison with such terrorist states as the US client regime of El Salvador, let alone the US itself. 38. One aspect of the brilliantly conceived propaganda campaign regarding highly selective acts of terrorism has been pompous and exalted rhetoric about the need to isolate these criminals and to refuse any contacts with them. The fact that such words can be pronounced by Reagan, Schultz, and other terrorist commanders without eliciting international ridicule is a measure of the cultural colonization of much of the world by US power. In general, the device has worked magnificently. But it came to grief when the Iran operation was exposed, revealing that the US itself was violating its lofty prescriptions about dealing with international terrorists. If the media proceed to expose the probable US government complicity in the international drug racket, that will engender similar problems, given the effort to exploit the drug problem as an additional device to mobilize the public and bring it to accept the strengthening of state power and the attack on civil liberties that is yet another plank of the conservative agenda. 39 To date, the media have largely skirted the issue. To mention one case, on March 16, 1986, the president gave an impassioned address denouncing the Sandinistas for every conceivable crime including involvement in the drug trade. This, he said with great emotion, would cause every American parent to be outraged. His statements were reported without comment, but partial exposures of this and other fabrications did appear later. 40 The reports on the president's evening address, however, refrained from mentioning that the morning edition of the San Francisco Examiner on the same day 41 had a lengthy story describing how a major Bay Area cocaine ring helped to finance the Contra rebels in Nicaragua according to federal court testimony and interviews with the convicted smugglers. Furthermore, sealed court records obtained by the Examiner reveal that the federal authorities returned to one convicted smuggler $36,020 seized as drug money after he submitted letters from Contra leaders saying it was really political money for the reinstatement of democracy in Nicaragua. The money was returned on the initiative of a U.S. district attorney. The report proceeds to discuss evidence distributed months earlier by AP, but not generally reported, of Contra involvement in drug smuggling. Thus the press might have accompanied the report of the president's charge with two facts that they knew: the charges against the Sandinistas had long been dismissed by his own drug enforcement agency, but U.S. federal authorities might well be guilty of the charge. Nothing of the sort happened, however. 42. A more thorough news analysis might have noted that U.S. government involvement in drug trafficking can be traced to the earliest days of the CIA, when the CIA and the U.S. labor movement recruited goon squads and scabs from the underworld to break French labor unity and prevent interference with arms shipments for the French reconquest of Indochina, and continued through the Indochina Wars. Senator John Kerry's office claims to have evidence that U.S. officials were involved in Contra drug smuggling to obtain weapons. If correct, this would simply be another chapter in a long history. 43. Such are the problems that with complex and sophisticated global planning in the service of international terrorism, forced underground by popular dissidents. 2 Further successes of the Reagan administration. 2.1 Accelerating the race towards destruction. The public relations specialists of the Reagan administration have shown a sophisticated understanding of the domestic constraints on state violence, not only with regard to Central America. For reasons discussed in Chapter 4, elite circles in the United States are united in their commitment to the Pentagon system, which serves as an essential device to ensure a public subsidy to high-technology industry and also provides a nuclear umbrella for U.S. intervention worldwide, deterring any response. The real meaning of the much misused term deterrence. Correspondingly, there is little reaction here to Gorbachev's proposals during the past year for the U.S. to join the unilateral Soviet test ban, for removal of the U.S. and Soviet fleets from the Mediterranean. 44 For steps towards dismantling NATO and the Warsaw Pact. 45 For outlawing of sea-launched cruise missiles. 46, which would render any ballistic missile defense system irrelevant and would pose an enormous threat to the U.S. with its long coastlines, etc. Whether these possibilities are realistic, we do not know, since the U.S. either ignored or rejected them, with no noticeable comment here in elite circles. These facts illustrate further a conclusion discussed in Chapter 4, security is only a marginal concern of security planners. After the Reykjavik summit, portrayed generally in the U.S. as a great triumph for Reagan, the U.S. Information Agency commissioned a classified opinion poll to assess the reaction among NATO allies. The results showed that Reagan was generally blamed for the summit failure, in Britain by 4-1, in Germany by 7-1, only in France were both sides blamed equally. The results were leaked and published in Europe, but I found no mention in the U.S. 47. 2.2 The conservative agenda, The attitude towards Congress and the public. Some concern was felt in elite circles over the Reagan administration's decision to exceed the SALT II limits. In the Military Authorization Bill of October 1986, both houses of Congress called on the executive to comply with SALT II, in the interest of national security. A few weeks later, the Reagan administration announced that it was proceeding to exceed the SALT limits. An administration spokesman explained, "Congress is out of town and the summit in Iceland is past, so what's holding us back?" 48 In other words, the cop is looking the other way, so why not rob the store? In actual fact, Congress is out of town even when it is in town, as the administration knows very well, and it is not too difficult for a gang of street fighters to ride roughshod over the generally pathetic opposition, which is in fundamental agreement with their objectives despite occasional tactical objections. The attitude of the state authorities towards the public is revealed by what one Reagan official called a vast psychological warfare operation designed to set the agenda for debate over Nicaragua, a vast disinformation campaign called Operation Truth. 49 Goebbels and Stalin would have been amused, a campaign that has been quite successful, along with similar operations with regard to Libya, international terrorism, the arms race, and numerous other matters. 2.3 Freedom of expression in the real world. In the case of Nicaragua, the compliance of elite opinion is revealed very clearly by what is called the debate over aid to the Contras. This debate reached its peak in the first 3 months of 1986, as Congress prepared to vote on Contra aid. During this period, the two major national newspapers, the New York Times and the Washington Post, devoted to this matter no less than 85 opinion pieces by regular columnists and invited contributors. All 85 were hostile to the Sandinistas, the overwhelming majority bitterly hostile, thus total conformity was maintained on the central issue. In 85 columns, there was not a single phrase noting that, in sharp contrast to our loyal allies and clients, the Sandinista government, whatever its sins, does not slaughter its own population. The irrelevance of this evidently insignificant fact is just another indication of the ease with which we tolerate horrendous atrocities committed by our side. In 85 columns, there were 2 phrases referring to the fact that the Sandinista government attempted social reforms before this dangerous development was aborted by the U.S. terrorist attack. Naturally, there could be no contribution by the charitable development organization Oxfam, which reports that among the 4 countries in the region where Oxfam America works, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, only in Nicaragua has a substantial effort been made to address inequities in land ownership and to extend health, educational, and agricultural services to poor peasant families. From Oxfam's experience of working in 76 developing countries, Nicaragua was to prove exceptional in the strength of the commitment of the political leadership to improving the condition of the people and encouraging their active participation in the development process. 50 Oxfam adds that it is now compelled to shift its efforts from development to war relief, a grand success for the American war, which also provides U.S. moralists with a welcome opportunity to denounce Sandinista failures. None of this can be known outside narrow circles that escape the restrictions of the indoctrination system, and it is inexpressible in the opinion pages of the national press. The uniformity and obedience of the media, which any dictator would admire, thus succeeds in concealing what is plainly the real reason for the U.S. attack, sometimes conceded openly by administration spokesmen. Few U.S. officials now believe the Contras can drive out the Sandinistas soon, Central America correspondent Julia Preston reports. Administration officials said they are content to see the Contras debilitate the Sandinistas by forcing them to divert scarce resources toward the war and away from social programs. 51. These horrifying statements are blandly reported, evoking no comment, quickly forgotten. The U.S. will not permit constructive programs in its own domains, so it must ensure that they are destroyed elsewhere to terminate the threat of a good example. And elite opinion will ensure that no such topics enter the arena of discussion, in respectable circles. Rather, the framework of discussion established by Operation Truth must be adopted, with no deviation tolerated, though it is then permitted to raise timid questions about whether the administration has selected the right means to achieve its noble objectives. It is striking that even this level of media subservience to the state propaganda system does not suffice for Contra supporters, who write that left-wing opponents of Contra aid have thrashed the administration in the propaganda battle on campuses, in churches, and in the press, and tell us that the American public is caught in a bitter propaganda war over Nicaragua, between the Reaganites and the Sandinistas' well-organized network of opposition figures, witnesses, correspondents, and professional writers of letters to editors. 52. The totalitarian mentality is revealed with much clarity in such pronouncements. 2.4 The threat of a good example. Concern over the threat of a good example. The well-chosen title of the Oxfam pamphlet just cited has always been a leading feature of U.S. policy, as discussed in Chapter 2.4. It is illustrated once again by the satisfaction of administration officials over their success in impeding Sandinista social reforms. The concerns are also felt for good reasons by the leadership in U.S. client states. They don't like the Contras, but they don't trust the Sandinistas, either, the Wall Street Journal reports accurately, also offering the reason: few seriously believe the Sandinistas will invade a neighbor, but officials are concerned that Nicaragua can cause trouble by training radical union and peasant leaders as well as guerrillas. 53 Given the nature of these regimes, there is good reason for them, like their master, to be concerned over the training of union and peasant leaders, and even more reason if the Sandinistas were given the opportunity to continue with the quite frightening reforms of the early years. The real fears of U.S. planners, and the duplicity of the media, are well illustrated by the brilliant exploitation of the speech by Sandinista Comandante Tomás Borges cited in Chapter 3, Note 3. As noted, his call for Nicaragua to become an example that would be followed by others was converted by the U.S. disinformation system into the threat of military conquest, in pursuit of a revolution without borders. Though the fraud was at once exposed, the device was too useful to abandon, and Borges' call for a revolution without borders is now a staple of U.S. disinformation, with columnists regularly warning that Sandinista Stalinism may be serious about waging a revolution without borders. 54 The most interesting use of this fraud was in Reagan's speech on the eve of the House vote on Contra aid in June 1986, considered as a triumph of the great communicator. After warning of the threat to our existence posed by Nicaragua, Reagan worked his way to the final climactic flourish. Communist Nicaragua, he declaimed, is dedicated, in the words of its own leaders, to a revolution without borders. In short, they themselves admit that they intend to conquer and destroy us. 55. Reagan's invocation of this dramatic communist admission of their aggressive intent was reported by the press without comment, including the anti-Reagan liberal press, which, however, added that we should take the Sandinista failure, namely, failure to realize their hopes of social reform in the interests of the poor majority, as a sign of reassurance. 56 It is of no relevance that the whole story is a complete fraud. As always, the president's advisors could have perfect confidence that the media would continue to fulfill their function at a critical moment, as they did, another magnificent testimonial to the free press. Apart from this intriguing illustration of the U.S. disinformation system at work, it is worthwhile to ask just what would be the significance of an actual Sandinista boast that they intend to conquer the hemisphere, a threat before which we must obviously quake in terror. 2.5 The fledgling democracies. The nature of the constraints on state violence is revealed with considerable clarity by developments in Central America. U.S. intervention in Central America is unpopular, but the potential costs to the United States are minimal, apart from Nicaragua, where U.S. actions might lead to a dangerous international confrontation or to problems with generally subservient allies. Correspondingly, only in the case of Nicaragua do elite groups articulate popular concerns, to a limited extent. The war against Nicaragua, then, must be conducted with some subtlety and care. In contrast, the far more savage attack against the population of El Salvador by a mercenary army organized, trained, and supplied by the United States imposes no serious costs for the supervisors of international terrorism. As a result, elite concerns were entirely stilled as soon as it appeared that U.S. terrorism might succeed in its goals of destroying the popular organizations fighting to defend their most fundamental human rights, in the words of the assassinated Archbishop Oscar Romero, when he vainly pleaded with President Carter not to send military aid to the ruling junta. El Salvador barely exists in the consciousness of the media and Congress, except as a dramatic demonstration of the profound U.S. commitment to democracy and human rights, and the great successes achieved in the pursuit of these noble ends. The situation was much the same in the 1960s. The primary target of U.S. aggression was always South Vietnam, but protest over that noble cause, as it is now regularly described in elite circles, was always limited, since the destruction of South Vietnam imposed no costs on the United States. The extension of the aggression to North Vietnam, in contrast, was controversial from the start, because of the risks of a confrontation with China or the USSR, which might be costly. So pervasive was the cynicism that the U.S. doctrinal system recognizes no such event as the U.S. attack against South Vietnam, though it certainly occurred, surely from 1962, obviously from 1965, just as certainly as the USSR invaded Afghanistan in 1979. The extraordinary subordination of world opinion to U.S. power is illustrated by the fact that throughout most of the world, there is no recognition or awareness of such an event in history as the U.S. attack against South Vietnam. One finds no reference to this historical event in standard histories. The United Nations never condemned this attack or recognized that it took place, nor did it prepare documents on the war crimes carried out during the U.S. aggression in South Vietnam, or elsewhere, for that matter, in marked contrast to the reaction to the Soviet aggression in Afghanistan. The final illustration of the remarkable subservience of Western opinion to the United States is the common pretense that the world ignores the Soviet aggression in Afghanistan 57 while it bitterly protested the U.S. intervention in Indochina in defense of South Vietnam, a mistake, it is generally argued. In the real world, the Western governments supported the U.S. aggression in Indochina, either tacitly or openly, giving good reasons for their populations to protest. Canada, for example, became the largest per capita war exporter, enriching itself on the destruction of Indochina. 58 The Soviet aggression, in contrast, is universally denounced. Returning to El Salvador, we may rejoice that political killings by the security forces are down to over 4 a day, now that the government death squads have decapitated the trade unions and mass organizations, a conservative British correspondent observes, so that numbers are down and the bodies are dropped discreetly at night into the middle of Lake Ilopango and only rarely wash up onto the shore to remind bathers that the repression is still going on. 59 Few know or would be concerned. If they knew that government agents routinely torture prisoners in their custody, conduct disappearances, and commit political killings in attempts to eliminate opposition to the government, that Salvadorans who allegedly violate human rights remain virtually immune from investigation and prosecution, and that most victims are non-combatant civilians, including women and children, the primary targets being refugee workers, trade unionists, and university staff and students subjected to arrest, torture, and killing. 60 Now that Duarte's U.S. organized terror has decapitated and demolished labor and the popular organizations that might have laid the basis for meaningful democracy, the editors of the New Republic inform us that the real model for supporting the push toward democracy in our sphere is El Salvador, exulting in the success of their advice to Reagan to continue with the assault regardless of how many are murdered, since there are higher American priorities than Salvadoran human rights. 61. It is important to recognize that this applause for successful terrorism is considered appropriate and indeed praiseworthy in cultivated circles. There is no reaction to the report by the Salvadoran Church that its social workers are receiving death threats and that the government, with the aid of the U.S. Embassy, engaged in a major confrontation with church officials after accusations by police informers that churches have knowingly aided leftist guerrilla groups. The head of the Lutheran Church, who was arrested and tortured by the police 3 years ago, expresses concern over the campaign to bar social projects and work with refugees, noting that the charges virtually amount to a death sentence. On the basis of charges by a woman who says that she had confessed only because the police had threatened to harm her 18-year-old daughter, the Duarte government has renewed its long-standing efforts, with the U.S. Embassy, to undermine human rights groups, arresting rights workers who say they were beaten and threatened by the police for almost 2 weeks. In July, the government deported 23 foreign religious activists, including 19 Americans, who sought to accompany refugees back to their homes. In June, the mutilated corpse of a young man was found after he had appealed to the Red Cross to prevent the army from once again displacing returnees from their homes by burning of our houses, our crops, our lands, peasants recounted. Meanwhile, the Council on Hemispheric Affairs reports that a U.S. police training program in Washington in June and July included 3 of the most notorious death squad members in San Salvador who will have their techniques upgraded, and that in the same weeks more than 10 independent human rights activists have been arrested by Salvadoran security forces, some tortured, according to the Archbishop, in actions defended by the U.S. Embassy. 62. It does not even merit a report in the national press when 5 imprisoned members of the Human Rights Commission (THIRD-WORLDISM), a U.N. recognized human rights group, produce a detailed report on the routine and systematic use of torture on political prisoners in a survey of 400 fellow inmates, a report described as credible by Amnesty International. In the report, the imprisoned members of the commission give a detailed record of tortures, with names, dates and careful explanation, including sworn testimony that U.S. military officers administered electrical torture. Similarly, it merits no attention when the Honduran Human Rights Defense Commission releases a document reporting that hundreds of Honduran peasants were driven from their homes and forced into refugee camps in a joint operation of the Contras and the Honduras 6th Army Battalion, their homes and possessions commandeered by the Contras who killed peasants suspected of being Sandinista collaborators. Mass kidnappings and other means of intimidation have led to the flight or removal of thousands of peasants from an area turned over to the Contras by the Honduran government and wealthy Cuban Honduran tobacco magnates who own vast estates near the border, according to the Commission and other sources. 63. Similarly, Guatemala is generally regarded as a great success of the U.S. dedication to fostering democracy tolerable, now that the population has been thoroughly traumatized by U.S.-backed terror on a scale that reached near genocidal proportions, as discussed in chapters 1 and 3. But now all is well, with death squad killings continuing and the newly elected president acknowledging frankly that he can do nothing given the roots of actual power in the military and the oligarchy and that the civilian government are merely the managers of bankruptcy and misery. 64. There is also no concern over Honduras, not a country but rather a region to be robbed by the traditional oligarchy and their foreign associates under effective military rule while the population is reduced to ever greater misery. Meanwhile, the U.S. proceeds to convert Honduras into its major military base for terrorist operations in Central America, taking over the role that Nicaragua filled under Somoza with barely a whisper of protest at home. As U.S. influence increases, so do human rights violations, corruption, prostitution, economic decline for much of the population, ecological destruction in the interests of export-oriented agribusiness linked to U.S. corporations, and the takeover of parts of the country by U.S. Nicaraguan mercenaries. These developments elicit no commentary, no protest, no public meetings, in fact, nothing, except for self-adulation in elite circles about this further demonstration of our impressive dedication to democracy. The same cynicism was illustrated with regard to Nicaragua before the overthrow of the Somoza dictatorship. During the 1960s and 1970s, GNP nearly tripled, a triumph of the Alliance for Progress. Meanwhile, child malnutrition doubled. In 1970, half the population consumed about 70% of the recommended caloric allowance, 56% of children under 5 were malnourished and over a quarter of these suffered severe malnutrition, a factor contributing to the extremely high infant mortality rate. 65. None of this aroused concern. On the contrary, it was the efforts of the government to overcome this human disaster after the 1979 revolution that evoked fear and horror in the United States, disguised under the sudden conversion to the cause of democracy and human rights in Nicaragua. 2.6 Restoring regional standards. The cynicism of elite opinion is demonstrated with much clarity, as always, by the liberal doves. The Washington Post, for example, is generally considered a bastion of enlightened liberalism. Accordingly, its editors criticize support for the Contras on tactical grounds. Nevertheless, the basic thrust of the Reagan program is correct, the editors insist. In particular, Reagan is right to emphasize the importance of containing Nicaragua. The idea that we must contain Nicaragua is not a topic of debate in the United States, though one may ask whether debate would be the proper reaction in circles that retain a measure of sanity. Rather, it is now a given, it is true in the words of the Post editors, on a par with the fact that the Sandinistas are communists of the Cuban or Soviet school, that the Reagan administration is right to take Nicaragua as a serious menace to civil peace and democracy in Nicaragua and to the stability and security of the region, that we must contain the Sandinistas' aggressive thrust and demand credible evidence of reduced Sandinista support for El Salvador's guerrillas, that we must fit Nicaragua back into a Central American mode and turn Nicaragua back toward democracy, and, with the Latin democracies, demand reasonable conduct by regional standard. 66. Recall that the source of these certainties is near the dovish end of the spectrum of expressible opinion, critical of the Contras as an imperfect instrument to achieve our goals. These goals are laudable, by definition. That, too, is a given, it is true, hence a matter that passes beyond the limits of discussion. The editors do not expand on the nature of the Central American mode and regional standard to which we would like to fit Nicaragua back as we turn it back toward democracy. To anyone familiar with the Central American mode that the U.S. has instituted and maintained and the regional standard it has set as it installed and backed some of the most violent terrorist states of the modern era after a long history of support for brutality and corruption, these words can only elicit amazement. We see again the utility of historical amnesia, and also of the tunnel vision that enables us to put aside unacceptable facts about the contemporary period. Those who escape the indoctrination system and are capable of looking honestly at the facts of past and current history will recognize that the Post editors are quite right to say that the U.S. wants to fit Nicaragua back into the Central American mode, though not quite in the sense that liberal elites intend the public to understand. The regional standards advocated by the United States are illustrated in the Human Rights Report of the Council on Hemispheric Affairs for 1985, which designates Guatemala and El Salvador as the hemisphere's worst human rights offenders, the only two governments in the hemisphere that abducted, killed, and tortured political opponents on a systematic and widespread basis, the sixth successive year that they achieved this honor. 67 The only other candidate in Central America was U.S. proxy army attacking Nicaragua. It will not escape notice that these three prime human rights violators are close U.S. allies and clients, and that its Honduran client would join the collection if human rights were extended to the right to work, to food, to health services, etc., as in international conventions. Could there be a lesson here about the United States? The answer within the ideological institutions is no, since the United States stands for all good things, whatever the facts may be. No less interesting is the Post's demand for credible evidence of reduced Sandinista support for El Salvador's guerrillas, the necessary way to fix the burden of proof, given the inability of the U.S. government to provide credible evidence of its claims regarding such support. As noted, the World Court dismissed the publicly available evidence as of little merit, adding that even if the claims were valid they would be irrelevant to the criminal nature of the U.S. assault. A look at U.S. government documents explains their rather disdainful reaction, see the references of Note 19. But it is necessarily true that Nicaragua is aggressive, much as Guatemala was aggressive in 1954, otherwise, how could the U.S. be defending itself by attacking it? Therefore, it is true. Facts are the merest irrelevance. Across the spectrum, it is agreed that the U.S. must contain Nicaragua. Nicaragua is a cancer, and we must cut it out, Secretary of State George Shultz thunders to sustained applause at Kansas State University. Negotiations are a euphemism for capitulation if the shadow of power is not cast across the bargaining table, Shultz added. Accordingly, the purpose of U.S. aid, Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams explains, is to permit people who are fighting on our side to use more violence. Richard Lugar, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, has warned Nicaragua that unless it changes its ways, the United States may consider using force against it. "We all lament the absence of freedom and pluralism in Poland," he explains, "but Nicaragua is located in the Western Hemisphere, where, we are to understand, the U.S. has always fostered freedom and pluralism." 68 The Doves counter that the use of force may cause us serious problems, so that alternatives should be considered first. These words evoke some historical memories. A high-ranking Western observer in Managua warned that on its present course, the U.S. will be seen more and more as a kind of deviant democracy, with a kind of crypto-fascist foreign policy. 69 I am just old enough to recall Hitler's ravings about containing Poland, protecting Germany from the terror of the Czechs and the aggressiveness of the Poles, and excising the cancer of the Jews. Current Washington rhetoric, and its easy acceptance by elite opinion at home and among U.S. allies, again teaches us something about ourselves, if we care to learn. 3. The prospects. The United States plainly has the military capacity, and apparently the moral capacity as well, to pursue its historical vocation of torturing Nicaragua while strengthening democracy in the standard Orwellian sense of the term in El Salvador and other dependencies. The rational policy for a violent state with unparalleled resources and few domestic constraints would be to refrain from outright invasion and to persist in the CIA program of 1981 outlined by David McMichael at the World Court hearings, cited earlier. The U.S. surely has the capacity to turn Nicaragua into the Alabama of Central America, that is, poor, isolated, and radical, as a State Department insider reportedly boasted in 1981.70. Educated opinion will pose no problems, as long as the costs remain limited, including the domestic cost of an aroused public. Once regional standards have been restored by violence and we have fit the starving and miserable people in our backyard back into their Central American mode, we may proceed to attend to their fate with the same solicitude we have shown throughout our history, meanwhile reveling in this renewed demonstration of U.S. traditional benevolence. This should be a winning strategy, given the balance of forces, and it has already achieved notable successes, both in deterring the threat of social reform and democracy in Nicaragua and, most dramatically, with regard to elite opinion at home. 71 But the current disarray in Washington may influence this rational strategy. It may impede escalation to direct aggression, but it also might impel the policymakers of the Reagan administration to accelerate these efforts before constraints upon state terror mount to an unacceptable degree. Reaganite conservatives no doubt hope to leave a permanent stamp on American politics. They want to prove that violence pays. The propaganda system has constructed a series of demons before whom we must cringe in terror: the Sandinistas, Gaddafi, Arafat, Castro. Fortunately, the leading thinkers tell us the administration is trying to get rid of two scoundrels in Tripoli and Managua, along with their cohorts elsewhere. 72 If they can be destroyed by violence, the long-term effects on American political culture could be significant. There will be no place for wimps in the political system, no room for those who toy with treaties and negotiations, political settlements, international law, or other such tommy-rot. Only violent thugs who delight in sending their military forces and goon squads to torture and kill people who are too weak to fight back. What is called conservatism, in modern political jargon. We shall see, in the days ahead. Europe and Canada have choices. The easy path is to persist in obedience to the dictates of the master, refraining from offering help to the victims of U.S. terror in Nicaragua and elsewhere in Central America, leaving the United States free to exercise its will in the fashion that only the most naive or cynical can fail to understand. Or they can strike an independent course, taking seriously the rhetoric about self-determination and human rights produced with much outraged indignation when some official enemy can be accused of abuses and crimes, and acting accordingly. No student of history will expect any demonstration of courage or integrity, in this regard.